Wow. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to FinTech North. It's great to have you all back in the room together as well. It's amazing to bring everybody together once again. I'm sure you're sick of the sight of my face and the sound of my voice for bringing you all together virtually over the last 18 months, but it's a really, really big moment to bring you together physically. So yeah, welcome and thanks for coming and supporting the conference. As most of you know, I'm Joe Roche, Engagement Manager at FinTech North. I just want to run through a few housekeeping bits and bats and then quickly explain about who we are and the work that we do in the ecosystem. And then I'll be handing over to a welcome address from Dame Nancy Rothwell, the Vice Chancellor of the University, and our fantastic host for today. And now I'll be handing over to Julian Wells, our Director, and he'll be saying a few words before we kick off with our keynotes. Just for anybody following us on social media, you can follow us on Twitter and LinkedIn. We're using the hashtag FTNMCR today. So yeah, get involved. Our PR team, Galibier, will be live tweeting throughout the day. So yeah, please engage with us where you can. There's no fire alarm testing planned for today. So I just want to highlight that. If the alarm does go off, we need to follow the green signs and we need to congregate in the quad outside as well. Just wanted to put some of those bits on screen. As you've all hopefully been told and instructed and asked, we'd like you to wear masks when seated today if possible. Only when you are eating or drinking or unless you're medically exempt can you remove them if that's okay. So a quick word on FinTech North, who we are and what we do. We really see ourselves as the focal point for FinTech in the Northern Powerhouse. We exist to bring the Northern FinTech community together. We exist to promote the North as a centre of excellence in FinTech, and we exist to develop the FinTech sector in the North and align that development with the sector nationally. We achieve that by bringing people together. We run events, conferences, trade missions. Since the pandemic, we've been running webinars. It's fantastic to be back in Manchester today. This is our 4th annual Manchester conference. So yeah, we see this really as an opportunity to share FinTech ideas, to champion diversity in the sector, to give profile to startups and scale-ups. So yeah, really excited to kick on with today. Just a quick overview of FinTech in the North really quickly, just some trends and some specialisms as we're seeing them emerge, just to go from west to east. In Liverpool, we see a real heritage and strength in wealth management propositions. In Greater Manchester, we're seeing a specialism emerge in payments and e-commerce. In the Leeds City region, we see a specialism in banking and lending. And also in the Northeast, there's an emerging specialism in payments up there. There's also a really young, vibrant startup community. The average age of the FinTech founders up there is 41. So that gives you an idea of what the FinTech landscape looks across the North as well. And our keynotes will touch upon this, I'm sure, later. Just wanted to say thanks as well to some of our fantastic partners who've supported us across the last 18 months and 2 years, and also to all of our partners for today's event. That's London Stock Exchange Group, OpenMoney, Infinity Works, part of Accenture, Shoosmiths, MIDAS, Pro Manchester, Fund Her North, Galibier, of course, who are doing our PR for today. So I just want to say thanks to everybody for helping us make this happen, really. The agenda is on screen. It's on the loop slides over there. We've got a fantastic day planned. We've got over 40 speakers across the entire day, over 20 companies in our showcase. Really excited to kind of kick on with this one. I just wanted to finally end with my contact details for anybody who wants to get in touch about partnerships, speaking, hosting, that kind of thing. Please reach out to me personally. Thanks, everybody. Yeah, I'm going to hand over now to Professor Dame Nancy Rothwell. There's a video we'd like to show of her, and then I'll hand over to Julian Wells to compare the event. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm very happy to welcome you today to the 3rd FinTech North Manchester Conference, which we're proud to have hosted at the University of Manchester since the inaugural event in 2018. Since 2016, we've recognised the importance of the fast-evolving FinTech sector in the Greater Manchester region and beyond, and of the potential for academic expertise from a broad range of disciplines to contribute to the innovation of financial services, both for customers and consumers. In late 2019, we established a dedicated FinTech working group within our Alliance Manchester Business School, led by Professor Marcus Zachariades, who you will be hearing from as a keynote speaker later this morning. We recognise that new insights from and applications of data are central to emerging fields such as FinTech, and that with this come enhanced requirements for digital security and new questions around consumer behaviour, trust, and most importantly, business models and strategy in the era of digital finance. Academic expertise can contribute to understanding in all of these areas. The University of Manchester excels at interdisciplinary research, bringing together diverse academic disciplines to address significant economic and societal questions. This makes us a key resource for industry partners seeking insight. Beyond the FinTech research group in our business school, we have a broad network of academic researchers across the university with expertise relevant to FinTech and financial innovation, from disciplines ranging from the more technical computer science and mathematics to social sciences, business and regulatory studies. Our business engagement team has been supporting the development of our FinTech activity and opportunities for non-academic partners to collaborate with our academics, including via our Innovation Lab series, which bring businesses and academics together for focused workshops to generate ideas, which have led to a number of collaborative research projects. If you'd like to find out more about the ways your organization could establish new collaborations with our university, the Business Engagement and Knowledge Exchange team will be available to drop in and speak to, both in person and online, at any time today. The University of Manchester has ambitious plans for the development of FinTech. Not only do we play a significant role in driving the evolving FinTech sector in Manchester and the Northwest, we're also set to become an international powerhouse for FinTech research and teaching. In addition to our partnership with FinTech North, we've recently signed an agreement to become the first strategic academic partner of Innovate Finance, the largest industry FinTech body in the UK, the global voice of FinTech. This will allow us to fulfill our further aim of bringing industry and academia closer together. Thank you, and I hope you have an enjoyable and productive day.
Thank you to Dame Nancy Rothwell for that introduction. It's brilliant to be back here. Just a brief few words from me. For those that don't know me, I'm Julian Wells. I'm director at FinTech North. I'm also director at Whitecap Consulting. Whitecap's interest in FinTech is due to our role as a regional strategy consulting company, working right across the UK in the regions outside of London. But headquartered in the north, we have an office here in Manchester. It's one of our 6 locations, and it's brilliant to be here today. But our interest in FinTech actually goes back longer than Whitecap, in fact. So I worked in 2011. I worked with Dan Rajkumar, who's here today, to help launch a FinTech in the north, and that FinTech was called Rebuilding Society. And went on to become involved in Whitecap. But through that early interest in FinTech and finding ourselves going to London a lot of the time to attend FinTech events, we realized there was an opportunity to try and bring the FinTech community together in the north of England, and we started hosting FinTech North events, and we've been doing that ever since. And as per Joe's slide earlier, there's been 84 FinTech North events in the last 5 years. Throughout that time, we've been really honoured to have Chris Sear with us on the journey. Chris is our chairman of FinTech North. He's the Treasury's FinTech envoy. He also has many other roles, including being associated with a number of northern universities and running his own FinTech. Through the day today, it'll be a mixture of myself and Chris that are chairing the different sessions, or facilitating the sessions. So look, it's brilliant to have you all here in the room with us today. It's great to have everybody who's joined us on Zoom as well. A really warm welcome, and I think we've got partners from our FinTech National Network group, which you'll hear about today through the Innovate Finance presentation. Before I hand over to Chris, I just want to get a photo, and if you don't mind, I want everyone to look really excited to be here and stick your hands up in the air so that we can make good use of this. So great to have you all here. Thank you. Awesome. I hope you all have a really good day. We've got so many exciting speakers, about 40 in total. Chris, welcome back. Always brilliant to have you at our conferences and have all your support for FinTech North and the national FinTech scene overall. Thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, Chris Sear.
Thank you, Julian. Just whichever microphone we use, I'm going to have both going on. Thank you. Cheers. It's amazing how FinTech is now so popular that everyone develops an emerging backstory about FinTech. Julian, congratulations for taking yourself back to 2011 all of a sudden, when in fact the only person in the room who actually looks like they own a FinTech is Joe. So chops for that shirt, Joe. Well done. And here I am as somebody who has a kind of a formal role with the government and others, but I also run my own FinTech. So I'm always caught up between, do I wear a suit or jeans and a t-shirt? And then I realize my FinTech is in the pension space, and most pension fund trustees require suits. So I always get caught up in what I wear. But having said that, last night I had a nightmare. You'll soon learn that I'm the comedy turn compared to Julian's seriousness. My nightmare was I dreamt that I was up here on stage wearing a suit jacket, a tie and a shirt, but boxer shorts and slippers underneath it, which is where I've been for the past year and a half, as most of us have on Zoom calls. And it's a horrible place to be, but here I am. I'm very glad to be here. This is now my second or third live event since things have broken apart. And it's been a very difficult year, I think, a difficult year, or difficult almost 2 years for most of us, but not, it seems, for FinTech. So FinTech, rather interestingly, has really gone from strength to strength. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to spend a few minutes just talking about some of the highlights of FinTech, not just here in the North, but in the UK in general. So the first thing I want to point out is the government is finally taking FinTech seriously. So, I mean, it's possible to say that they've been taking it seriously just now, but they have developed a strategic perspective and want to put some strategic attention to this as a sector. So for those of you who haven't read the Khalifa Review, and I sincerely hope you all have, the Khalifa Review was an attempt by the government to frame the future of FinTech in the UK. It's seen as probably the big growth sector in the UK, and they had 5 recommendations, and the one that's relevant for us is something called CFIT. So CFIT is a virtual organization that's designed to emphasize and bring forth the value of the regions outside of London. So one of the things the Khalifa, Ron Khalifa, is the former chairman or executive chairman of WellPay. He was brought in to carry out this inquiry, a formal inquiry for the government. It was funded partly by the Treasury and by the City of London Corporation. It was independent in that respect because it had partly government funding doing it. And it concluded that there is huge value, finally and formally, huge value in everything that goes on outside of London. And although London is seen as the, if you like, the nexus of nexuses for FinTech, the next largest was the north of England, along with Scotland. And there were a number of others around the UK focused on what we now know as the regional groups, places like Wales and the Southwest and the Northeast. So the good news is we finally got the recognition we deserve. And that's been a journey that for me has been about 8 years long. FinTech North has been going for 5 and a bit years now. I think Julian said our first event was in April 2017, 16? The first event was April 2016. Yeah, so over 5 years and hundreds of events. And that has now been crystallized as the government saying, you're important. You're doing something important for the government. You're doing something important for the country. You are high value add. And the way they want to perpetuate this is to bring us together along with the other regions under something called CFIT. So CFIT is currently sitting at a stage now where they're waiting for bids, waiting for expressions of interest from us on how we can coordinate nationally with the Treasury and with the government as a collection of independent organizations. And there's complexity to that. The complexity is that there's no doubt that we all have interests in our own region. We want jobs in our own region. We want economic growth in our own region. And that will mean at the expense of other regions, but we have to get past that. We have to find the model for working together where we are not competitive, we're collaborative, because it's not about us, it's about the UK. And that's the purpose of CFIT. CFIT is there to help us bring that model together. So that's the Khalifa Review. The Khalifa Review was what I think was the big thing in the past 12 to 24 months. It's been running for some time, published earlier this year. And then the recommendation in the most recent autumn budget that CFIT be funded. So this is very important for us, but there's been some other attention put on this sector as well. The next is government, formally, to one side. We start looking at the research base. Almost every university I know in the UK, certainly of the larger universities, has their own internal team looking at innovation, looking at FinTech. The Vice Chancellor mentioned just now that Manchester has its own, Leeds has its own, Oxford has its own, Cambridge has its own. They all have their own little, almost competitive research facilities. This has now once again stepped up to a national framework, and the Research Councils UK, RC UK, so under the guidance of the government's Chief Scientific Officer, have put forward a proposal for bids, an RFP effectively, from groups and bids, universities and other partnerships to put together a national research institute for FinTech. So if any of you have been involved in the Alan Turing Institute, you'll realize this is the National Institute for AI, Machine Learning and High Performance Computing. They want to replicate this, but specifically for FinTech, and that's a massive step forward. So RC UK as an organization has had in its bailiwick FinTech for some time. So Sir Mark Walport, who used to be the government's chief scientific advisor, became the head of RC UK, wrote what was at the time the definitive report on FinTech, and then a subsequent one on distributed ledger technologies. And this was all of 5 or 6 years ago, I think. I was quite heavily involved in both, and then it all went fallow. And universities flourished by creating their own independent groups. Now we have RC UK coming back in, the Research Councils UK coming back in and saying, enough. We have to have something which is at national level rather than independent regional levels. And I see that as extremely positive. It matches the government's aspirations for CFIT. We have a business engagement mechanism with CFIT. We have a research engagement mechanism with this new proposed research institute. So those are two very big steps forwards. What I find most interesting, though, was that during lockdown, despite the inability to communicate and connect with people, funding into startups and FinTech startups in particular went through the roof. Now, I have my own personal experience to recount here on this. Since during lockdown, I managed to raise 2.6 million of seed funding, and not even from a UK VC. It was from a big European VC called Lakestar. And we did it through Zoom. And the reason we could do it through Zoom is because FinTech is hot in the UK. So don't make any mistake, if you go to raise money, and if there are people in the audience that are raising money, you've got 6 months of distraction and hard work on your hands. It's never anything short of that. From the point when you decide to start to the point where the money comes through the door is 6 months. And that's 6 months when you can't run your business. You have to be on multiple Zoom calls with 50, 60 different VCs and other funding partners and angels. But the point is that despite the lack of human connection, and I have to be honest with you, aside from all of the financials, it's the human connection that gets you the money. That's what gets you the trust of the VC. That's what gets you the trust of the angels. There is still a way forward. So much so that if you are looking to raise money now, my recommendation to you is get started. I have never seen valuations and valuation multiples so high. We're talking 20, 30 or more multiples of annual recurring revenue. So if you have something on which you want to raise money, do it. There is a bubble. There's no doubt about it. My personal opinion is that in the next 6 to 12 months, the bubble will burst, the money will disappear. That may or may not happen. I mean, as I've got some points later on in what I'm going to say, which may emphasize the fact that there is still growth. But if you're thinking of raising money, do more than think, get started. It'll take you 6 months from now to the point where you close a deal, and you're going to have to kiss a lot of frogs in that time. So get started. The money is there. The multiples are huge. So raise the money is my advice. So there's a wall of money. We have a strategic government perspective. We have a strategic research perspective. We have a wall of VC and angel money that wants to invest in us. So it's looking really good, but it gets even better because the government has put forward a proposal for something called LTAFs, long-term asset funds. One of the things that's always been clear to me is that for startups to get funded, you have to have a continuation of funding further up the pile. And you either inject money at the bottom, which results in startups that can be funded later, or you inject money at the top, which causes a draw and the availability of money further down. It doesn't matter which way you do it, but the government has provided the mechanism for the draw at the top, and these are called long-term asset funds. Many of you may have heard of Rishi Sunak and in fact the Prime Minister's belief that the growth economy should be funded by long-term savings. So the ability for pension funds and other institutional investors to invest in products that have a very different risk profile and very different operational profile to anything they currently invest in. So in general, pension funds need to invest in long-held assets, but also require liquidity. And that liquidity usually comes from defined contribution schemes. So in the UK, defined contribution schemes contribute about 400 billion, maybe it's a bit more than that, 600 billion pounds compared to the 1.7 trillion pounds of defined benefit schemes. And defined benefit schemes invest in private equity, sometimes venture capital, infrastructure. So these long-held assets. The problem with these long-held assets is the valuations do not allow liquidity. And what the government has decided is that we as consumers, with the majority of us having pension funds that are not defined benefit, that are in fact defined contribution, they're not final salary, they are valuation based, we should have access to the same investment opportunities. And this opportunity is encapsulated in something called a long-term asset fund. And the long-term asset funds, the LTAFs, are released from some of the operational obligations that go with long-term assets and illiquid assets. You don't have to do daily valuations or weekly valuations. They will find a model for people to inject perhaps only £1,000 or £2,000 into a funding opportunity that needs 20 million, 200 million. So these are some of the operational limitations, and the government has described a new fund unit called an LTAF, which they would like, as potentially a fintech, people to build funds around to make these long-term held assets available to the consumer. Now that's the draw at the top. We're talking private equity here, we're talking infrastructure, we're talking private debt. But it feeds down, it will trickle down. And so when I say this wall of money that's out there at the moment from VCs may disappear, this wall of money ain't from angels may disappear, it's entirely possible that it won't. And it depends upon how quickly fund managers start to build these long-term asset funds, because they have to buy things. And the things they buy, well, some of them are in this room, hopefully me. So there is an opportunity in the future for this money to still be there. Now, the only trouble we have is that the government is not just offering this to the UK investor, they're offering this to investors offshore as well. This is a vehicle that has to take money from multiple places. And in fact, the government has described a world where they are issuing green bonds currently. Let's go to the green market. They've started to issue, and this is a fintech innovation by the UK government, if you can believe it, which instead of issuing standard bonds, are issuing specifically green-linked gilts. Slight caveat, they can invest in anything. That's just the government rules, but they're aimed at funding the green economy. So they had the second release, it was oversubscribed. And in fact, it was so oversubscribed, there was concern that pension funds couldn't afford to subscribe to them. But here's another point. If you are involved in the green economy and creating green opportunities, there is money coming your way from the issuance by the government of green gilts, which is there to fund big projects on an infrastructure, on a debt and equity basis for the green economy. Moreover, if you go to the Infrastructure Bank, which is now based in Leeds, it has described £260 billion worth of infrastructure projects. And I put this in because I think you should know this, because this is money that's going to be available. £260 billion worth of opportunity for investment in infrastructure in the UK. They have a list. You can go online, you can download the spreadsheet, and you can see the initial £260 billion worth of projects they want to get funded by pension funds. They want to get funded by both domestic and international institutional investors. So either way, there's a lot of money coming. So in summary, where are we? Despite everything we've been through, despite the lack of human contact, and I can't emphasize enough, this is very nice, it's great, we're having a conversation, but if you want to win hard money, you have to look people in the eye. You have to convince them that you're credible. It's very difficult to win money. It's very difficult to grow, win customers unless you have face-to-face contact. Despite all of those restrictions, FinTech is in a very good place. Of all the sectors in the UK during lockdown, during the period of instability we've had in the past 1.5 years, FinTech has not only been resilient, it's grown. I'm hoping that Peter's going to have more hard numbers on that growth. So Peter Kinane from Innovate Finance, who's talking later on, will have some hard numbers on this. But from my own personal experience, all I can say is right now, we are extremely buoyant. And the initiatives put forward by both government and universities in the UK paint a very, very good picture in the future. So I'll leave it there. Thank you very much indeed. It's very nice to see you. I'll be here. Julian? Yeah, no, so do I have time for anyone who wants to ask me a question? I've completely lost track of how long I've been. Would anyone like to ask me something at all? If not, just grab me at coffee. I'll be here all day. I'll be chairing one of the panels, and I'll be here for the startup showcase later. Don't be worried. I think last night I indicated I promised not to ask tough questions of the startups, which in their eyes seem to indicate that I definitely would be asking hard questions. I won't. I've missed you all, and I'm going to be kind. Julian.
Does anyone have a question for Chris? We have a couple of minutes spare before we introduce our next speaker.
Have you got one for me, Julian?
I've always got a question for you.
Go on, go for it.
You've had a lot of engagement over recent months with other regions around the UK. I know you recently were invited to give a guest address at a dinner in the West Midlands. Just wondered if you would like to comment about the sort of enthusiasm you see around the FinTech National Network group.
First of all, I want to say that FinTech North is the oldest of the networks. It's been around for 5 years. We have had more events, we have more members. We have a slightly different model in the fact that we don't really charge fees. We don't have a membership model. We have no strategic funding. We work on a case-by-case basis for events and put them forward with sponsors as and when they appear. But despite that, we are the oldest, we are the largest, and probably the most successful despite ourselves because of that model. There are others. There's FinTech Scotland, FinTech Wales, FinTech Northern Ireland, FinTech West. We're now developing one FinTech Midlands. There was conversation about one having in FinTech Southeast. So all of these regional hubs are springing up. I think before too long we'll have one in the East, probably based around Cambridge. The enthusiasm in the other regions is strong. I still think we have more enthusiasm and more aggregate capability here in the North. Of the other regions, I probably would say the largest and most professional, in as much as they have a proper business plan, is FinTech Scotland. They have a lot of activity they're doing, a lot of work they're doing, very Scotland centric, and that's fine. We're FinTech North, we're quite North centric. But having said that, and I didn't mention it earlier, the RC UK proposal, which has obviously been sent out with a request for bids, has attracted a lot of bids. And like a lot of these things, and I've worked a lot of RC UK proposals, a lot of these collaborative events, what you get is little cartels forming. So you get one up in the Northeast and one in Scotland, one in Wales, and they're very inward looking. We have our own little group of universities we're working with. We've been invited to almost all of these, including the one that Manchester has put forward. So in recognition of the fact that we, despite being FinTech North, have been around for the longest, in recognition, I think, of the fact, and I'm very grateful for Julian of this, that I'm not just the chairman of FinTech North, I'm the UK's FinTech envoy to all intents and purposes. My FinTech North has subscribed to and put its name down for any bid that wants to have us, to show that we are collaborative. So Julian, is it 4 bids? 4 bids. 4 bids based around Oxford, Manchester, Warwick and Newcastle. So we are not inward looking, we are outward looking. And that makes me very proud. It makes me proud to be part of this. It means we're not doing it just for ourselves. We genuinely do have the welfare and the growth of the economy of the UK as a whole at heart. Whether or not it has us at heart is to be determined. And I think there are things that have happened in recent months and weeks that would indicate the fact that we're still not quite there in terms of profile. And that's through no fault of our own. But that doesn't mean that we have to be inward looking. We're not. We're outward looking and highly collaborative. And that makes me proud. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. I'd like to introduce our next speaker. Privileged to have Peter Kinane from Innovate Finance here today. Peter's going to give us an update on the Innovate Finance perspective as the national body for FinTech. Peter, welcome.
Thank you, Julian, and thank you, Chris, as well. And Joe, thank you. It is a privilege to be here and to be in a room full of people, especially Northerners at this time. I'm, absolutely pleased to be back in the city of my birth, despite the accent. As Julian said, I am the Director of International and National Initiatives at Innovate Finance. For those of you that don't know us, we are, there I am. We are the UK's trade organisation, trade body, membership organisation for the global fintech sector. We have been around since 2014, 2015. Originated from an idea that sprung from the then Prime Minister's policy unit. We are an independent, not-for-profit organisation. And over that time, we have sought to connect and to facilitate the growth of the fintech sector here in the UK, but also to connect with like-minded international hubs as well, and more on that in a moment. I've opened with this graphic before, so apologies for those of you that may have seen this, but I thought I would start here. This sort of places the UK fintech sector and Innovate Finance at the heart of a global ecosystem for fintech. And just to flag a couple of things that are up there, we work very closely with organisations around the UK, with the UK government and with governments to ensure that we have the best policy and regulatory outlook for the growth of our startup and scale-up members and for companies around the UK. We work very closely in particular with HM Treasury and with the Department for International Trade. With Treasury, we've worked with them to ensure that initiatives like the Khalifa Review get the coverage that they deserve and get the support that they need. I will come back to Khalifa before I'm done. But we also work with Department for International Trade to also ensure that that connectivity between our businesses and those hubs overseas is alive and well. And now more than ever, really important to keep those connections alive. Innovate Finance has 3 priorities coming out of the pandemic, which I'd like to run through with you. I've already touched on one, and that's the importance of the hard and soft power of UK fintech in forging those international connections and ensuring that the fintech sector here remains the global lead, remains competitive vis-a-vis the rest of the world. Many like-minded places around the globe are looking to the UK for thought leadership, for products and services to develop their own economies. And anecdotally, from the conversations I've had as we've come out of or come through the latest phase of the pandemic, around the development of fintech hubs around the globe, they look to the UK because they see what we've achieved here over the last 5-10 years has been quite remarkable, particularly in the regulatory ecosystem, but also the nature of our companies, the nature of innovation, entrepreneurship and technology across financial services that's developed here. And as I say, they look to the UK now more than ever as digitalization of their own economies becomes a greater priority for them than perhaps it was pre-COVID. Our second area for priorities and for activities in the next 12 months is around that regulatory ecosystem and ensuring it remains competitive, ensuring that it remains connected internationally as well. We're looking to support like-minded hubs. We're looking to support like-minded regulators around the globe where we can, as well as our own UK FCA and the work that's coming out of the Bank of England as well that shapes that thought leadership around the sector. We want to ensure that when businesses get to the point where they scale, get to the point where they want to export, they can move to the likes of markets like the North American markets of US and Canada, the likes of Australia and Singapore, and meet with a comparatively equivalent regulatory ecosystem. It's not the case at the moment everywhere, but I think there's recognition in some of those places as well that if we can move closer together on some regulatory matters, then the ability for our businesses to thrive at both ends of those markets is something that's mutually beneficial to all. So we're keen to work with partners around the globe to do that. And in fact, earlier this year, we welcomed Austrade as a strategic partner for UK FinTech, and we're for Innovate Finance, and we're looking to see if we can bring other partners in from around the globe as well, again, for the benefit of those companies based here in the UK. And the third area for us coming out of the pandemic and considering all that we've been through is to look at how UK FinTech can also act as a force for good. We launched last month our inaugural FinTech as a Force for Good forum, level 39 in London. And we're hoping that that will become an annual event, and it will focus on how FinTech can shape the future of our economy in the wider sense, how it can help us be more sustainable, how it can help our economy be more sustainable, and how we can also see the development of greener technology, of greener FinTech, and of net zero goals as well. And also, if we can see we can develop greater diversity across the FinTech sector and greater diversification. We want to see FinTech be used as a means of improving society, improving our economy, connecting with the non-banked and the underbanked, and ensuring that those trends that we've seen over the last 2 years, that move towards digital banking, with the 1 million downloads that we saw in 2020 of banking apps, ensures that people are making sensible and appropriate choices. And we want to ensure that that all has a place where that conversation can happen and come together. So that's a keen mission for us as well. I've got investment and capital up there in a moment, but I'll come back to that. Chris has sent me a challenge there, so I'll come back to those figures in a moment. One of the reasons I'm here today, and I'm always delighted to be here and to be with friends from FinTech North, is we're part of something called the FinTech National Network, which is a network we created with FinTech North and FinTech Scotland back in, I think it was early 2019, wasn't it, Julian? And it was an idea to bring together those organizations that are seeking through their own communities to achieve mutual goals, to highlight the national and the international opportunities, and where there were policy points to work together on and to collaborate, we had a forum in which to do that. The FinTech National Network expanded, as you can see from the map there, welcoming in FinTech Northern Ireland, FinTech Wales, FinTech West, and most recently Supertech in the West Midlands to join those original partners. And we continue to work regularly. In fact, the pandemic has brought us together on a more frequent basis, ironically, through the power of Zoom, which is great for us, and it's great for the national picture again, and it feeds into initiatives such as the Khalifa Review. It's enabled FinTech from across the UK to have a voice in those important policy discussions over the last 12 months. So I'm very grateful to all the partners that are in the network, and in particular to Chris, to Joe, and to Julian. Thank you for your support and contributions over the last year on that as well. Really appreciate that. So I was challenged on the investment point, and I do have some hard figures there. Despite everything, we have seen remarkable growth in the first half of this year. 5.7 billion invested US dollars invested into UK FinTech in the first half of this year. That far outweighs the total for 2020, which was 4.3 billion, but it also meets and exceeds the target and the figure for 2019, which was 4.9 billion. And that's just 6 months. So we are optimistic that going into the second half of this year, we haven't seen the full totals yet for 2021, but I think UK FinTech is knocking it out the park in terms of those investment figures. And what I hope we see more of in the future figures is a greater share of the ever-increasing pie away from London and South East into some of the businesses, hopefully in this room as well. To facilitate that, the policy and regulatory environment, which Chris touched on, the Khalifa Review, a key moment for the development of UK FinTech. We have seen some progress in the recommendations and Innovate Finance and others keen to ensure that all the recommendations do come to pass. Up there, I've highlighted a few things to pick up, a particular on the scale-up visa point. This will enable greater access to talent from around the globe for our growing sector. On the investment side, the extension of tax credits, and also the ability for UK fintechs, once they do grow, to list here in the UK as opposed to elsewhere. This review was very much held in parallel with the listings review, which was held at the same time. On the international side, greater collaboration with Department for International Trade to boost the profile of UK fintech and to find those opportunities overseas. And on the national side, greater national coordination through CFIT, which has now had some seed funding put in place. We welcome that, but we want to ensure that when it does come to pass, that there is a national voice in there as well, and we expect that that will be the case. But more on that, hopefully, in the near future. And also, before I finish, we work with a number of partners around the UK, and we also work with a number of academic members as well. And we're going to be hearing more about this in a moment from Marcos, but we're absolutely delighted that there will be a strategic partnership with the University of Manchester in the very near future, imminently in fact. And we hope that this as well will enable the greater development of innovation across the ecosystem, particularly that connectivity between institutions here in the north and in London. I'm very excited about that initiative, and I will leave Marcus to fill out the details, but very excited to obviously be here at the University of Manchester when that announcement is made shortly. As I said, thank you very much. Delighted to be here. I'm around for questions. I'll be around for most of the day as well. If there's time for questions, Julian, I'm happy to take one or two now. But thank you very much, and look forward to meeting you all shortly. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. If anyone would like to ask Peter a question, please do feel free to put your hand up. Yes, no question at the front here. Just wait till I get to you with the mic so everyone on Zoom can hear as well. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lindsay Hunt. My question to you is, you've obviously shown significant growth there in the investment, but do you think Brexit's had an impact on the attractiveness of UK fintech?
I think Brexit has conversely opened up opportunities around the globe that weren't necessarily there. Yes, it has put barriers in place for those seeking entry to European markets that perhaps weren't there before, but it has increased the awareness of what's happening here in the UK in parts of the globe that perhaps weren't necessarily looking at the UK as intently. One thing that has perhaps matched the effect of Brexit is the government's push for free trade agreements in various places. At the heart of some of those agreements, there is a real desire on all sides, that is with both UK government and with their opposite partner, whether it's Australia, whether it's Singapore, to put in place, very flexible terms around financial services and technology. Financial services often gets pushed to the back in terms of some of these agreements, and certainly we saw that with the European Union Partnership Agreement. But I think what we're optimistic in seeing is that, the very discussions around global deals has indirectly or directly pushed UK fintech to the fore in markets where we were being talked about, but perhaps not in the same way. So, I mean, yes, it's had an impact, but as you can see from the investment figures, actually, it's been countered by, increased awareness of the opportunities to invest in UK fintech from other places.
Anyone else have any questions for Peter? Those of you that are joining on Zoom at the moment, the Q&A functionality is open. If you submit any questions, then they'll come through to us. And also those of you in the room, you can open the Zoom stream, which is what I've got open on my phone. If you want to ask a question without putting your hand up, that's fine as well. And Peter, just one thing I was wondering if you could comment on. I think what we've observed over the last 12 to 18 months is a really increased interest in fintech in areas such as sustainability, ESG in particular, and also diversity and inclusion. And I know they're all areas that you're very active in. Have you got any observations around the new types of fintechs that you've seen coming to market and maybe joining you as Innovate Finance members, or the way that some of your existing members have adjusted their approaches?
We're definitely seeing amongst the existing membership greater awareness of what they do in a sustainable way, how they can make their business more ESG friendly. And I think that's always been at the heart of fintech. I think what separated fintech from financial services in the old days, 10 years ago, was a different way of doing things. So that's always been at the core of many of our members' work. What we're seeing now, of course, is new products and services coming in that are specifically tailored to support financial institutions and other more established businesses as they target their own net zero goals, as they look at their own diversity within their organizations. I mean, on the diversity piece, I mean, there are two events I should really flag before I close. One is our Women in FinTech event and Power List, which will be published early next year, which is an annual initiative we have developed to boost the awareness of gender across fintech, although we will be looking at other areas of diversity in the next 12 months as well. And of course, that carries through to the important discussions we have at IFGS, which is our annual global summit at the start of UK FinTech Week as well. I thought I should get that plug in there before I surrender the mic. So yeah, in answer to your question, Julian, we're seeing an increased awareness, and from the event we had back in October, particularly around net zero, a real drive to do something in the policy front as well.
Great. Thank you, Peter. Any more questions for Peter before we let him go? He's finished within time, so he's doing a good job keeping us on time. Okay, Peter, thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone.
So I mentioned if anyone wants to ask questions on the Zoom, please do, but I didn't tell you how to get onto it. So if you go to the FinTech North LinkedIn page, we've done a post this morning with a couple of photos, and you'll see the link there, and there's a password, which is FTN 2021. So feel free if you want to have that going in the background. Great to have heard from Chris and Peter so far. I'd now like to introduce Professor Marcos Zachariadis. I hope I pronounced your name correctly, Marcos. I do sometimes get it a bit wrong. Great. Okay, I'm getting the thumbs up. We're really delighted to be co-hosting with the university today again. And Marcos has had a really big impact on the university's work in fintech, as he's going to explain to you today, and he'll outline some of the ways the university is involved in the sector. Marcos, welcome.
Thanks a lot, Julian. It's a great pleasure to be here face to face and see all of you guys after a couple of years on Zoom. It's a privilege to be back and have these meaningful connections and networking exercises, I guess. So thanks, Julian, for the inviting me up to the podium. My name is Marcos Zachariadis. I'm a faculty member at Alliance Finance Business School. And I started here in 2019 when the university wanted to fulfill their kind of ambitious fintech kind of research and teaching and education agenda. So I was called in November 2019, actually 2 years ago exactly. And we kicked off an ambitious kind of project around building our fintech capacity for both education and research. So what I'm going to do today is just to give you a little bit of a background of that initiative, but also go through some of the research that we do and introduce, of course, some of the people also who work with me and they're here in this room today as well. So I encourage you to also talk to them about their own research. Oh, great, here are the slides. So my background in terms of research, I guess, just to give you a little bit of information where I come from. So I did my PhD at the LSEG looking at the economic performance based on financial technologies, and that was back in 2006, graduated 2011. I was one of the few people back then who actually really investigated the role of technology in financial services. We didn't call it fintech back then, but it kind of emerged during the way. And today, of course, is a very popular subject. As Chris mentioned earlier, pretty much every single of the largest universities in the UK, definitely the Russell Group, but also outside the Russell Group, they have some kind of a FinTech initiative. A lot of it is about education. We're trying to focus more on the research side and develop our education agenda from the bottom up. I've worked in different institutions before I joined University of Manchester. I was in other large universities doing similar research, but it's always been FinTech. So always trying to investigate the role of technology in financial services and how it kind of fundamentally challenges business models, transforms their industry architecture, and all the value chains that we see within finance. I do a lot of policy work as well. I'm a member of the World Economic Forum. We have a council there looking specifically at financial and monetary systems. We changed our name last year to respond to financial systems because of COVID. We wanted to kind of address some of the responsiveness the financial industry needs to have in order to address new challenges ahead. And also do more policy work in terms of competition, right? So how does technology within finance change the competitive dynamics? And of course, as you can be, well, most of you will be quite familiar, the CMA is doing a lot on that side here in the UK as well through open banking initiatives and open finance initiative overall. But just to start and say a few things, what is our approach and our strategy in terms of research? How do you build at the university or in academia a solid kind of a research strategy as far as FinTech goes? And our approach is that FinTech for us is a phenomenon, right? So, and if something is a phenomenon, you need to examine it from the different dimensions and the different kind of angles you can see, right? So there's things, for example, you need to address in terms of computer science, right? Or things around the mathematical kind of background of some of these innovations within financial services. Or you can look at it from a management science perspective or an economics innovation perspective, and so on and so forth. And at the same time, you also need to address, the different technologies you see. So that's another kind of dimension that we have in this kind of matrix here. So we have, for example, artificial intelligence and machine learning. We have application programming interfaces, open APIs that are coming into finance and really challenging a lot some of these value chains that we see these days in the overall architecture. We have blockchain technologies, right? So every single of these technologies is kind of almost a separate topic that one could investigate when it comes to research. And then, of course, both in terms of the academic approach, but also the technologies, you can pin down the different effects that this could have in some of the sub-industries within financial services. You can have insurance, traditional banking, payments, and so on and so forth. And the last dimension we're kind of trying and separate and look into is also the level of the architecture, these developments or these technologies within these subsectors take place, right? So you can have something impacting really the distribution level, the service layer. You can have something impacting more the infrastructure or the governance layer. And within these different layers of the, let's say, financial services architecture, you can have also different business models, right? Depending on when you reside or what solution you're kind of trying to develop. So this is kind of our framework. So we'd like to look at FinTech as a multidisciplinary theme, for example, and that's what we're trying to develop. And of course, to do that, you need to have quite a bit of capacity and diversity in your research team. And that's what we're trying to do as part of this research agenda. We've recruited a lot of the people who feature in this slide, and encourage if you can guys sit up so people can see you. They're here in this room today, so I encourage you to go and speak to them as well. So my year started again. As I said, a lot of us started the last couple of years. My year started last year. Go ask my year, for example, about implementation of artificial intelligence in banking, right? What are the challenges and why most AI projects in banking fail? I can tell you a lot about it. Asim will be joining us in a month, but he's doing research on the economics of tokens and the economics of cryptocurrencies. Lavinia, again, is here with us today also. She's doing a lot of research on green finance, right? Go ask her on how she can use large data sets to identify climate change risks, right? Transition risks and physical risks, and how these can have an impact on the pricing of some assets, including equities in financial markets, but also the new project we're trying to pull together now on crypto assets, right? Efthymios, go after Efthymios about financial inclusion and also the development of fintech and how that could impact potentially the banking strategies. And then we have new researchers working on topics like Sharon. I don't know if Sharon's here today, but she's working a lot on regulatory sandboxes, right? And the idea that these could be could have a duality, right? Both to encourage regulators to find out more about new fintech activities, but also fintechs to understand how they can comply. Vasilis is doing research on some of the fintech characteristics and how these would end up with better valuations and more funding in the end, but also their efforts to internationalize as well. And Young Shoes is started her PhD this year as well, trying to look at more about diversity and that kind of sense of diversity at the directors level and other kinds of diversities we can find along established financial institutions or fintechs that will impact the company's valuations. But beyond this, the kind of new recruits that we have a lot of professors and faculty members across not just the business school and even beyond, looking at the different themes that we want to tick boxes through that matrix, right? So Sarah is a faculty member also at ANF, along with Marie and Stefan. We have separate projects individually. For example, with Marie and Stefan, we're trying to put together a paper, understand and measure how and what has been the impact of open banking regulation, right? It hasn't been done before. So we had open banking now for a few years. We don't know whether it's working one way or another, right? So it's also about measuring policy here. With Richard and Nicholas, Nicholas is a professor of financial crime and criminology here at the University of Manchester in the law department. We're trying to understand how fraud prevention kind of works and how kind of openness of data in the sector will affect our kind of understanding of fraud risks, for example, within the kind of greater ecosystem. So a lot of different research projects and a lot more that I can't obviously fit in a slide here and present. Now, all of that sits on the back of existing research that I have done with colleagues even beyond the University of Manchester, right? So I told you I've been working on these many of these topics for 15 years. And we do have research on payment infrastructure. So this is a project that goes back to 2006, trying to identify externalities, for example, within large information infrastructures in finance. What are the key characteristics that we need to pay attention to in terms of building financial infrastructure? So, for example, we have standards, technology, and the architecture in the community, and other things that you would have to think about. We've co-authored a lot of papers and even books. I co-authored a book on SWIFT. A lot of people talk about these days things around blockchain, for example, blockchain technologies, how they will disintermediate the traditional kind of financial infrastructures. And they accuse SWIFT of actually being slow. But there's a lot more to know about SWIFT other than being like a payment infrastructure, right? So they are only the messaging layer, and understanding that and how they function will help you critically appreciate some of these new technologies and how these can be implemented within finance. So we've done a lot of work on this side with different people from the LSE, MIT, even trying to measure some of the network externalities in large payment infrastructures, but also industry practitioners. So the payment book was out, I think, last year, and coordinated with some of the key people in the industry, Suzanne Chisti from FinTech Circle, but also the Director General from the Payments Association. We're all kind of co-editors of this fabulous book, which is a great resource for both industry and academia as well. Other topics we looked at quite intensely, actually, one of the largest projects is around open banking and open finance. So started this research back in 2015, 2016, obviously before open banking becomes a law regulation here in the UK, trying to understand how through all these unbundling that takes place, both from data openness and kind of open banking technologies, for example, leads to new business models in finance. So we intensely looked at platform business models with one of the professors from my previous employer at the University of Warwick and also the University of Oxford. So we co-authored some papers talking about the economics of some of these business models, right? And how they offer new opportunities for unbundling some of these services and how you could potentially kind of monetize some of these, right? And what that means in terms of the future of banking. So in engaging with the industry, I issued a report last year, or I think it was towards the end of 2019, actually, with HSBC, like looking at the future of banking. And that was quite important for them to shape their own strategy. So it was, at that point, I think the UK CEO of HSBC was Charlie Nunn before he moves to Lloyd's. And he used that study to present it on the media as well, as part of what they're trying to do in terms of the future direction of HSBC. So it's great to see that some of this research actually has an impact, not just policy, but also individual decisions within certain banking institutions or other institutions in the UK and internationally. On the back of that, we're also trying to identify different kind of challenges firms may be facing as they're trying to develop their overall kind of innovation ecosystems. So if you think about openness of data in finance through open finance initiatives, for example, that gives the opportunity to a lot of firms to revisit their entire value chains and see how they can rebuild from the ground up the value that the consumers consume, right, in the experience layer, for example. So it's really important to understand what are some of the bottlenecks, innovation bottlenecks we see as they're trying to establish and cultivate their innovation ecosystems. So this is one of the papers that is also under revision in one of the good academic journals that we have in innovation economics. Other research topics and trying to understand how they, not at the firm level, but also at the market level, how the industry is kind of reorganizing because of data openness. Again, as part of the theme of open finance research that we have. And what we observed is like, we're seeing a transition from a more vertically integrated business model type of arrangement within banking, for example, into a more what we call modular architecture, right? So now through ecosystems and through interconnectivity, you can end up with completely different value chains that challenge effectively the current business models we have in financial services. So please come and ask me about this project as well. Actually, in fact, going to my previous slide, we just launched a new paper with Swift. So Swift funds a lot of the work that we do through the Swift Institute, obviously. And we really talk about this phenomenon, the transition to a more kind of modular economy in financial services. As I mentioned, we also do a lot of policy work. So again, thinking around open finance, for example, I was a visiting professor in Canada a couple of years ago. So work with policymakers to try and identify what are the key decisions the Department of Finance in Canada needs to make in order to build up their own kind of unique implementation of open banking in Canada, right? So we talked about the different themes and had the chance to interview a lot of policymakers, regulators, large financial institutions, fintechs, consultants, and so on and so forth, to understand, you know, their own unique setup in that particular country in Canada, but also what help them navigate the decisions and how to build open banking infrastructure. Of course, in the UK, we're very familiar with it. One of the top economies in the world that have established open banking and going into open finance. Some of you might say, you know, open banking is old news, and I think I would agree in a sense. So, but other countries like Canada and other places around the world, they haven't gotten there yet, right? So we are trying to also create policy documents that would highlight the different things and decisions they need to make to go through in order to establish their own version kind of open finance. So these kind of policy documents, again, this was published just last year, talking about, you know, frameworks in open finance and how you go about and establish them in any given economy. We're also talking there about APIs, right? There's been a lot of kind of work on APIs and connectivity within financial services. I created a kind of a new framework to think about APIs in terms of openness at the different kind of levels of openness we can find in APIs, you know, from the standards, usage, functionality, and accessibility. So again, you know, all these kind of research sits and in some of the policy documents we've issued. There's a lot more projects. I'm going to mention a few of them, and then we'll try to summarize and close the session as well. But if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to respond. Another project we were doing with a professor at the LSE and the head of research from blockchain.com, one of the largest crypto wallets we have out there at the moment, was about the governance issues around distributed ledgers. I mean, as I said before, there's a lot of excitement, you know, around blockchain technologies, for example, but what are the unique characteristics or things we need to pay attention to for when it comes to governance decisions, right? So we laid them out in this particular paper, which we think is a very important exposition for that, and was also invited by you know, UK Parliament to present some of that in their expert committees for, again, to influence policy work. So how information infrastructures in financial services are governed is one of the key issues. So we're taking a lot of lessons from previous information infrastructures and payment infrastructures we have in finance and try and see how these would apply in a blockchain kind of driven era in financial services. So again, quite important work, I'd like to think, when it comes to studies around blockchain in financial services. Thinking about the regulations, but also newer technologies and standards, identity has always been one of the key themes that we had to address. Even if you think payment infrastructures, I think 80% of payments is essentially identity, right? So it was really important for us to try and understand how some of these identification infrastructures work and they can be established. And we picked on a MiFID II regulation that calls for the establishment of legal entity identifiers. I don't know how many of you are familiar with these topics. So we'd like to understand, for example, one of the biggest questions we had there was about the quality of data. How do you reinsure and put incentives in place in order to maintain this quality of data when it comes to identity issues, right? So this is another project we're doing with some colleagues from the University of Warwick and also some colleagues in Ireland. Other projects, more recent projects, we're looking into central bank issued digital currencies, government coins, again, with colleagues from Loughborough and University of Bath as well, trying to understand the CBDC space a bit more. There's a lot of policy work and a lot of white papers from central banks and payment institutions, for example, on this topic, but also BIS and other organizations across the world. I think we're on the first to try and understand what the impact of CBDC would be in the international payment space. And to do that, we start from the very basics. So we provide definitions around CBDCs, we kind of survey them, what people talk about, and try to also provide a taxonomy, right? Because a lot of us think about CBDCs as one thing, it's not. How do you design a CBDC can be so different that you're almost talking about completely different setups, completely different things. So that's what we're trying to develop a framework to guide policymakers and also, you know, add to these debates. And then, of course, the big question that we're trying to address, how these will have an impact on the international payment space, right? How do we capitalize on our experience of 15, 20 years of research on international payments, for example, and trying to understand how CBDCs, depending on how they're going to be implemented, will affect international payments one way or another, depending on the corridors we're talking about, the existing kind of payment setups in different countries, and also the architecture choices and design choices of CBDCs that you can come up with or think about. We also bring in some of the unique cases and trying to explore them a bit more. For example, in the case of China, but also the sand dollar, right, in the Bahamas, which is pretty much, I think, until very recently, that was the only live CBDC beyond pilot states that is in China right now that's being used around the world. And more going back to identity, again, as I said, I'm doing a lot of work with the World Economic Forum. We issued a report around this identity and how pivotal it is, how it can encourage growth for any kind of digital finance development at any given country. And we have been following it in some of the news lately, just before the summer, where a European Union, the Commission kind of announced the plans around European digital identity and what that could mean for the development of the digital euro at the same time, right? How identity can be super transformative, digital identity infrastructure can be super transformative and a catalyst to digital finance growth. So this is one of the papers that we wrote, and another kind of piece of small research we did, again, as part of the World Economic Forum, thinking about, the idea of phygital, right? how our transition into COVID and out of COVID will affect how different assets, physical and digital, are valued, and how they can be combined together in order to tease out some of the value for customers within financial service. Specifically, that was co-authored with President of Infosys, Mohit Joshi, who's doing a lot of work in this space as well. So to wrap up, these are some of the research projects we do. There's a lot more underway. We have ambitious plans of attracting more people, establishing more collaborations. And it's a great privilege, obviously, to be in touch and work with and closely with the industry. And this is an ambition of mine that I had for quite a while now, to try and bridge more that gap between academia, bringing some of this meaningful work in front of policymakers, but also industry practitioners and fintech firms and financial institutions, to try and have an impact on the way they operate. And so since February last year, last academic year, since February this year, we started discussions with Innovate Finance on how we can try and bridge that gap through a kind of partnership. So we started some of these discussions with the previous CEO, Charlotte Crosswell, who now moved on to become the chair of OBIE, the Open Bank Implementation Entity in the UK, and continued on with Janine Hurst, the current CEO of Innovate Finance. And we're in a great place today to kind of announce formally this partnership, which is becoming a strategic academic partner of Innovate Finance, and being the academic institution in the UK that will try and kind of bridge that gap between academia and practice. So I'll be sitting at the strategy group of Innovate Finance, and trying to get a sense of more what are the key issues that the industry is facing right now, and how we can translate into research, but also what are some of the key research projects we have, research findings we have, and how these could make an impact onto the industry. So our purpose in bringing that and closing that gap is exactly where this partnership originates, where it comes from. It's also, I think, glad, obviously the career for review was mentioned a couple of times. It's a response to career for review in terms of retraining and upskilling, obviously, the entire industry. And this is, we're in a dual mission here at the University of Manchester. It's not just about research, but also education. We're developing a lot of education around FinTech at the moment, both for different kind of programs, our MBAs and MSCs, and also undergraduates. So these partnerships will also help with that, and bring some of this knowledge that we have in, and make it available to the industry, but also generally support FinTech growth through research and development, right? So this is very much, for those of you who have read the career for review, you will know that this is very much at the heart of the report and the findings from the report as well. So I think, that's about it in terms of our ambitious kind of research agenda, and also it's been a pleasure to conclude with this announcement. So if you want more information, we haven't figured out exactly the strategy yet on what are the particular topics we'll be focusing on, but I'd be more than happy to discuss with any of you. So again, just to encourage you to come and speak to our researchers, and also Rachel Kenyon is here from our engagement team. If you want to figure out ways on how to collaborate with the university in terms of research, and also would be more than happy to engage with you and see if any of these research is valuable to you, or you have a new research question in mind that you'd like to pick up with us, be more than happy to discuss. That's it. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Marcos. I'm sure everyone will agree that the breadth and the depth of the subjects that you just covered there is very impressive, and illustrates how interested the university is in this area. You touched on it there on the final slide about how you want to work more with industry. I guess an observation over recent months would be that the need to bring industry and academia together seems to be more and more pronounced, and the way that funding is being made available seems to reflect that. Is there anything you'd say around how important that is?
Yeah, absolutely. I think as Chris mentioned about the funding that's become available, I just want to say that, I mean, we can't make an informal announcement, but as Chris already mentioned, we have come down with a bid. So we're collaborating with University of Cambridge, the Alan Turing Institute, universities of UCL, and also University of Edinburgh. So we have our own bid, hoping to be part of this and establish the FinTech academic network, as we'd like to call it. But even because we've started the discussion with Innovate Finance way beyond the call that's being made available this year, we're going ahead with our plan in kind of pulling together academia and practice through our own kind of unique approach. But it's great to see that there is momentum. It's great to see that the UK government really wants to push forward some of these plans. And of course, we'll always be around to bid for these and take place in any of these activities. So.
Thank you, Marcos. Thank you. Right. Well done with the cameras there. Sorry, we went a bit off-piste and took it off to the side. I've got to say, I've been watching on Zoom as well as being here in the room, and doing a brilliant job with the camera work. Thank you. It's really slick. We're now going to, so I guess one of the things that's different about today is the fact it's a hybrid event. So our next speaker is Ravi Bala from the FCA, and Ravi's going to join us virtually. So it's hopefully about to appear on screen. I know he's live on the event. So if we can get Ravi up on screen now, then I'll formally introduce. Fingers crossed, everyone.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, brilliant. Right. I can't tell you how pleased I am to see you.
No, it's great to be here. So thank you for this.
Great. Over to you. You're live and coming through very clearly in the room here in Manchester.
Okay, great. Well, have we got the slides ready and available? Yeah, great. Thank you very much. Well, thank you for inviting the FCA, our Innovate team, to FinTech North Manchester. So this presentation aims to introduce who we are, why we exist, and how we operate. My name is Ravi Bala, and I am from the FCA. I am Head of Department for Innovate. So what is our purpose and why do we exist? If we move on to slide 2, we'll look to unpack that a bit more. So Innovate exists broadly for 4 reasons. So firstly, to learn about how innovation in the markets we regulate will give rise to opportunities and risks. Secondly, to stimulate and foster desirable innovation safely. Thirdly, to support the FCA in its digital and data-led transformation. And finally, to influence the domestic and global regulatory innovation agenda. The Innovate department has 5 functions. The first, our regulatory sandbox. Second, our direct support and advice unit. Third, our engagement with our domestic and international ecosystem through bilateral and multilateral agreements. Fourth, our AI thought leadership practice. And finally, a newly formed Innovate marketing, comms and change function. If we move over to slide 3, we'll then go back to really the beginning of Innovate and where it all started. So Project Innovate launched in 2014, and the remit and functions of what we now call Innovate have grown ever since. We recognise that innovation could be a positive driving force for effective competition in the interest of consumers. We firmly believe that the actions and words of a regulator can directly affect the level of innovation that is brought to the market. So this initiative began with an understanding that there was a need to help firms with innovative business models to operate and develop in the regulatory context. This is our service known as direct support, where we provide valuable, insightful and unique regulatory support to innovative firms. Direct support has received nearly 1,500 applications since its inception in 2014. Our direct support team, coupled with our engagement function, gave us an excellent and sound basis to proactively reach out and participate in the FinTech ecosystem. As our experience and understanding increased, we recognized a clear need to provide regulatory support to firms looking to test their innovations live in the market with real consumers, but on a controlled basis. So to deliver this, we added the regulatory sandbox to Innovate's offering, launching our first cohort in 2016. We are now on our 7th cohort with a total of 110 tests completed or in train or in train to date. So the regulatory sandbox seeks to provide firms with the ability to test products and services in a controlled environment, reduce time to market at potentially lower cost, support in identifying appropriate consumer protection safeguards to build into new products and services, and better access to finance through demonstration of the proposed innovation in a real-world context. The Global Financial Innovation Network, GFIN, is a good example of how we play a role in fostering collaboration and development of regulatory approaches beyond the UK. The FCA created GFIN in January 2019 with an initial group of 12 regulators, which has increased to 73 participants with a much broader commitment to supporting financial innovation in the interest of consumers. In the last year, the GFIN has been running a cross-border testing workstream, also known as the Global Sandbox, and invited applications from firms to test innovative financial products, service or business models across more than one country or jurisdiction. The GFIN received 38 applications from 23 participating regulators across 5 continents. This was the first time cross-border testing had been successfully achieved within the GFIN following a pilot we ran in 2019. It serves as a really good example of what can be achieved through the spirit of global collaboration. In terms of national and international engagement, we need to make sure that our regulatory framework supports a thriving and healthy fintech and innovation ecosystem in the UK. And this is something that doesn't happen in isolation. We work together with our regulators and stakeholders. That is why domestically, in recognising the importance of national connectivity, the FCA continues to directly engage with regional trade associations and leading representatives from across the industry through bilateral or multilateral engagements and membership of regulatory committees and working groups. Internationally to date, we have signed 13 cooperation agreements with overseas regulators. 8 of our cooperation agreements incorporate a referral mechanism for innovative businesses seeking to enter other markets. The Khalifa Review sets out our strategy and delivery plan to ensure that the UK can capitalise upon the opportunities that fintechs present. The FCA has welcomed the review and is committed to delivering a package of measures designed to support fintechs to scale up as part of its plans for Scalebox. This includes launching an always open regulatory sandbox that will be available on a rolling basis, clarifying the scope of qualifying propositions for the regulatory sandbox to ensure that as many firms as possible are able to access support, launching in conjunction with the City of London Corporation, the second phase of the Digital Sandbox pilot, inviting applications to test proof of concepts to solve sustainability and climate change financial challenges, and considering how to provide a one-stop shop for growth stage firms to dock in and easily navigate what sources of FCA support are available to them. The Digital Sandbox aims to support early stage innovation by providing access to a secure digital environment and synthetic data assets where products and services can be tested, validated, and showcased to the regulator and industry observers. We concluded our pilot cohort earlier this year, which supported 28 firms, having received 94 applications in total. The regulatory and digital sandboxes are designed to complement each other and will offer different services, tools, and features. Together, they enable us to broaden our support to a wider range of innovative firms, from early stage proof of concepts, development and thinking in the digital sandbox, to testing new products or services with consumers in the regulatory sandbox. The digital sandbox is also key to the FCA's sustainability and innovation agenda, which seeks to assist firms and regulators to overcome some challenges by supporting the development of new approaches and solutions in the area of sustainability and climate change. An example of this is our Green FinTech Challenge, which is a package of support measures for firms designed to help firms, startups, incumbents, and technology providers navigate regulation and support through live market testing that will aid the transition to a net zero economy. The scale box or high growth oversight considers how to provide a one-stop shop for growth stage firms to get extra supervisory engagement and easily navigate what sources of FCA support are available to them. We are currently holding industry roundtables to gauge feedback and insight on the challenges that scaling firms experience and how to improve regulatory interaction. And we are currently looking to launch a pilot for the scale box in the coming months, and we'll make an announcement on this in due course. If we move over to slide 4, we'll touch upon a number of the trends that we're seeing. So I won't talk through all of this, but in terms of continued digitalization of financial services, we are seeing a continued growth of digital first businesses, with fintechs experiencing further investment and particularly in the field of regtech gaining an important role as a result of COVID-19. Operational resilience, including cyber, COVID-19 has put an immense pressure on the technology capabilities of firms in terms of their operational resilience. Cybersecurity will become even more significant for institutions in the future as firms need to tackle challenges in shifting to cloud-based models. Open banking. Developments in open banking have largely centered around account information service providers rather than payment initiation service providers. In the future, there could be a shift in the balance as merchants seek quicker and cost-effective ways to manage payments. Incumbent fintech firms are making attempts to shift customers towards open banking payments, though it will take some time to see a significant change in consumer attitudes towards these type of payments. Big techs, crypto assets, and CBDCs. Big techs are making inroads in financial services offerings, whilst crypto assets are gaining regulatory and public attention. More attention is clearly being given to central bank digital currencies, and global testing of these new frameworks is being carried out. If we move over to on this within the slide onto ESG, we have observed a number of technology solutions emerging that tackle a range of ESG. For example, solutions to help industry to fill ESG-related data gaps, subtech solutions to support compliance with ESG-related regulatory developments, and consumer-facing technology that connects consumers with businesses or financial products that align with their social and environmental values. If we move over to slide 5, this really highlights the scale of our services. So in the 6 years since we've been been live, we've supported over 600 firms with our direct support. We have over 70 GFIN members, which is still growing fairly rapidly. We've supported 72 firms through our advice unit function, and we have supported over 150 firms through our cohort-based regulatory sandbox approach. If we move on to the next slide. I think the slide is about to load. Thank you very much. So it was the slide previous to that, slide 6. Okay, so in terms of this slide, we, in terms of focusing on becoming more of a digital and data-led regulator, we have made an increased effort to really focus on the value of our data and how does it benefit the FCA, but also the wider market. You know, we were the world's first regulator to bring about an innovation hub and a regulatory sandbox, and that direct market engagement gives us a fantastic level of insight into the market, which in due course we're looking to share through a range of bespoke customizable dashboards. And this really helps us to measure the impact that our function creates both internally and externally to the market. It also helps us seek to identify what the latest market trends are to ensure that we are staying proactive, and that really, are we on the cutting edge of innovation? Are we seeing the real cutting edge innovative business models coming through our firm facing services? And using that knowledge to inform FCA policy making and external engagement and risk mitigation, and also better data and digital capability to enhance our service offering through the data that we're generating. If we move on to the next slide, please. So we're going to unpack our firm facing services a bit more. So the FCA Innovate department started with an immediate recognition that firms with dynamic propositions wanting to launch a new or innovative product or service in the financial services required bespoke regulatory guidance. So this resulted in the creation of direct support. Direct support helps innovative firms answer regulatory questions and understands the FCA's regulatory regime and our expectations of firms who are seeking to provide financial services. Firms need to meet our eligibility criteria in 4 aspects. They are: the innovation needs to be groundbreaking or significantly different, not a tactical variation of an existing proposition. It should offer good prospects of consumer benefits directly or through increased competition. It's not designed to circumvent regulatory obligations. On background research, the firm should have made their best attempts to understand regulation. And last but not least, there is a real need for support as the product doesn't fit nicely into our existing regulatory framework. What we provide to firms are predominantly driven by their needs and can be broad. We help firms, including those from a tech background, who have a great idea to understand how regulation works, whether firms need to be authorized, answer a detailed and complicated query about the use of a particular technology or a new service that doesn't squarely fit into our existing regime, clear up perceived regulatory grey areas, and clarify the regulatory position of new ideas or new takes on existing business models that may not fit with our rules as they are written. If the innovative nature of what a business is doing means that it's not clear to them what regulatory activity they're undertaking, or they have questions on whether they are even doing a regulatory activity at all, then this is very much the kind of question that direct support can answer. We also provide high-level feedback and signposting to firms we reject. We provide questions to their business model and risks of harm they may introduce to consumers. Hence, we are adding value by preventing harm and steering firms to the right direction at an early stage of their business model. So direct support will not provide an exhaustive review of all the relevant rules or potential regulatory implications. It is important to highlight that it is ultimately the firm's responsibility to decide the activities they wish to undertake and to identify the regulatory permissions they will need. Direct support's role is to answer questions and clarify rules in relation to innovative business models, not to confirm what activities firms will be doing in their entirety. So the firms provided with regulatory support, indirect support, are diverse in many ways. So we provide support to different types and sizes of firms, including incumbents, banks, insurers, regtech firms, and startups. The sectors that the firms operate in are vast and range from retail banking, retail investments, consumer lending, insurance, and wholesale markets. There is also diversity and complexity in the business innovation models supported, which include DLT, blockchain, open banking, robo-advice, AI, machine learning, and data analytics, amongst others. We also recognise that fintech firms who are creating genuine innovative propositions in the financial services markets are largely non-regulated and may be navigating the regulations for the first time. Our data supports that there is a trend that unauthorized firms are receiving more innovative innovation support. This is an understandable trend, considering that the fintech and unregulated firms are utilizing existing new technologies such as open banking and digital ID in their propositions, largely for the first time in the financial services field. So since direct support was set up, and by the end of Q1 2021, we received nearly 1,500 requests for support, of which we've supported 560 of those firms. The number is increasing every week as direct support is open all year round on a rolling basis. On average, the team receives around 200 applications a year, and this seems relatively unaffected by COVID-19 or by Brexit. There have been around 45 applications to the team in the first quarter of 2021. Could we move over to the next slide, please, where we'll talk about our regulatory sandbox. And this really is a space to test new ideas with real consumers. Firms can use the data and insights gathered from their test to inform the further development of their models for when they come to roll out the model at a larger scale outside of the sandbox. The sandbox is open to authorized and unauthorized firms that are looking to deliver innovation in the UK financial services market. Firms in the sandbox will have a dedicated case officer and will get access to regulatory expertise. We appreciate that innovative businesses may not always fit neatly into our existing regulatory framework, so we help firms to better interpret our rules and reduce regulatory uncertainty for them. We closely oversee the test by working with firms to identify key risks to consumers and agree on bespoke safeguards. Sandbox gives us many market insights for policy around crypto assets and open banking, amongst many other emerging technologies. It is really important to be clear that the sandbox firms are not exempt from regulation. In fact, we do not think that that will be helpful, because when a firm then exits the sandbox, they may struggle to cope with regulations in the real world. However, we apply a degree of proportionality in terms of the rules and requirements which apply to them. The conversation we have with sandbox firms enables us to build a shared understanding of where flexibility might exist and where it doesn't. So therefore, we have a tailored authorization process for firms accepted into the sandbox. Any authorization will be restricted, most commonly around the number of consumers to be acquired. So this is where proportionality comes in, because a firm that sells its product to 200 customers for a 6-month testing period shouldn't be subject to the same level of requirement as a firm that sells, let's say, to 1 million customers on a long-term basis. Therefore, our approach is risk-based. At the end of the testing period, if a firm meets our threshold conditions and other relevant requirements, the restrictions can be lifted and the firm will be fully authorized. The sandbox helps the FCA achieve its competition objective by supporting more firms getting to market and driving better services or cheaper prices. But as well as supporting firms, the FCA benefits from running a sandbox. We are able to see how new technologies and innovations work in the market, what works well for consumers and what doesn't, what risks arise from new technologies, and what controls can be put in place to mitigate those risks. These insights can be shared with our colleagues in policy to help shape our view on policy questions, or with supervisors to flag any risks with different types of business models. Sandbox testing insights play a key role in the development of the FCA's policy work on crypto assets, open banking, and others. This sharing of insights is something that the regulatory sandbox team are very keen to do much more of going forward. We want to be more linked up with business to ensure that we reciprocate the value added by our colleagues, whom we rely on for support in assessing applicant firms and designing and overseeing sandbox tests. We also want to do a lot more insight sharing with the market so that our support provided to one firm that facilitates gathering of the market's insights can be shared widely and enable the market as a whole to move forward. And the Bank of International Settlements report into the FCA regulatory sandbox in November 2020 highlighted that sandbox funding and raised a higher average amount of funding by around 15%, as these results suggest that sandboxes could become a crucial policy tool for harvesting the benefits of financial innovation. If we move on to slide 8. Thank you. So the Financial Advice Markets Review, also known as FARMA, was launched by the FCA and the Treasury in August 2015. It looked at what we needed to be done to ensure that financial advice markets delivered affordable and accessible financial advice and guidance to everyone, particularly those who do not have significant wealth or income. FARMA noted the existence of an advice gap, i.e. a situation where consumers are unable to get advice and guidance they need at a price that they are willing to pay. The advice unit was set up in response to FARMA in May 2016 and expanded its scope in June 2017 so it focused on automated models looking to deliver lower cost investment advice or guidance in relation to investments, pensions, protection, general insurance, mortgages and debt counselling. It's open to applications from firms of all sizes, whether new startups or large firms, provided they meet our published eligibility criteria, which includes that the model must target unserved or underserved consumers. There needs to be a genuine consumer benefit from the model. Core elements of the customer journey need to be automated. The firm should have developed a clear proposal for its service and considered how the regulations will apply. The model must relate to one of the sectors covered by the advice unit. The firm must have questions about the application of FCA rules to the model. Some of the types of questions that firms ask the advice unit include, am I providing regulated advice? When does generic advice become regulated advice? What's the difference between regulated advice and a personal recommendation? Where can I find rules, guidance on suitability of advice in the area of investments, including pensions, on suitability reports, on advisor charging? What should I consider from a behavioral economics perspective when developing an automated advice model? If we move over to slide 9, please. So this slide illustrates the importance of domestic engagement that the FCA Innovate Department undertakes in order to capture insights and best practice and diffuse that across the FinTech ecosystem domestically to keep our world-leading reputation. FCA Innovate supports a range of Her Majesty's government departments domestically and internationally on topics related to financial services innovation. This includes support related to HMG's post-Brexit trade agenda, including free trade agreements, the Department of International Trade's FinTech bridges, cross-sectoral innovation collaboration with the Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy, and the implementation of the Khalifa Review. Alongside HMG, FCA Innovate also regularly participates in multiple industry-led FinTech bodies, some of whom are listed on this slide. Our involvement here helps facilitate engagement with senior representatives from across the industry and provide Innovate opportunities to share information on our various initiatives and gather feedback on work that the FCA has in progress. If we move on to slide 10, please.
Ravi, you could 1 more minute, please.
Okay, if we move on from this slide to the next slide. And just as you are loading that up, I'll just continue in the interest of time. So our always open regulatory sandbox has announced, yeah, that's that slide, thanks. We'll focus on the future direction of FCA Innovate. Has announced that the sandbox is now always open. We announced that on the 2nd of August, meaning that firms can apply at any time to test their products at whatever stage is right for them. Since its creation, we've operated on a cohort basis. But now we've made that decision to make it operate on a rolling basis, which really allows firms to access our sandbox at the right point in their development life cycle to maximize the developments of testing. We're also making a number of other changes, which includes ensuring that our firm-facing services have a digital-first experiences. So as part of this, we are redesigning our journeys with that digital first mindset. And this will enable us to gather more insight and information, enable us to provide a frictionless firm experience when applying to our services, and get an overall better experience throughout the journey, particularly with regards to sandbox tools and testing. Becoming more data-led in our approach, both internally and externally, which we've touched upon, and also delivering a digital and single point of entry, so that all three of our firm-facing services, direct support, advice unit, and regulatory sandbox, have a consistent front door experience for firms who apply. So it's clear in terms of discoverability, navigation, and usability. And finally, we're also refining our domestic and international engagement strategies to have more of an efficient and coordinated approach across regional, domestic, and international activities that allows us to better utilize that insight and intelligence across a range of fora that FCA engages in for the benefit of the FS ecosystem and UK consumers. On that note, I will end.
Ravi, thank you very much. Thanks, Ravi from the FCA. Great to have you with us. Sorry to cut you a little bit off there, but we're just running a few minutes behind, and we need to make sure that we keep all the other speaker slots included. But thank you for joining us today. It's always brilliant to have the FCA at our events. We've had them speak many times over the years, and your increasing support for the regions and also the FinTech ecosystem overall is really appreciated. So thanks, Ravi. Okay, thank you. We're going to, so through the morning so far, we have heard from, I guess, quite a few of the big picture speakers looking at the national scene, the international scene, policy, regulatory landscape. We're now going to start to sort of move into a phase where we're getting into some more specific subjects. I'd like to get Kimberly and the panel members to come and join us on stage. We've got one virtual panelist as well. We have the next 40 or so minutes to dedicated to a panel around FinTech in Manchester. It's not just going to be about FinTech in Manchester, it's going to be about a broader subject than that. Delighted to introduce the chair of this session, which is Kimberly Waldron. Kimberly is the MD of Skypilot, and also is the co-chair of the Manchester FinTech Committee, and is very involved in the local FinTech ecosystem, and indeed the national FinTech ecosystem. Kimberly, I'll let you take over.
Thank you. Let the panel take the seats. I think have we got Richard joining us on screen? He's there. Will he appear? He will appear. Good morning, everyone. I think we can agree that that's been a morning full of lots of information to take in, all positive. As Julian says, I'm really happy now to be able to close out the morning session with a conversation with some of the hearts and minds really leading the success that's starting to take place in the Manchester scene. And it's clear that we're on the up, which is great news for everybody in this room. Not only are we maintaining our position as the UK's FinTech city, number 2 FinTech city, according to Mambu's global FinTech ranking. We're now 34th in the world as a city and number 9th in Europe. So it's good news for us all. Just before I welcome the panelists, I just wanted to mention something that I think Rachel, you raised during our prep session for this, summarised very nicely that Manchester is successful because we think like a city, and I think that's true. And it's with that spirit in mind that I'm really delighted to take us to lunch with this panel. So I'd like to welcome Rachel Kenyon of the University of Manchester, who are kindly hosting us today. Rachel's Business Engagement Manager. Also have Vanessa Harding, Managing Director and Northwest Co-Leader at Accenture. Have David Smith, Chief Revenue Officer from Nevo. And joining us from his home. Hi Richard, you're very big on screen. We can all see you very well, which is great. So Richard's CEO and founder of Mojo Mortgages, one of Manchester's biggest FinTech success stories. So welcome everybody. Richard, if it's okay with you, I'd like you to open the panel for us with, tell us about what it's like. What's it been like starting, growing a FinTech in Manchester as somebody homegrown yourself?
Sure. First of all, thank you very much for having me, and apologies I can't be there in person. As soon as they told me I would be appearing on a much larger screen, if I came virtually, I decided that virtual was the way forward. So here I am today on a very big screen. I always knew I was destined for a big screen, as you know, David. Thank you so much for that kind introduction. My name is Richard Hayes. I founded a business called Mojo Mortgages, actually in Cheshire, just south of Manchester, although we recently announced our move into the city centre. We are a FinTech looking to kind of solve mortgages in a nutshell, but fundamentally our mission is to empower customers to make more confident mortgage decisions. And it's been a heck of a journey. We obviously launched the business 3 years ago, and in that time we've raised over £14 million and been acquired. So it's been a bit of a roller coaster. It's been an absolutely crazy ride, but a fun one, and one I guess made possible by the ecosystem that exists in and around Manchester. From our perspective, everything from kind of grassroots support to get off the ground, all the way through to funding, and kind of everything in between has been made possible by that kind of Manchester and Greater Manchester ecosystem. And so it's a huge honour to be representing Manchester, and we feel like we are representing Manchester because we spend a lot of time in London. We've been acquired by, well, an American business, but based in London as well. So to be kind of representing Manchester in the Northwest is super exciting, especially for somebody who's kind of born and bred in Manchester as well. So it's been a great journey, and like I said, I don't think possible without the amazing ecosystem that is Manchester.
Great, and could you perhaps just talk us through a couple of key milestones, you know, from hire one through to your first funding round? What was that experience like?
Chaotic, but fun. I think you know, when we started the business, we were very clear on our kind of focus of what we wanted to achieve, and I think that's always critical. I guess in terms of the milestones, we were very fortunate to raise capital very early, pre-revenue, and we were supported by two Manchester offices in Mercia and Maven, who invested in us out of their VC pots. So it was kind of Manchester born and bred, really, in terms of both its funding and its founding team. We raised some cash. We were also supported by an amazing business that we'd worked with in a previous organisation called Shepherd's Friendly, who are actually an insurance provider and a mutual society, and they also supported us in that early stage. It really was kind of a Manchester affair from the start. And we grew very, very quickly. We found product market fit very quickly, and started to scale the business. So over the course of the last 3 years, we're now a team of just under 70 people. Some of that scaling slowed down a little bit through COVID, but fundamentally it's actually been a really kind of positive period of time for us. So I think getting that initial funding off the ground, I think it's something that you hear a lot of Manchester FinTechs kind of struggling with, or talking about struggling with access to funding and things. I have to say that the Mojo experience was a positive one, that there was, we had the right kind of purpose and mission and founding team, and also kind of the right kind of idea about what we wanted to build as an organization. And I think that put us in a really, really strong position to go and raise capital. Yeah, we started to scale. Like I said, the period that we've just all been through was a genuinely positive one for Mojo. We made some changes. We moved to a fully remote model for our mortgage advisors. Partly to do with the pandemic, partly to do with the fact that it kind of made more sense for us to open that up to a kind of a UK-wide audience in terms of hiring. But a lot of our founding team and still, you know, we are still today hiring for people in and around that Manchester area. For lots of different reasons, but mainly just because people around here kick ass. We're surrounded by just an amazing bunch of super talented people with just unbelievable work ethic and attitude towards bringing things to life. So that's just been a huge part of our success to date. And I guess the final milestone is that in July we announced that we are being acquired by a business called RVU, who are the owners of Uswitch, Confused.com, and Money.co.uk, and they're part of a group of companies owned by Red Ventures, which also includes Zoopla Property Group. So an unbelievable opportunity for Mojo. We are genuinely only just getting started, but this acquisition just made so much sense to the business in terms of the ability to scale it exponentially now with the volume of traffic that exists within that group. So we're immensely excited to kind of kick on from here. We've still got plenty of work to do.
Great. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Great news. And perhaps we'll come back to the sort of a little bit more around the funding if we get a chance in this conversation, because I know that it's an important topic for a lot of the fintech businesses in the region. I'll come to you then next, David, if that's okay. If I can call you a young veteran of the Manchester fintech scene. Nevo, you know, you're now at Nevo. Prior to that, you were with another Manchester-based fintech startup. Went very successfully. Do you resonate with some of the things Richard's saying? What's your experience been like so far with joining startups and growing startups in Manchester?
Thanks, Kimberly. Well, it's good to be back here. I was back here in 2019 when the world was very different, and none of us were wearing masks, and we could drink beer and eat food and laugh and joke together. Richard, one question: is it got the heating back on?
It's just these Mac. I don't look bright red, but I can see that I look bright red in your cameras. I don't know what the hell's going on, but yes, I have got the heating back on. Thank goodness.
Good. I think the Manchester scene has been great. If you look at just Manchester in itself, it's been fantastic at reinvention. I know Richard's reinvented his business a few times along the line, and the fintech businesses that I've been involved in have reinvented themselves. If you look at, you know, Samsung reinvented itself. It was a grocer before it became a huge technology business. And I think that's one thing here in Manchester we are really good at. We spoke yesterday on the kind of warm-up call around, you know, what's the difference between here and London? And I made the comment that staff, you get sticky staff here and they seem embedded and part of the team. And again, if you're a young startup, that's really important, not to think that someone's going to join your business and 12 months down the line, go for a 10 or 20 grand pay rise because they can down south. However, that has changed. I was thinking about it last night, and that's changed slightly. I've had a number of conversations now in the kind of remote world where staff in London now have cottoned on to how fine Manchester really is, and that they can work over Zoom and maybe travel once or twice, and they're relocating to Manchester, which is fantastic, because we're getting an influx now of new talent that perhaps was in reverse before. You know, certainly up to 2019, good talent would seek to go down south because the money was there. And now that in 2021, 2022, I see that role reversing, where good talent will flood back into Manchester. But on the funding, yeah, I think I've got a neutral. It's been tough, but managed to get there in both businesses. Does that answer your question?
It does. I guess it's a recurring topic, isn't it? Do you need to go to London to get funding? You know, what's available around Manchester? So just keen to draw that out a little bit more, perhaps what your experience was like.
Yeah, and I was glad to see Richard mention, because I didn't know what he was going to say actually, and I was going to mention it if he didn't, around Shepherds and Maven and the support from Manchester businesses that he had in his business. And we've been the same with GP Bullhound just down the road as well, supporting us. So you don't need to go to London to get the funding. I think you do to discount them and maybe learn. Richard's been through an amazing process of learning how to sell your dream and sell your business and to excite funders. And there's a plethora, there's probably thousands of ideas that are pitched every single day. So to stand out isn't easy. Popping down to London and seeing funders down there, I would suggest is just a place to go and test and learn, and then come back to Manchester and meet with the guys up here and get your funding from here. Because I think another benefit from getting local funding is the involvement they can have in your business on a daily basis, and you can meet and you can chat and you can talk about stuff and you can learn. And I know you can do that over Zoom, but there's nothing better than getting someone in your boardroom to really help that's got an interest in the business.
Yeah, and you want that support going through the various sort of life events as a FinTech startup.
You do.
Yeah. Just picking up on what you said about skills, I'd just like to bring Rachel into the conversation. You're obviously hosting us here today in this beautiful hall. So what does it mean to the University of Manchester to be representing FinTech?
Yeah, good question, Kimberly. Why are we here at a university talking about FinTech and not somewhere else? So, I mean, it's been said before, it's said earlier by my colleague Marcos and by Nancy this morning, the university loves to work with businesses, with non-academic institutions. Academics want a problem to solve. Businesses have challenges, and we want to work with businesses to help address those challenges through our research, so that our research expertise is going to have real impact on the world. So FinTech is something that we realized 5 years ago was a really growing, the word ecosystems we mentioned a lot already, a real growing ecosystem in Manchester. And that caused us to look internally at, well, what academics do we have that are doing projects that could be described as FinTech? And even though they might not have used that word, especially 5 or 6 years ago, there was quite a lot of it. Of course, now we have a focused team who are here today, but we really wanted to see how is it happening in Manchester and how can we get involved in that and not just feed into our research so that we're learning from the world outside, that to inform our research projects and apply them with our partners. It does also, because you mentioned skills, and I haven't responded on that, it feeds into our teaching so that we're teaching students the latest knowledge based on this applied research projects that we'll do with partners in the real world, as it were. We don't say that to academics, but
yeah. And we can't sort of we can't fail to mention the Khalifa review this year, and one of the key points in that was skills development, either sort of retraining or grassroots skills up into the financial technology space. Personally, what's your role in sort of linking academia and industry?
So I am part of the university's business engagement and knowledge exchange team. That's fairly self-explanatory. What we do, I describe it as the front door to the uni. We are your way in if you're looking for some academic expertise, you want to find out, maybe it's you want to recruit our graduates. I always say we don't do any of the real work. We're not the experts in anything. That's what our academic colleagues do. We don't do the grant writing. We've got people that do that. We don't do with the spin outs. We've got a subsidiary that does that. But what we do is we know what's happening where, and we can signpost you to whatever you're looking for. And if collaborative research projects are something you're interested in, we talk to you as businesses and have those initial meetings and ask the questions to find out what is it you're trying to do? Does that align with our academic interests and projects that are ongoing? And we can advise on what mechanisms you might undertake and what funding might be available to get those projects set up with us. And I have to mention, if you want to know about that, I have a team of my colleagues who are sat downstairs in committee room B, And since I've asked them to rearrange their day to sit in there and work and be available for people to go and ask about this stuff, it would be lovely if people did visit them and they don't feel that they've wasted their time. So you can pop down, obviously I'm not trying to encourage you to depart from the main conference sessions, but you can pop down just for 5 minutes, get a quick overview from them, leave your details, and we can get back to you to set up a more a longer meeting in a few weeks' time. So do go and visit them. And if you're online, there is a Zoom link as well, so you can also visit them virtually. It's in the social media feeds.
Thank you. I think we're very fortunate to have an institution like the University of Manchester taking such a role in FinTech. I think we're already working with Marcos on a project, one of our clients, very small project, but even so, it's great to be able to bring in that way of thinking into sort of thought leadership that's taking place in the space. Finally, I'm going to bring Vanessa into the conversation now. Thank you for sitting and listening to the others. But I think it's great to have a business like Accenture sat on the panel alongside FinTechs and also the University of Manchester. So it'd be good to hear from you, in your role, what is the greatest opportunity for the FinTech scene in Manchester, from startups to scale-ups, and why is Accenture now focusing in this region?
Thank you, great question. I think from our perspective, Manchester really brings that kind of melting pot of all the key ingredients together. It's that the innovation and ecosystem that's sitting in the city centre already, and that we can see right the way back from the Industrial Revolution coming through with all the different innovations. The university is also driven through to the fact that we've got the full kind of breadth and diversity of the financial services industry based in this region, unlike other kind of regions where you might have more of a kind of back office presence, etc. And then the universities playing such a key role, not just in terms of talent, but in terms of partnership as well, for both organisations like Accenture, but also the FinTechs themselves. And I think for us, that really brings us to wanting to prioritise our focus into this region and really start to drive growth with the different organisations that we can work with for our clients and for the FinTechs, because we're looking to really differentiate how we play a key role here, as opposed to historically perhaps being very London-centric. We're an American company, but very London and Dublin orientated from a UKI perspective, but we're now really starting to shift our focus away to make sure that we're covering the whole of the UK in terms of tapping into talent and servicing our clients where they work.
And what there's collaboration or co-opetition, as it's called, between the big corporates and sort of smaller or emerging technology businesses like FinTechs. What does true collaboration really look like? When should a FinTech start to engage with a business like Accenture?
There's a few different ways that we collaborate with FinTechs. One of the other activities I'm actually doing today is running our interview day for our FinTech Innovation Lab. So we're actually focused on the sustainability and green finance workstream today. So 8 different FinTechs from around the UK and actually into Europe are pitching for a spot in that lab, which kicks off next year, where there will be lots of that coaching that we talked to there in terms of how do you actually differentiate your pitch, make sure you know your market proposition, make sure that we're then bringing you in the connections. We've got 40 plus mentors from different client organisations that will be there to provide coaching and guidance. And I think the crux of it really is, how do you ensure that you're able to find that differentiating factor that means your proposition is going to have an impact and going to be able to scale, and that you're not trying to duplicate and replicate something that actually a large bank is already leaning in towards. Linked to that as well, it doesn't have to be through our lab, but we also look to how we can use and work with FinTechs in terms of really driving, creating innovation. I was involved recently with a really exciting proposition between NatWest and Kogo in terms of launching their carbon footprint tracker, which even got publicity up at COP26. And it was just a really great example of how the big banks, FinTech, and kind of the corporates that support those organisations can come together to have a real impact in everyday life.
Yeah. And I think it was touched upon in one of the earlier sessions how important sort of defining or aligning to an ESG agenda is. Is that something that you support FinTechs with?
Absolutely. Like I say, today's FinTech Innovation Lab interview day for us is all about green finance and sustainability. And I think there's one topic we're finding is on the agenda for every single CEO, and that's climate change right now off the back of COP26. There's no getting away from that topic, and it's incumbent on all large organisations to really get involved and start to work out how to pivot their organisation to that agenda. And I don't think from a financial services perspective, we can get away from that being absolutely incumbent on this industry to support that shift. So really kind of making that kind of connection in terms of your purpose is going to be absolutely key over the next few years. And I think we've been drawing parallels between the drive to digitalisation as the shift that's going to be over the next 10 years for sustainability. And the same lessons are going to be learned or need to be learned in terms of ensuring that that sits at the core of your business and not just a plug into the operations.
Yeah, and as Chris touched on earlier, there's lots of funding out there. It's a good time for funding, but a lot of investors are looking to invest for impact. So I guess it couldn't be more important. Coming back to Richard, you know, you mentioned again on our prep call that you really feel part of the Manchester community. What's Mojo's relationship been like with the local business, local education community? What's your relationship been?
I mean, a positive one in the main. I think, you know, it's just a hugely supportive ecosystem, and we've definitely felt that. Am I frozen?
You've frozen a little. Okay.
It's not a bad face.
It's not a bad face. No, you froze in a good way.
Ventriloquist.
You're back.
Ah, cool. I can hear you guys the whole time. I don't know what's going on. Sorry. Yeah, no, I mean, from our perspective, we felt support from almost every avenue, and I think that's been the main kind of thing, you know, that would sum up our relationship with that community is just support. And you know, we haven't taken up every offer that's come our way, but you know, that kind of feeling of support, certainly when you're starting a business from the ground up, just fills you with immense confidence, right? And that's been everything from some of the, you know, the huge incumbents that kind of recognize that it's important to nurture and bring up startups, all the way through to small businesses who just empathize with the journey that you're on. But really, you know, and you know, I'm stealing David's line here, but you know, really it is about the people. You know, the access to people has been spectacular, and their kind of willingness to get behind a purpose has been really, really great. And I think that's the one driving thing that's had such an amazing impact on our business. The people, their willingness to just get behind a mission and just go and execute. And that's the great thing about Manchester. We execute. We understand the importance of getting shit done, and that's what's such a great thing about our community. And yeah, it's been the driving force behind the success that's come our way.
Right, and I think we are here to celebrate the successes we've all had as a FinTech community in this region. So, you know, David, have you got anyone you admire, any FinTech-based businesses that you'd like to highlight that you've admired or watched over the last few years?
Well, I definitely won't say Richard, because that'd be too blokey together. But I do admire Richard's business. I've been involved in one way or another with Richard's business for, oh gosh, probably maybe nearly a decade now. I don't know how long ago it was in that small shed in Macclesfield when we first met. Probably not far off a decade, but I've got two. Can I go with two? Is that all right?
Yeah.
Do you mind?
No, not at all.
So someone I really do admire, and there is a Manchester link, and there's a FinTech link, is what Martin Lewis did. Now, Martin Lewis is a Manchester lad. He was born in Manchester. And how he's been a consumer champion and helped the average man in the street understand financial services, understand products, and led some of the campaigns against big corporates. You know, bank charge fees when we were all claiming back 20 quid because we were charged £25 for checks bouncing, etc. If you're too young, ask someone what a check is. And I think what Martin Lewis has done is really good for financial services and the average man in the street. And the FCA guy was speaking earlier. I'd probably take issue that they've got, they're probably on my naughty list, really. I can say that because I'm not regulated. Martin Lewis on the good list, FCA on my naughty list. But then more close to home in a real fintech space, I think what Andy Bell's done at AJ Bell. Andy's business, we talk about reinvention. Andy was an actuary and started in pensions and actuarial services. Again, I'm old enough to go way back 20, 25 years to when Andy was sat in a room with paper and calculators and pencils, and now to have grown that business to become a real fintech stalwart of Manchester. And I drive past the stadium with the sponsorship of Salford City Rugby Club and what they've done. And again, they support the average man in what they do at AJ Bell, the SIPs and the pension plans and ISA plans and saving plans and online. It's aimed at the masses and not at the affluent. And I really do admire what both those, Martin and Andy, have done.
Great, thank you. And hopefully we're going to, a few years to come, we'll have some people in this room that are going to be presenting after lunch. Will join the list of admirable fintechs. I'm sure they will. Coming back to Rachel, it'd be interesting to, you've worked in financial services, inside and outside of academia. Have you seen the relationships changing? I mean, it feels positive today, even the fact that we're here, but how has the relationship changed and evolved?
Yeah, definitely. So I used to work at Co-op Asset Management. So I was sort of in the finance industry for a bit before I worked here. And I think that's why when FinTech started to become a thing, it came to me within the business engagement team to go, what's FinTech? What is it? Can you look into that? And that's where I've kind of coordinated internally and grown FinTech as a theme that the university is really interested in. When I was at Co-op Asset Management, when I was working in finance, FinTech wasn't a phrase that had even appeared. The changes had started to happen, but FinTech as a term came a lot later. So it's difficult to compare from that. But certainly over the last 5 years, we've seen a real growth in interest and of building a community. I know that's a word that's been used a few times already today, but there is quite a community in FinTech in general, but we especially see it here in Greater Manchester and the Northwest. We're also getting more awareness from companies that organisations like universities are open to collaborating. I think there's generally it's seen as something that the big companies do. That's what Unilever and Siemens do. They work with universities because they do engineering and that kind of thing. But the awareness that actually you might be an SME working in FinTech, but you can come and have a conversation with the university and they might do something interesting for you. And that's something that's we've seen a shift in, possibly because we've been hosting this conference for the 4 times it's happened. But yeah, we're seeing that collegiate community thing.
Great. And Vanessa, what can, well, I'll ask the question both ways. What can larger organizations do to get more involved with regional FinTech, and equally what can FinTechs do to seek out and to get more involved with possible larger businesses that can support them?
I think a little bit, I'd love to hear the feedback from this audience and this group in terms of how we can do that job better, because I think it is something that is starting to happen, and you see some really good examples coming through from kind of Barclays Eagle Lab and the NatWest Accelerator in terms of ways that they are trying to get out there and engage with this community and work closely to kind of create innovative solutions. But not all large financial services providers are doing that. I think the innovation arms of large financial services organizations are often quite nascent in many examples, or not completely hooked into the core strategy of the organization. And I'd really like to see that evolve so that actually the innovation that's brought through the FinTech ecosystem can really start to disrupt how banking operates and how the wider financial services ecosystem plays out. So we'd love to kind of really engage more closely with FinTechs across Manchester. We, like I said, we've got an innovation lab, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's the only route in. We collaborate quite closely on different client opportunities in particular, to really try and find ways that we can scale the impact that a fintech's trying to do. So in the first instance, reach out and please do get in touch. We are now based in the city centre. We're fundamentally changing how we operate up in the northwest, and we're looking to engage into Manchester in a different way.
Yeah. Great. How are we doing time-wise? Are we 5 minutes? Great. So I think a question maybe to you all, but starting today with David, why is it so relevant now? We've touched on a few points, positive points about fintech globally and Manchester, but why now? It feels like there's a movement, even more of a movement in Manchester.
Thanks for mixing it up. Your last, Richard. Well, he's not frozen.
Oh, no. I've got another question for you.
Oh, well, maybe I'm going to answer the next question that you're going to ask, because the computer was invented here. Yeah. I don't know which room, maybe this building. Across the road. So the computer in 1948 was invented here in Manchester, across the road. Thank you. Which, if you think of that, and then if you think of 60 odd years forward, now what was 63 years forward? And we're talking about trying to make Manchester a fintech hub. Mm-hmm. If I can be critical, Manchester's done well at maybe making itself famous for a sporting hub. I think the Commonwealth Games did the region a wealth of good, and we've got two great academies over at City and United, and we've got the Aquatic Centre and the BMX Centre and Velodrome, etc. And we're probably known as a really good sporting hub. Salford has done an amazing job at becoming a media hub. Mm. And that's happened in the last decade or so. Yet in 1948, the computer, based on what we're talking about here, fintech, was invented here in Manchester, and we're still not seen. I don't think anyone would say Manchester's a technology hub, and it really should be. So might be a little bit late, but I think we need to pull our socks up and give ourselves a bit of a stern word in the mirror and say, come on, we invented the bloody thing, so let's be known as the hub for fintech here in Manchester, and we can do it.
Yeah, I think we can. Any comments from Vanessa and Rachel on the same? Why now? Why is the conversation so important?
I think almost a cliche now to say COVID-19 has accelerated a lot of the kind of digitization of how we all live and operate, and our expectations are now that we can do everything online, and that is quite clearly impacting banking. And I think from a Manchester perspective, why now is we can't not let Manchester be part of that kind of levelling up agenda and the recovery from COVID. It's absolutely key that we bring that through into the Manchester region. And technology, as you've said, is absolutely a forte of this region, and the collaboration around that. Mm-hmm. And you do see the big players, AWS, Microsoft and co are coming into the region. And I think we need to work out how to really not just make them, again, outposts of their London centres, but really kind of work out how to engage them into the local community as well, into that ecosystem.
Yeah, really important.
Yeah, even before pandemic, we'd started to see a shift of businesses really establishing Manchester offices, and some of it did start with just some back office functions, as well as fintech. I've looked after the legal tech theme, which kind of runs in parallel. We do a lot with law firms, and some of the big firms, they set up a back office in Manchester a few years ago, and then they've really grown them. Freshfields now has their global hub here in Manchester. So there has been that move towards having more of the word again, community of activity here in Manchester. GCHQ as well, moving here, because a lot of this is linked to kind of the digital trust and security. FinTech, that's at the heart of it. How will people use it? How will people trust it? How are we managing people's data and financial transactions? So them shifting up here as well is another sign that it's all happening in Manchester.
Just feel like we're building a little bit of a head of steam, which is great. And then Richard, coming back to you, perhaps to close out the panel, just any advice for fintechs in the room, any advice for the presenters we're going to hear from this afternoon in the showcase? Any advice when starting a fintech out of Manchester?
Sure, yeah. First of all, I mean, I think region has become less of a hindrance over the last 2 years, and I think that's a help for everybody. With everybody said, you can jump on a Zoom, or you can kind of get things done now without having to be there in person. This is a perfect example of that. However, crazy it is constantly staring at me on a great big screen today, but apart from that, and so from my perspective, in terms of the advice that I would give, it's to be so clear about what it is that you're trying to achieve as a business. Very, very clear about your market, very clear about how your proposition is going to really solve a problem for customers, whether they be businesses or whether they be general consumers, and an ability to be able to articulate that with a sense of passion, I think, has been certainly the thing that's helped Mojo along the way over the last few years. We've genuinely, as a team, cared about the problems that we're solving, and we've also got into the detail. And I think that certainly from a fundraising perspective, but also just from a getting off the ground perspective, really being passionate about the problem that you're solving, and being able to really clearly articulate the market, the solution, your direction of travel, is absolutely critical. And then often they're seen as cliches, but really understanding and measuring your business's success versus, say, product market fit, things like that is absolutely critical. There's some fantastic metrics out there to determine whether you've genuinely found product market fit, and really testing your business. I read an interesting article just the other day where literally an early stage businesses was literally just asking their customers every single month, how upset would you be if this business didn't exist anymore? And if 75% of people or less are kind of saying, well, yeah, we wouldn't be bothered, then you've not found that fit. So don't be afraid to really challenge whether what you're doing is right, because to David's point, if it isn't quite right, it's not the end of the world. It just means you need to pivot. It means you need to consider a new approach to the problem that you're so passionate about solving. And so keep an open mind, be ready to pivot, and make sure that you've got the detail, and furthermore, and I think most importantly, be really passionate about the problem that is you're trying to solve, and that will really come through when you need the support of the wider community to get things off the ground.
Great, thank you. And I think we'll all agree that if it's passion, Manchester can do that. Manchester-based businesses can do that. And just a couple of closing comments from me. Thank you to the panel as well. But I was here in 2018, I think, at the first Manchester FinTech North conference. And I don't know, it feels like we're getting a little bit more confidence as a region, and it feels like that is starting to allow our real grit and determination and skill set as Manchester-based businesses to come out. And I know that you're going to hear more from startups like Pollen Pay, Hyder, and Financial this afternoon as part of the showcase, and that Manchester spirit is really starting to come out in young business. I'm really pleased to see it. So I think that's, thank you again to the panel. I hope everyone's enjoyed listening, and I think that takes us to lunch.
Thanks, Kimberly, and thanks to all our panel there as well. A massive thanks to Vanessa and Andrew at the team at Infinity Works, part of Accenture, for sponsoring that panel and supporting the conference in general. Guys, we've run over and we've got everything else kicking off again at 1 o'clock. So please, can I just encourage everybody to help themselves to lunch and refreshments at the back of the room. Also like to put a polite reminder in there about the university's engagement room in committee room B beneath the conference hall. So if anybody wants to pick up with Rachel and her team about some of the points she made around engagement with the uni, then please do so. Yeah, thanks a lot. See you all again at 1 o'clock. Just another note as well, anybody who left their coats downstairs, that's been moved to the back of the room.
Okay, we'll make a start. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you enjoyed the lunch. A little bit shorter than planned after we ran over slightly this morning, but those of you that are still lingering at the back, please feel free to come and grab a seat. We're now going to have a panel on financial inclusion. This panel is kindly sponsored by OpenMoney. This panel was due to be chaired by Anthony Morrow from OpenMoney, but unfortunately Anthony's not able to make it, so I'm stepping in. I'm going to facilitate the discussion. I'm going to introduce our panelists. We've got 4 panelists here with us in the studio, so to speak, and then we're also joined by 1 panelist electronically. So I'm going to get the panelists to introduce themselves briefly, but joining us online, we've got Gemma from Interactive Investor. With us here in Manchester, we've got Richard Carter from EQ Credit Services. Richard's also a member of the FinTech North Advisory Board. We've got Vicky from Auden. We've got Laura from Financial, and we've also got Ashley from OpenMoney. I'm going to ask them all to introduce themselves, and at the start of the session, I'm going to ask them to just share a little bit of information about what their organisation does and why there's a particular interest in financial inclusion. We will have a roaming mic in this session. If you want to ask any questions, just put your hand up and we'll come to you with the mic. Those of you who are watching us online on Zoom, if you want to use the Q&A function, I have got that open here and I'll be able to see any questions that come in. So on with the show. Ashley, we'll start with you as our first. If you wouldn't mind introducing yourself, seeing as you're on the far side, would you like to just explain a little bit about yourself, OpenMoney, and the interest that you have in this area?
Yeah, no problem at all. Can you hear me, everybody?
Just to get a bit closer to that mic.
So my name is Ashley Eyre. I'm with OpenMoney. Have been with OpenMoney for the duration of 30 days. So I'm new to OpenMoney. Stood in for Anthony because he's been called into a meeting all day. I run the compliance team at OpenMoney, so I look at everything from a compliance perspective. I know I don't look it. I know I like to think I only look 25, but I've actually been in financial services for 33 years. 33 years of that has been in the traditional IFA market. So FinTech is very new to myself as well. I think it's really, really exciting, and that's not just me coming out with corporate talk. I do think it's an exciting time to be in it. It's very new in comparison to the 33 years I've been in financial services. I'm not sure what everybody's understanding of RDR is. So in RDR in 2012, pretty much the banks pulled out of the financial services regulatory advisory market. And what that created was a massive gap for millions of people who can't get advice easily. An average IFA only really wants to take funds under management somewhere in the region of, I read a report the other day, of 114,000 is the average balance that they want to consider it, where they start making money and they see it as a viable proposition. OpenMoney look at taking advice from clients, and you can invest from £1 upwards. So we're in a completely different marketplace. We offer robo advice. We offer, that's the primary business, but you can also jump off the robo advice either as a client, and you can choose to speak to a human, or we've built the technology in such a way that we can stop the client going down the robo advice if there's certain trigger points throughout the process that they're not suitable for robo advice, if they don't have sufficient experience, if they're a vulnerable client. We've got to take all of the treating customers fairly into consideration. So it's a great journey from robo-advice, because stereotypical Joe Bloggs who would have gone to the bank years ago can no longer do that. But now, if they're nervous about getting advice and speaking to an IFA, and they don't have the 114,000 assets under management that and they don't want to be turned down by an IFA, then we've got a proposition for them.
Well, thank you. Yeah, that's a real a well-identified gap in the market that you guys are filling. Laura, let's hear from you, and then we'll go to Gemma on the screen, and then Vicky and Richard.
Sure. So I'm Laura. I'm co-founder of a financial wellness app called Financial. It's 4 weeks old. If anyone wants to download it, it's free and in both app stores, so it helps with our metrics. And it helps people take control of their finances and feel financially well. And it's designed in a very similar ethos to OpenMoney. You know, we speak to Anthony quite a bit about their journey, that there is a gap in financial understanding and strategy. So I think David earlier mentioned Martin Lewis. Martin Lewis is an amazing figure. It's also overwhelming. His content, his website is overwhelming. If you want to have a strategy and a plan to follow, it's really hard to navigate. If you want to find the cheapest ISA in an isolated incident, then that's great. But where do people go when they want a plan? So we built the Couch to 5K for money. So people follow our step-by-step guide, and it takes them on a journey through 3 stages: survive, build, and grow. It helps them to get rid of consumer debt. It helps them to build emergency funds, and it teaches them about, eventually, when you've got really strong foundations, investing is a really good way to look after yourself for the future, especially via pensions. The number of people in our community that didn't know about a lifetime ISA, where it's free money from the government if you are saving for a house, or they didn't know that there's a top up from the government when it comes to pension contributions separate from your employer. People just don't understand this stuff. And so we thought, let's build a community first. So we've got a really strong community, and let's help them with this plan to get them to the point where they feel financially well. And we're female focused. That was unintentional at the start, but women are behind in every area of finance, literacy, pay, wealth, and that, you know, the world is a better place when everyone has more money, especially women. But we have 20% male users as well. So we'll be sharing more, because we're part of the showcase later. We're one of the Manchester startups, but really, really privileged to be on this panel today, because financial inclusion is literally why we exist.
Brilliant. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to introduce Gemma now. Gemma, hi. We can see you, so I hope we can hear you as well.
Hi, can you hear me well?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Right.
Would you like to introduce yourself? Thank you.
Sure. So I head up the PR at Interactive Investor, which is Manchester headquartered and is the UK's second largest DIY investment platform for private investors. So we've got 400,000 customers, about 120,000 of those are female. And around 55 billion assets under management. The wealth gap, we've all talked about, it's gaping. The advice gap is huge and growing. And financial education is something really close to our hearts, something that we've been lobbying the government for many years. We've got a really packed curriculum, you know, for teachers. And it's very hard to get financial education on the curriculum. The levelling up agenda that the government is championing at the moment, there is a very good opportunity to put financial education back on the curriculum. So we're going to be making some more noise about that quite soon. And we run the annual Personal Finance Teacher of the Year Award. And in fact, this year's winners are going to be announced next week. And what we find with those awards is that the schools that tend to champion personal finance education are often the schools in the most deprived areas, because they know how important it is. The question is making it, you know, finding room on the curriculum. So we're very involved in that. Obviously, our customers tend to be highly engaged. We do have tools to help them. So we have, you know, various rated lists and model portfolios, but it all has to start with financial education, and better financial education helps everyone, whether they're taking advice, whether they're doing it themselves, or whether they're going for more of a hybrid approach. So we're doing an awful lot there, and also a lot more generally on engagement too. Engaged investors, are better educated investors. We switched on all of our customers this month so that they all get information about voting. That's been a big campaign we've been running this year, and I think, you know, when we're seeing so many climate votes now, so many votes are climate related, I think it's capturing more and more people's attentions, which is a good thing.
Brilliant, thank you, and great to hear all the support that such an established brand and organisation is giving to try and enhance financial education. Thanks, Gemma. We'll be back to you. You'll be a fun screen in the meantime. Enjoy that cup of tea. Vicky, would you like to introduce yourself, please?
Yeah, absolutely. So I don't have 33 or 30 odd years in financial services. I've got a slightly more eclectic background. 21 years actually the military, culminating in running a helicopter base, and I subsequently went on to set up what became the Invictus Games, and then became the chief executive of that, and then found myself here in Auden. And the reason I got involved originally was actually because I feel really passionate about creating financial inclusion, particularly having come from a military background, and particularly having seen what happened to veterans when effectively they fell by the wayside or they were injured. It was really important to me to bring them back onto the scene and highlight effectively what that exclusion was doing. So we've set up Auden. Auden is very much about creating financial capability and resilience. And we're probably starting, no doubt about it, in the hardest place, and that's short-term lending. What we're trying to do is effectively take our customer base on a journey by creating an opportunity to access affordable credit, but lending to them in a socially responsible way, taking them on a journey whereby we can also offer them products and services and help them to navigate and take them hopefully from probably not such a great place into a place where they're not dependent on short-term lending, through the whole piece of educating, hopefully changing behavior and getting them to perform better and with money in general. So that's it. And Auden's mission really is to help contribute towards financial inclusion and it's fantastic that we're seeing FinTech really stepping up in this space.
Brilliant. Thank you. Thank you very much. Great to have you with us today. Richard, last but not least.
Thanks so much. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Richard Carter. Until the middle of this year, I was Managing Director of Equinity Credit Services, which is the UK's largest provider of loan management technology. I've been providing solutions to the UK lending market for almost 30 years now. And as part of that, I also ran a debt collection business about 10, 15 years ago. So debt collection and debt management, dealing with people who've got significant financial problems. And one of the things that occurred to me when I was doing that was that there are a number of people there that really you just wanted to take to one side and say, look, unless you deal with this problem that you've got in front of you, this idyllic dream that you may have of 2.4 kids, dog, Volvo or Tesla, as it probably is now, and your own house, it's just not going to happen because you've got a lack of financial education because frankly the state system doesn't provide that. You found yourself in this situation and you need to find a way out of it. Now the problem, of course, 10, 15 years ago was that technology wasn't as pervasive as it is now and people can get access to that kind of information. And so it kind of nagged away in my mind, and certainly for the last 10 years I've been trying to figure out how I could help facilitate that. Now clearly the rise of these things, for good or for bad, have allowed more information to be disseminated. Again, in some cases it's good, in other cases it's maybe not so good. But also it's driven the rise of a whole variety of different organizations, such as I guess some of my colleagues on the panel here and some of the people that we'll hear later. So when I stepped back from running Equinity earlier this year, that's allowed me to free up more of my time to do more angel investing, which I've done in a number of FinTech organizations that have got a defined social purpose, ideally to solve issues around financial exclusion, the poverty premium, and ultimately try and make the world a better place. So I'm not representing a single organization here. I'm really just talking from an investor's perspective.
Great, many thanks. Okay, so I'm going to provide a few prompts for the panel, but I do want this to be quite an open panel. So I know this can be quite an emotive topic that can have people can have some great input to give. So please do put your hands up if you want to ask any questions. Maybe, so I guess we've covered a little bit as we go, as we've been around our speakers around the financial inclusion opportunity in order to help people manage their money better in terms of savings and investments. And then also there's the borrowing money side of things. So I want to start with the borrowing if we can, and particularly the buy now, pay later side of things, which is often seen as a double-edged sword for people in terms of financial inclusion. It's a great way to be able to put a fix in place quickly if you need to access some short-term funding where you need to spread the cost of things, but then also it gives people a debt to manage, which they may or may not be in the position to be able to do. So maybe, Richard, I'll start with you again, because you created a lot of the technology that what was originally the sort of short-term lending, payday lending space. What's the journey that you've seen the sector go on in terms of short-term lending and installment credit, buy now, pay later? What the phrases?
It's dramatic, isn't it? Everywhere you look these days, there's buy now, pay later platforms rising, and whenever you're checking out, you see a whole plethora of different ones that you can use at different points. Clearly, the regulator and the press, because one kind of follows the other, have a jaundiced view of where buy now, pay later is, because there's a significant risk of consumer harm through that, and it's very easy to go and buy some things, and then in a consumerist society, then find yourself saddled with a huge amount of debt that you've then got to deal with for a number of years thereafter if you're not careful. So I think that's a situation that's existed for decades in the UK. That problem has existed for decades. So you go back to the 60s when Barclaycard launched the first credit card. There was similar concern at that point about, well, actually, in the 60s and 70s and I guess early part of the 80s, if you wanted to buy something, you saved up for it and you bought it. You didn't buy things on the tick or the never never, as it was called in different places. And then progressively, as technologies become available, you've seen lending providers allowing you to have a telephone conversation for a loan application, and you get the cash maybe 10 days later through the banking network after the documents being posted to you. Then have payday lenders coming to the marketplace with instant approvals, cash within the hour, but typically within the day. And then that kind of technology has moved on into other markets as well. So normal traditional installment lenders now, as you were all sitting here, from the time that we started this session, you could have applied for a loan, and by the time you get out, you could have had the cash in your account for maybe £5,000. So technology has driven a lot of that. And in some cases, particularly in the buy now, pay later space, the regulation hasn't quite caught up with it, because those lenders currently sit outside of the FCA's obligation.
Thank you. And then I guess, Vicky, this maybe is one for you to pick up on, because you also mentioned buy now, pay later, short-term credit in your intro. And you're dealing with a demographic that have come through quite a structured environment and are then coming into a fairly unstructured environment in terms of the sort of coming back into the workplace. A lot of the buy now, pay later providers will say that they can improve conversion, can enhance the performance of retailers in terms of the amount that they sell. On the flip side of that coin, you'd ask whether that's a good thing or not from a consumer's point of view. What are your perspectives?
It's really interesting because we're working on we've got an audience of about 500 customers who are comfortable with credit. So we're very much doing a bottom-up approach where we're understanding what the consumers want and what they need, and what will help them effectively get the capability, but also become more financially resilient. And what we've learned through that process is actually when they come to the site, for example, to lend the money, if we say no, then they go through a journey. Probably the initial reaction is frustration, but ultimately they may find that they came on impulse to start with, and that we do see some of that. So I think that the impulse piece can be quite dangerous, because the stopping them thinking about it and then seeing if we can find an alternative solution is a good way. But ultimately, it comes down to what was the purchase they were intending to get. If it was essential, and they needed, I mean, we can't ignore the fact that, you know, there's a lot of people out there who actually do need access to credit and do need essentials. So I think we have to be of that mindset that we shouldn't be judgmental. But at the same time, if there is, you know, a way of preventing the purchase on impulse that could subsequently lead, because it's just effectively an entitled purchase rather than something that will support them with a need, then I think that's really important. But we've certainly had some learnings in terms of that impulse purchase and then stopping them because they've had to go through the underwriting, and we said, no, we can't lend it to you because it's not the right product for you right now. So I think, I mean, from my perspective, it can be a double-edged sword, but at the same time, you know, there's certainly, I think if it's regulated well, then there's also a lot of advantages too.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly much more available now. I mean, I get my credit card statement through and there's a little button next to any transactions over a certain amount that I can retrospectively do a buy now, pay later on them. And, you know, it's that's sort of there every time you go into your bank. Laura, what do you think?
Oh, I'm dying to speak. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
so
okay. Well,
like,
you
make sure you do not skip over this. So let's be very clear. Women control 85% of the world's spending. So buy now, pay later targets women. It's not just targeting spenders, it's targeting women who also have less money to start off with, and they are aggressively targeted by consumer brands. So you've got this double-edged sword of you've got the consumer brand going for the woman, and you've got the credit to help her get it quickly going after her. And I put it in such plain terms because I think that's what people keep missing. People keep talking about the regulation of it. Oh, great, like we're finally calling a spade a spade. We're finally calling it credit because it didn't have that definition properly, but regulation still allows it. And the friction that's removed in that checkout process is absolutely crazy. The Citizens Advice Council has some awesome stats if anyone wants to go look for them, but talking about how I think 29% of people didn't realize they'd used buy now, pay later. It's that synonymous with the checkout flow, and the M&A in the buy now, pay later space, in the fintech space, is crazy. I mean, Klarna is the second most valuable fintech in the world. I think it's 46 billion at recent check. And everyone's trying to get a buy now, pay later. All the funds are after that on their portfolio because they see that there's such a big money maker in it. But, you know, are people really going to the heart of it? And where I approve of buy now, pay later on behalf of my brand and myself is when I see it genuinely helping individuals access items that they really do not have the cash flow for. You see it in emerging nations, in emerging countries, buy now, pay later, where the credit system really is flawed and the APRs are crazy. And so it's a really good use. But 95% of buy now, pay later products in the UK are used on clothes and beauty. They're not used on fridges and washing machines and those examples. And that's what that technology is wonderful for. Sorry, I'm a bit direct.
That's all right. Best way at a conference. Need some strong opinions. Ashley, appreciating you a few weeks in, but I'm sure you've got some thoughts on this from an open money perspective and maybe more broadly as well.
Yeah. For us, it's very much about education. So if somebody's wanting to invest into an investment because that's what they think is the right thing for them, that's one of the things we'll take them out of the journey for and speak to an advisor to stop them doing it and stop them making the mistake of doing a short-term investment when realistically they actually need the money to pay the debts off. But it's about education. We'll send them down to the Open Money app where they can get help, tips, etc., on the best thing for them. And it's a great tool to educate clients who maybe aren't the most financially aware.
Sure. And on that note, and a good way to bring Gemma in and maybe to sort of broaden the discussion a little bit as well, because I don't know whether you're going to want to talk too much about buy now, pay later from an interactive investor perspective, but that education point, young people seem to be sort of cited as sort of regular users of buy now, pay later services. Educating those young people about finances in general is obviously a big challenge. Gemma, you were sort of talking about some of the initiatives that you have underway, Interactive Investors. You got a particular focus on the youth audience?
Well, do you know what? Because we're a flat fee platform, rather than a percentage-based platform, our charging structure does lend itself far better to larger pot sizes. But that's not, but I mean, we are starting to reach out to a broader audience as well. In fact, we launched Friends and Family last week, whereby for an extra £5 a month, you can gift free invest into a friend or a family member. So you might have a friend or a family member who you might want to get started on an investing journey with a responsible platform that offers, you know, really good financial education, from personal finance to funds to markets. So we have started down that journey. So you could have, I don't know, a few kids, some nieces, nephews, some friends, and you could gift that free investing, and for £25 a month they could invest, obviously, well, for no charge, because you can do regular investing with II for free. So we are starting to tap into a younger beginner audience, but we're certainly not looking for traders. We're looking for long-term investors who want to start off on a responsible journey. But absolutely nailing your debt management has to be number one before you even think about anything else. And all the really good lesson plans that we've looked at as part of our teacher awards, they so often do look at the buy now, pay later, and we've heard anecdotal stories from some of the nation's top teachers, but some of these kids are going home and educating their own families afterwards. So that is really, really key. Obviously, debt is always something that you have to get on top of and nail before you start investing, and that's obviously not to be confused with good, well-serviced debt.
Sure.
And what I will also add, sorry, and I'm sure this will come up, but you know, there's so many stories we're hearing, not just about buy now, pay later, but you know, we're hearing stories. We've got strong evidence. We've done survey after survey on this, but you know, lots of young adults are actually taking out all sorts of loans to fund crypto, which is very concerning as well. But it's
fund crypto,
not what you asked me.
No, well, and obviously at the moment crypto's unregulated as well, so that's tricky. There's a bit of info was given as part of the background to this session that the latest advice gap found that people are more receptive to getting regulated advice if they've been given some financial advice at university. So again, kind of begs the question about how we sort of progress getting people advice from a younger age. Does anyone want to ask a question at all? I'd like to open it up. Yes, is that you, Georgina? Yes, it is, isn't it?
Thanks. Obviously, a lot of focus here on education, but probably 3 of your businesses there in a dream world wouldn't exist if there was really good quality investor education, because in theory, your services wouldn't be needed. So I just wondered, do you lobby government for better education in schools to get it back on the curriculum?
Does anybody want to share any thoughts on that? This ever hot topic. Go on, Gemma.
I'm happy. Yeah, we've written to the government and the FCA many a time calling for joined up financial education. So not only on the curriculum, but at university and in the workplace as well. And in fact, we finished the judging of this year's Teacher Awards yesterday, and judges include My Bank, Young Money, and the London Institute of Banking and Finance, and ourselves. And we are actually going to write an open letter to the Department of Education calling for financial education to be brought back onto the curriculum. I mean, it is on the curriculum, but it's part of sort of citizenship, and you know, it's you know, one minute you've been taught how to put a condom on, and the next minute, you know, you've been taught about personal finance. It's really packed and all important stuff. But you know, this is about getting into good financial habits for life, isn't it? And we think it needs to be a standalone subject on the curriculum. And when I say that, I'm totally aware of the fact that we'd also, if you're anything like me, I'd also like my children to get a really good whole, you know, I'd like them to have excellent music education and excellent sports education and all of this stuff. But it is hard, but it is so important, and particularly given the levelling up agenda as well, it's so important that you start to break cycles and get into good financial habits.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, there's definitely plenty of other things trying to get on the curriculum as well, like tech skills as well, for one example. Any other thoughts from any other panelists on this point? I guess it's...
I think it's a really fair point. I mean, I think financial literacy is absolutely critical, because we're seeing that a lot of the customers, I mean, the demographic is young. And so, and you know that actually their children, unfortunately, may end up in a similar position, and you're trying to stop that cycle. But the way that I think, you know, it is, even with financial literacy, you're still going to need products and services to help cater for the consumer that has been overcharged or underserved. And it's about what's the attitude of all of us together? What are we doing to be committed to actually serving this audience well, these consumers well, and how are we operating as a team? So who's actually pushing the financial literacy agenda? Who's effectively ensuring that the products and services that we are providing are actually socially responsible and are helping take people from and giving them financial capability? So we're not actually depriving people from access to credit, but we're also ensuring that we're giving sufficient education and advice and training, behavioral, you know, looking at how people are getting themselves out of this mess. And some of the stuff that you're working on, I think, is fantastic, and getting them to a place where they could be more financially resilient. But the reality is the problem is quite big, and we've got to start somewhere. And I think it's a good thing that actually these organizations are existing, because we're not starting from day dot, we're starting from where we are now. We've got a lot of consumers that haven't benefited from that the financial literacy. So how do we cater for them? But at the same time, how are we ensuring that we're coming through the right way, so that we're taking people on a sensible journey and being socially responsible?
Thank you. Thanks. I think we've got a question, Chris.
Yeah, just a quick comment and then a question. So the comment is, oh crikey, about 7 years ago, I was invited out to a meeting of the ECB for central bankers looking at financial inclusion. And one of the pillars of financial stability the ECB recognizes, as does about 20 of the countries at this particular meeting, was that education is one of the fundamental pillars of financial stability in an economic environment. And the only country at that time that didn't recognize that was the United Kingdom. So I pitched up and was the only one that didn't bring any material or any literature to this meeting demonstrating that we were educating our children in financial literacy. To give a bit of a contrast to that, I was in Iceland last week talking to the Icelandic pension funds. Iceland was recently nominated as in the world, the environment or the country with the best pension environment. They teach their children discounted cash flow calculations in primary school. That's something I learned when I did my MBA when I was about 35, and they teach it to 7-year-olds. So this is the big gulf that we have to get across. But that's not my question, that was just my comment, because I was rather enjoying the conversation you had just now. My question was this: is it better to, and this is a panel on financial inclusion rather than financial education, is it better to give people choice or to give them better defaults? Because as far as I know, the single most significant financial inclusion initiative that we've had in the UK in the past decade is auto-enrollment, which is mandating people have pension funds. So it's great that we offer people all of this choice, and a lot of the fintechs that we know and love are all about giving consumers better ways to spend their money and put their money in, but actually preventing people from doing something or forcing them to do something is probably a far more effective tool. So my vote is for auto-enrollment, and my vote is for better structured pension fund, default funds, anything like that. And I wondered if you had any thoughts on other better defaults that you can imagine in the banking, payments, or long-term savings industry.
Well, that's a good question, isn't it? And we can wrap up quite a lot in that, in answering that, I think. So Chris's point, should we be forcing people to take certain actions, whether that be in the way that we regulate lending or products, I guess, or in the way that we make them participate in schemes like auto-enrollment? And I think I'll invite each of the panelists to pass some comment on this, because it could also reflect in the way we help people manage money more effectively in general. And we mentioned crypto earlier, and the fact that some people borrow money in order to invest it in crypto, which is an unregulated product, and also in a very volatile space. Ashley, I'm going to start with you. Thanks. I'm going to give everyone a chance to address Chris's point, but kind of do it in the context that suits you and your kind of areas of expertise.
Where do I start? I would say that obviously the lending is unregulated and we're in a regulated environment. The business made a decision that it was looking to ensure debt was repaid prior to investments being made, to ensure it wasn't a long-term, to ensure it wasn't a short-term investment that was being made and then it needed to be stopped to repay loans. The honest answer is it's getting back to education. I don't know at this point, because it is such a, we haven't had the education for, it's not on the curriculum, it's not discussed. Like the gentleman said, we were the only nation how many years ago who had got nothing to do with educating children about any form of debt, not mortgages, not how to run a bank account, what a switch card is, etc., etc. So I think it goes back to education, and the more information that we can push through it needs to come from a government perspective onto the curriculum, and the sooner the better. Now, going back to the lady's point earlier, are we lobbying government? The honest answer to that is I don't know, because I've only been there 30 days, but if we're not, we bloody well should be, because it is so important.
Okay, thank you, that's great. The other panel, I'm going to ask you all to try and do this in 1 minute, because then we're going to be bang on time, okay? So Laura, sorry.
I would agree. I think that auto enrollment was amazing for the country, but there are lots of people who were left out of it. So people that didn't work full time or didn't work at all, and they're the kind of the forgotten pension pots. When it comes to, if you think about the Sustainable Development 2030 goals, out of the 17, 8 of them had financial inclusion as an enabler. So what I would like to see is it becomes part of corporate culture as a must, whether it's the right thing to do or not. It's just all businesses should be aiming towards these goals if we're going to make the world a better place. And financial inclusion, you know, is part of that. In terms of financial, everyone always says you should do something for kids, and we absolutely will. But actually what we have is a plan that couples tend to follow together, or parents tend to follow with their children, and everyone gets involved in managing the money. And so I think where we can, at least from a commercial perspective, get people involved all together, then they're all on that journey. But I do think we kind of have to let the market come up with solutions, and that's what people like us are trying to do as well.
Okay.
And just from our point of view, I think, you know, open banking's got a really important role to play here, and I think FinTech solution as well, where we can understand people's behaviors better, so that when we're lending or whatever products and services we're giving to them effectively, we're increasing their opportunity to be more financially resilient. And I think that obviously combined with financial literacy is going to be critical moving forward.
So no, Chris, I'd hate to disagree with you, but I think it was right for the government to intervene on pensions, because there's a pensions problem that the government ultimately will pick up the tab for in the years to come. I think there are various other parts of society where the government could intervene, but there's not. On food, sugar in drinks, etc. They've not banned those. They've asked people to water them down, almost quite literally. But we are, as libertarians, we're free to make our own decisions based on products that are available to us. So if there is a harmful product out there, that is unavailable to us. But for other products, alcohol, smoking, etc., there are warnings provided on them. And I think the same applies for financial services. There should be warnings provided about the suitability of those products for the individuals. I think one of the problems that the industry has is that there's no holistic way of describing to an individual what will happen if you take out this loan and you do not repay it. what the implications of that are going to be over the fullness of time. Now, whether it's a high-cost short-term credit loan, whether it's a credit card, buy now, pay later, any kind of product, they all have the same implications associated with them. Whenever you look at a mortgage or a secured loan, there's a warning on there, isn't there, that if you fail to make the payments, then your property could be at risk. You don't see that on unsecured loans because that problem or that risk does not exist, but there are other risks that do, and those aren't highlighted to individuals. So I think it does come back to a form of education, but also perhaps the regulator should stipulate more of what the risks of these financial products are.
Thank you, Richard. Okay, so the general theme is we're going down the route of better education and information and clearer communication with people would be better than making them do something. Gemma, I'm going to give you the last word. What are your thoughts?
So, well, there's no question that auto-enrollment has been a huge success, and it's a brilliant story. I mean, one of the big problems with any form of pension like that is you know what's in it, and some of the names that you see for some of these default funds do not exactly tell you very much, but that's a side comment. But I mean, we're very firmly whole of market, very firmly about choice, but it all comes down to how do you define a default option? There's no reason why within an open architecture platform that you can't have a few simple beginner type options for people who just simply don't know where to begin, because you are quite right that there is a dizzying amount of choice, and for some people they don't need all that choice and they just want help getting started in a few simple, straightforward, decent funds. So there's room for both, even within a platform such as II, and we do have some quick start recommendations for people who just don't want the bother with having to scour hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of products. But likewise, default options where you don't know what you're getting, even that can cause fear further down the line when you don't know whether you've been de-risked, you don't know what's in your portfolio, is it ethical, what is it, what even is in my pension. Not knowing is pretty terrifying, and there needs to be an awful lot of work done on transparency.
Brilliant. Many thanks, Gemma. Thank you for your contributions, Gemma. Ashley, Laura, Vicky, Richard, thank you for joining us on this panel. It's such a hot topic. It's been featured in many of our webinars through COVID, and a topic in events before that, so I'm sure it will continue to be. Big thanks to OpenMoney for supporting this panel and the events in general. Give the panel a round of applause. Thank you very much, everyone. Okay, thank you guys. You please take your seats again. So now we're gonna move the conversation to firmly focus on the financial side of things in terms of investment and funding over the next two slots. So some of you may have seen during 2021, there was a report published on the Northwest funding landscape. In the next slot, we're going to hear from Piers Dryden of Brabner's and Eleanor Simmons of Whitecap, who are going to present you the findings of this report. Following that, we're then moving into a panel which will also focus on funding, which is Go Fund Her. If I forgot that right, Joe, that's the right name, yeah? Fund Her North. Okay, Fund Her. What was I saying? Sorry, Fund Her North. But anyway, first of all, welcome Piers and Eleanor to the stage to come and run through the Northwest Funding Report.
Oh, is that wrong? Well, thanks everyone. Good afternoon. Thanks, Julian, for the introduction. Welcome to this canter through the Brabner's Whitecap Tech Funding Report, which was published earlier on this year. My name is Piers Dryden. I'm a partner in Brabner's corporate team, and I'm the head of our technology sector group. Brabner's is a full-service, award-winning independent law firm, and we're known for the high-value, effective legal support we give to our clients. We also pride ourselves on having a strong network in the high-growth ecosystem here in the Northwest, as a result of which we're proud partners to FinTech North, and we work a great deal with Whitecap on different projects, including this report.
Yeah, and I'm Elle Simmons. I work with Julian at Whitecap, and so you're probably already aware that we do strat consulting. We do a lot of commercial due diligence for the mid-market private equity houses in the north, and we also produce a series of market reports, of which this is one we did earlier this year.
I'm not having much success with these slides, but anyway, hopefully we'll work without them. So, yeah, here in the next 15 minutes or so, we're going to discuss the tech funding report. But before we do, I think it's important, Al, if you can set the scene in terms of why we thought it was so important to produce this report and why now.
Yeah, definitely. So when we sort of approached this report, there was kind of two main reasons that we wanted to tackle it. Firstly, it was to really update the narrative that surrounded the North when it comes to funding, particularly kind of at the earlier stages. And it's a narrative that I'm sure you're all familiar with. It's the idea that which is true, but we've got a really strong mid-market private equity sector, kind of Series A and above. But underneath that, traditionally, the kind of the narrative was that kind of sub 1 million, but particularly sub 500K, there's been more of a gap, or the investors that we do have made their money in, for example, like sofas or conservatories. And so they're kind of angel investors sat in pitch meetings, not really being able to connect on the same level with these tech entrepreneurs. And that's been the narrative that's hung around for a while. And we were starting to feel that is surely is quite outdated. We've got a really kind of strong tech hub in Manchester, and we wanted to update it. And, you know, because we've got Host, we've got FinTech North, we've got GC Angels, we've got so many organisations pushing the funding at the early stages that we thought it was time for a bit of a refresh. And then on the second hand, I think particularly for Brabner's, it was important that entrepreneurs in the region felt that they had somewhere to go when they were approaching their funding round. So, for example, you know, we wanted to move away from the BuzzFeed style kind of these are the 5 things that you should do when writing your pitch deck, to a kind of entrepreneur to entrepreneur. These are the things I've struggled with. This was my experience of funding. These are the obstacles I came up against, and these are the things I wish I had known. So this report was really kind of a combination of two. It was about getting a bird's eye view, but also being a kind of a port of call for entrepreneurs in the region who are sort of starting on their fundraising journey.
Yeah, that's right. And I think also from our side as legal advisors, and for those of us in the professional services sphere, we obviously recognise our role as advising on the technical intricacies of a deal, risk management for the clients, managing the commercial terms and making sure that the terms which are agreed upon are commercial and on market for all the parties. But businesses make decisions within the framework of environmental factors as well. And you can't adequately advise your clients on the matters that I discussed earlier, mentioned just now, without understanding that broader environmental context, because no business operates and makes these decisions in a vacuum. So with this in mind, we wanted to shine light on 3 common issues that confront founders as they're going through their business journey, and then look to their lived experiences through the community of people we spoke to for the interviews, and nuance some of the advice that we can provide our readership based on, you know, their lived experiences of what it's really like in the Northwest to address these matters. So first of all, a really essential question is, how do you decide when and how much should you raise? How do you navigate or how do you strike that balance between raising enough early on to drive growth, but not giving away too much of your business, versus waiting, maybe having more of an established proposition and a track record? And we can come on to that later when you'll talk about negotiating the best terms. But in that second scenario, you're getting closer to the end of your runway. and your investors are likely to know that you're getting tight for cash, the runway is getting shorter, and that can take away some of your negotiating power. So, Eleanor, what did the community say about how to sort of walk that tightrope?
Yeah, so from an entrepreneur perspective, and I think this question just seems like the most obvious thing and that all entrepreneurs should know it, but actually entrepreneurs, so we also didn't mention that as part of this report, we spoke to between 40 and 50 entrepreneurs and kind of stakeholders in the region. And a lot of what they were saying was that some investors are telling me that to raise more earlier on is a sign of ambition, it's a sign of growth, and they want me to go for it from the get-go. Other investors have sat down and said to me, oh, well, you're just a little bit early. If you can just get a bit closer to revenue or get X amount of revenue, then just hang on a bit later and bootstrap for a bit further. That proves that you can run your business, and then you can sell a bit more. And entrepreneurs were in this kind of cycle where they think, do I raise big and early on and kind of pursue that stratospheric growth and the risk that comes with it, and deploy a lot of money and go for growth, but then, you know, have that risk of falling flat on my face? Or do I raise less often, test and go as I go with my funds, and raise sort of incrementally, but then get stuck in a cycle of, oh, I finished one raise, now it's 18 months, so I've got to do my next one, I better start conversations with the investor. So entrepreneurs are really stuck in the cycle, and they weren't sure sort of that it was conflicting, the advice is what they were getting as to when to raise. And I think what this really comes down to, it slightly links into the panel we had before about financial kind of inclusion and education, but it's about understanding which of the what you're going to get from different investor groups. And because we've not got the density in the Northwest as much that there might be elsewhere in the country, there's less of that advice around. And I think for entrepreneurs, for any entrepreneurs that are out there, it's about understanding, for example, venture capital, they've got a higher risk profile and a longer investment horizon. They're going to want you to, that they're going to be looking for ambition, they're going to be looking for growth. And actually quite a few VCs in London said, and I don't at all want to generalize because this isn't the case, but you know, we tend to see less ambitious or businesses from the north not considering that stratospheric growth might even be in their remit. Then obviously some might go for a private angel network or angels, and businesses that went for that bracket often were looking for a specific kind of expertise, and in that case it's often less regulated, so you're able to get funds quicker. And then there's that third bracket, which is institutional funding at that early stages, which will often, who have kind of a smaller risk profile. They want their return quicker, but there'll often be a lot more regulation and a lot more kind of paperwork and due diligence that's going to come with that. And what there was a massive mismatch. There were tiny businesses getting stuck with institutional funders going through kind of reams and reams of due diligence that wasn't right for them. And then there were miscommunications with angels where they hadn't got it right. So I think number one, it's about understanding the funding that you need, that is right for you. And also one entrepreneur gave it, like I thought, a really handy tip, which was that he keeps a pool of investors around him that he keeps regularly updated, not with kind of the granular detail, but with the updates in his business. So when it comes to raising, the pool of the kind of the network that he's got around him, it's not a surprise to them, and he's got that launch board ready. They all know where he's up to, and it kind of takes the legwork out of the networking that has to happen to raise a round.
Yeah, and I think as well, it's important to make the point that as if you don't have enough to do when you're raising capital, actually doing some due diligence at an early stage around your prospective investors, and actually asking them to demonstrate that they themselves have a track record of investing in businesses that have got a similar profile or similar stage to your business is a worthwhile exercise. Because, you know, when I used to work offshore, setting up a lot of private equity funds and hedge funds and the like, you know, you're looking at the offering documents where they're raising capital from their investors, and you know, there's always the investment strategy, objective, and limitations and restrictions. And you know, the fund documents themselves will tell you whether a potential investor actually even has the capacity to invest in a business that's like yours. So the information is there, and they should be able to, are willing to provide it. So we just move on to our next scenario that we put to our community of interviewees. How do you best manage the time commitment that fundraising entails? As I mentioned, you know, founders obviously have a huge amount to do, particularly if the management team is relatively small, particularly if part of the investment is going to go towards hiring a CTO, CFO, and other C-suite members. So as you're going through the fundraising journey, you're starting to engage with prospective investors. It's pretty much a full-time job. They might be asking for additional information. They might be making contingent offers to you that require you to raise matched funding from another investor. That's quite commonly the case. They might be analysing your business model and suggesting alternatives, asking difficult questions, which require a lot of time, which can be wasted time and potentially leading to the dreaded slow no, which is often the biggest problem for businesses at these earlier stages. So with that in mind, what was the advice that we had back in terms of managing the time commitment?
Yeah, so I think the biggest thing here was it was partly the time commitment, but it was also the unpredictability of requests that you get from investors, and that they can all come in at different times. And there were a number of examples when investors were saying, where entrepreneurs were saying, look, it was 9 p.m. on a Friday night. I had one committed 50k from one guy, as long as I was able to match it from someone else. I was in late talks with this second person when the first guy came back to me and said, I still want to promise it to you, but I want you to get 2 more customers. In the meantime, a third investor that he spoke to 9 months ago came back and was like, I've got a friend who also wants to invest, but he wants to see a customer pipeline broken down, from the last 18 months, broken down into red, amber and green. And a lot of entrepreneurs spoke about just getting in this massive tangle where they didn't know who they'd sent what to who, and they weren't able to manage that. It was the management of it rather than the time commitments. And I think there's kind of a few things there. A lot said they wish they'd tracked the process, sent the same things out to the same people at the same time, and kept tracks on all their leads of all their investors. But I also think in this case, it's just about being really savvy. It's about understanding, and entrepreneurs, you wouldn't know this if you're going into this blind, that investors will ask for documents, and they will kind of keep you there just so they can fill their deal pipeline sometimes. And it doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to invest in you. And situations where entrepreneurs were stuck in this kind of being drip-fed requests for information over a long period of time and then it coming to nothing were not uncommon in the area. And I think, so it's partly about being careful about what you give away, and partly pushing for that quick no. And when you get a no, pushing to understand why and giving them a call. And I think another big thing is that word momentum, and to, while you are going through the investment process, maintain the momentum. And again, had a few guys that said, we worked on this deal for this investment for 3 or 4 months. And for that whole time, we were parking the business. We were like, look, we'll do it when we get the funding. We'll do it when we get the funding. This is a massive deal for us. We'll do it when we get the funding. The funding came in, and the funding didn't come in, the funding fell through, and then that put them on the back foot going to other investors because they've made zero progress in the last 4 months while they were waiting for the funding. So it's a savviness that we haven't got in this area because, well, not, that's a big generalization, but we found that was common. That was just the savviness of being able to deal with. It's navigating a process. It's not just setting aside some time.
Yeah, I think that's right. And I think also remember that you're not doing investors a favor. It's a commercial arrangement, and actually setting off on that process, very clear in your mind what you're looking to receive from an investor, and also even the way they work. They will be showing you in that process, their working style, and if that's not something that you're comfortable with when you're going through a fundraising process, then it's not likely to get a lot better when you're running the business together, because there'll be a lot of other pressures coming through. And then finally, we wanted to talk about how can you position yourself for the best deal terms. So often, and this is probably where I do my one plug for talking to your lawyers, which is just don't sign a term sheet before you've had someone review it, just to make sure there's nothing there that trips you up, because your term sheet is going to be the basis on which all of your other transaction documents are going to be built. And if something's in a term sheet that's already been that both parties think, or at least the investors think is a commercial term that's been agreed, it's very hard to deviate down the line. So yeah, with that in mind, if you're at an early stage, you've got a limited track record of revenue potentially, you've got an MVP that you believe in, you've got a dream for your business, but you're struggling to argue the valuation that you think the business is worth with your investors. They've got more experience. They'll be telling you that we usually see this and we usually see that and we usually do this and we usually do that. The deal terms are getting lengthier. Maybe they're getting a bit more onerous because they don't quite understand your business as well as you do. And they don't quite have the same confidence that you do. You know your market really well. How do you move your investors from that place of skepticism and due diligence to actually buying into the vision for your business and the valuation that you think that you think is justified?
Yeah, I think this question, again, it was one of the things that lots of the entrepreneurs and the investors wanted to stress was that at the early stages, valuation is only ever a calculation. You've got nothing to base it on. So basically, it's kind of like the unsaid rule that what everyone does is kind of stick a finger in the air. They decide how much that they want. They decide how much they want to give away. They multiply them together and, you know, they do the sums and then they come up with what they want their valuation to be. And that is the way it has to be, but it means that when you come to a negotiation table with an investor, you've got less of a kind of a leg to stand on than you might if you were revenue producing or you were sort of later in the stage. And there's a couple of things you can do with that, and partly it's about getting as many offers as possible so you can kind of bounce back and forth and kind of use one as leverage. It's also about going into a deal with momentum, so whether that's a big customer win or kind of a real strong track record of growth. But I think, again, what quite a lot of investors wanted to stress, and also entrepreneurs, is that actually raising too high can be detrimental to you. And that's not just because you then might end up facing a down round, but quite a few advisors to really early stage startups have said they've sat in board meeting after board meeting where it's almost like a noose around these entrepreneurs' necks because they're not performing on their numbers month after month because they've raised too high. And there's a number of reasons why entrepreneurs do this, and partly it's overestimating growth, but apparently there's a real problem with underestimating costs, and they can be costs around kind of legal fees, churn, travel, and particularly wages, apparently. So wages, a lot of entrepreneurs said to me like, yeah, kind of I bracketed this much for wages, but particularly when it comes to sales, if you're going to produce the results that you've promised, you're going to have to pay like a premium for a great salesperson. And also, so it was wages, and it was also hiring. The cost of hiring and hiring the wrong people was really expensive. They racked up the costs. It meant that entrepreneurs that have raised too high weren't able to hit their numbers. So I think it's partly about understanding that a big raise, you know, that it's about finding the middle ground. And finally, I think a great thing to end on is that it's not worth agonizing over decimal points. And actually lots of entrepreneurs said, looking back, our real advantage at that stage was our size and our ability to mobilize quickly. And that was our advantage over the bigger businesses. So actually, had we not sat in talks agonizing over like this tiny decimal point for weeks and weeks, then we might have been able to get the cash on and get X amount done X times quicker. And, you know, our growth trajectory might have been X times bigger. So I think that stuck with me as a really good point to end on, which was just get the money in and get on, particularly the early stages.
I think we're just about on time there.
If you want to download the report, you can go to the Whitecat website or the Brabner's website, and they're there, aren't they?
Yeah, please do. And we've got our contact details there as well if you have any more information, need any more information or any questions. That's it, I think. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, fantastic. Some really great insights in there, especially for those of you that are really looking into the opportunity of raising funding. So, building on that presentation, we are now going to have a panel from Fund Her North. I got it right this time. This panel is delivered virtually, so I hope that on screen now our panelists are all going to magically appear. And most importantly, Jordan, who's chairing. So, okay, are we all there? Looks like it. Brilliant. Jordan, you are in the chair. Where is Jordan now? Is everyone on, Joe? No, not quite. Okay. I think right, Sally, we can see you. Amy, we can see you. Heather, we can see you. Thanks for joining us. Just bear with us one sec.
Good afternoon, everybody.
There you are, Jordan. Brilliant to see you. Welcome.
It's lovely to see you too. Thank you.
You're live on stage, chairing this virtual panel in a real life room and live on Zoom. So take it away, Jordan. I'm going to let you introduce all your guests.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And good afternoon, everybody. I hope you've all had a great day. And you know what? I'm absolutely fascinated by this hybrid approach. It has been fantastic. So welcome, everybody. And Fund Her North, I'll tell you a little bit about what Fund Her North is. We're a northern-based collective volunteers of 28 women who operate across VCs, funding organisation and angel groups. We've got a combined investment power of over £450 million, and each member of Fund Her North has already made a lasting effect on how female entrepreneurs are supported right across the North, with an investment track record to date of over 75 million, which has gone into female-led startup businesses across the retrospective organisations and through the volunteers. We believe as an entity that, you know, we are the only organisation of this kind in the UK that brings together women in the investment industry to support female founders across the North. We exist to give Northern female entrepreneurs equal access to funding to help them successfully scale their business. And we work with founders, female founders, at every stage of their growth journey, which is from startup through to scale up and through to exit. So why was Fund Her North established? Fund Her North was established actually on the back of the Rose Review, and Heather, who's with me on the panel today, is going to talk a little bit more about that. But typically, women receive less than 1% of venture capital and have an average starting capital of 50%, which is lower than men. They're often found that they are sometimes obviously not able to achieve their funding objectives, and that is why we often see female founded businesses unable to scale or unable to continue. And that brings me to why we're here today and why I've got these fantastic ladies joining me on the panel this afternoon. I'm delighted to be joined by Heather Waters, who is the Northwest Regional Enterprise Manager at NatWest. I'm also joined by Sally Cowling, who's an angel investor and part of the Women Angel Syndicate, which has been founded by Fund Her North. And I'm also delighted to be joined by Amy, who is the founder of the growing FinTech organisation Collective. So welcome, ladies.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for having us.
No problem at all. And you know what, it's great actually how we can see the audience as well, how whilst we're sat here, so it's great effect. So Heather, do you want to just say a quick hello and give a brief introduction to yourself and to NatWest?
Thank you. So yes, Heather Waters, Enterprise Manager here in the northwest of England, but working across the north of England. Rose Review has been a big part of my life, which you just mentioned earlier, which was launched back in 2019. So I work in the business banking sector, so looking and working with startups up to roughly around the £2 million turnover. And within that, I work with our accelerator programme, which we've got 3 hubs based across the north of England in Manchester, Leeds and Newcastle, and work within the ecosystem. So find out what support is available for entrepreneurs so they can start and scale their business.
Thanks, Heather. Sally, welcome.
Hi, thank you. Hi everyone, I'm Sally Cowling. I've kind of got two hats, I guess, because I'm an entrepreneur as well. Founded my own business last year, which is a people and brand agency. So we help small businesses with their people, so their HR side of things, and also their brand and marketing. So entrepreneur, but also recently become an angel investor. So really enjoy being around entrepreneurs, love the buzz that you get from the sort of infectious energy that an entrepreneur brings to their business. And yes, I've become involved in the Women Angels of the North syndicate for that reason, really, just because I like it. I'm a bit like a kid in a sweet shop when I hear about people's business ideas. So I need to be held back really by all the other brilliant women in there for not putting my fingers in too many pies. But yes, so nice to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. And welcome, Amy. Lovely to see you again.
Hi, Jordan. It's good to be here. Good to be amongst these other fantastic ladies.
Amy, do you want to tell us a little bit more about Collective?
Yeah, sure. So as you've already said, my name is Amy and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Collective. And what we basically exist to do is to make it really easy for groups of people in society to come together and do the things that they love. And the way that we do this is by making it much easier for the organizer in any group of friends or family, who is that kind of typical kind of bossy one who turns up and makes everyone else go to this gig or go on this holiday, or hey, we should actually start thinking about so-and-so's present. There's always one in every group. And without that organizer, nothing kind of gets done or happens socially. So they have a lot of influence over how people spend their money, their social disposable income. And for organizers, as a result, when they're trying to plan and book things and pay for things, they're often left out of pocket. So at Collective, we make it really easy for them to collect and spend money on behalf of their group.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Amy. It's really good to get an overview, and I'll come back to you shortly in terms of a little bit more information around the process that you took through your investment raise as well. So Heather, I'm going to kickstart with yourself if you don't mind. The Rose Review really was the catalyst to Fund Her North and Women Angels of the North starting only a year ago. Can you tell us a little bit more about the Rose Review and what the Rose Review and all of the counteracting parts to it has established to date?
Okay, so back in 2018, Alison Rose, who was then our Deputy Chief Exec, had a meeting with Treasury and they got onto the subject of the barriers for female entrepreneurship. And at that time, every year, lots of organisations, including ourselves, British Business Bank, UK Business Angels, lots of different organisations, we produced reports looking and identifying the barriers that there were in place for female entrepreneurship. And the findings didn't change from one year to the next. It's just that it was a catalogue of reports. And what the Rose Review was asked to do back in 2018 was actually to come up with suggestions to how we make the change. So some additional research was done, and on International Women's Day in 2019 in Manchester, the Rose Review was launched. And this was a review of all that research, but also with identifying some interventions that could happen to make the change, to take it further rather than just the constant reporting. So by and large, the biggest thing that came out was no surprise, was access to finance, lack of understanding of the funding landscape by far was the biggest issue that was identified. In addition to that, there was a piece around the confidence of, am I capable? Can I do this? Coming from the female entrepreneurs. The conversation also looked at sponsorship, mentoring, role models. You know, who are the suitable ones there? We tend to have an awful lot of very high profile role models, but actually, do we have relatable role models in place? Was there a mentoring program just for women? And then it came on to that family care responsibility and how an awful lot that sat with the woman within the family network. So they're all the barriers that were actually identified. And you're looking at actually women make up at least 50, we think it's a little bit more, 51% of the population. Yet, you know, women, it's only 1 in 3 women will start a business. And the size of businesses that women were starting are roughly about 40% of the size of a business a man is running. And then the other part of it was that actually there was very few businesses turn over more than £1 million ran purely by women. So lots of data in there and lots of research. So how do we, you know, it came from it, how do we help more women to start a business? And how do we help women to scale those businesses? And then you start looking at the problems that were identified, such as the access to finance. And that's where it all started from. So on the access to finance side, they created the Invest in Women Code, which they asked all financial institutions to sign up to. So that started on the zero, maybe with us as number 1 back in 2019. And when I looked at the last reports on the numbers, they're looking at over 100 financial institutions, investors, organisations have signed up to the Invest in Women Code. And that was asking those organisations to actually look at the Rose Review and go, what is it they can do to make that change? And also, can we gather the data to actually see how the change is happening as well? So I don't want to go too far into that because I know you've got the questions around this, but that's one of the big parts that came from it. And obviously that's, you know, up to date from the summer of 2021. So in just over 2 years, an awful lot has changed in that time. The Rosie View is not just NatWest. Now, Alison Rose, has said, is our chief exec now, and she's on that board, but it's made up with lots of different organisations, and we're one seat out there. But as NatWest, we have taken a huge part and responsibility to say, what is it we can do differently? So we have women in business specialists within the organisation. So staff can have additional training so they understand the difference, you know, why women may perceive their lack of skills and knowledge and their lack of confidence and the horrendous imposter syndrome that's always talked about. So, you know, we're investing more in our own staff to understand it, but then working in the ecosystem. And John and I, as you and I met earlier on this year, and it was great for me because it was like, hallelujah. Somebody's doing something to make a difference in the north of England, which is why we obviously joined your organisation earlier this year.
Yeah, absolutely, Heather. And, you know, having NatWest as a partner to fund Her North has been, you know, so supportive in terms of the strategy and the direction for Fund Her North. And actually, it's, you know, really sort of help us progress how we support these female entrepreneurs. And it's obviously, we've had so many members and organisations sign up to Fund Her North, and I think it's about spreading that awareness and really seeing what we can do as an organisation, but also as a network to right across the investment landscape to counteract some of the issues and the problems that you've just mentioned there, Heather. So thank you. Amy, I'm going to come on to you next, and just obviously taking what Heather's just talked about there in terms of some of those problems that, you know, that they've done the research and were figuring out. One of them was around access to finance that Heather's clearly highlighted there. Tell me a little bit about obviously the support and the insight that you had around access to finance. Was the information available for you, or did you really find that part of the journey quite tough?
Yeah, no, I think it's a really interesting point, because if I look back on it, I sold my first business when I was 28 without even knowing there was such a thing as venture capital. So I'm not from that background. I'm not, you know, I haven't got a finance background. So, but I've always been an entrepreneur and done my own thing. So just kind of worked it out as I went along. And it wasn't until I kind of post selling that business when I was about 28. And then I spent a couple of years working in the tech industry as a chief operating officer, that I began to get a lot more kind of involved in that world. So when I came to found Collective, I then was a lot more aware, I guess, of the different types of funding out there, other than just sort of the high street banks sort of stuff for when you're starting up a small kind of high street business. But yeah, I guess in terms of accessing finance, it's funny because I think I take quite a pragmatic view in terms of being a woman, which is one set of cards that I've been dealt, and my kind of take on it is you know, we're all dealt a hand. We can't actually choose the hand that we're dealt, but we do get to choose the game we play, and the players that we play with as well. So it's I can't change being a woman. I can see statistically that puts me at a disadvantage, but the other thing about disadvantage, and I don't want to undermine anyone's experience where they've been frustrated as I have in trying to raise money, or in anything else, trying to run your own business. But there is an element, especially if you're trying to be an entrepreneur or do something innovative, there is an element where a disadvantage forces you to think more creatively and to actually find another route or another way around, which if you are trying to create something from nothing and create a new business, or possibly even a new technology, a new industry, a new market segment, you're gonna find that path is not in any way, shape or form straight. So the resilience that it gives you, I think I wouldn't trade the resilience that I've gained from some of my cards I've been dealt for an easy path or an easier path.
Yeah, I like your approach, Amy. I think, you know, to go through something, you know, obviously you've scaled a business and you've exited a business, but actually to start on a funding journey with a startup organization, a new organization, is really, really tough. And I think you're absolutely right. It does give us tougher skin, and I think you've got to have that right you know, approach to nothing's going to stop and get in your way, no matter how hard it gets. And I guess really when coming on to yourself, Sally, now, obviously, one of the key areas that, you know, obviously Amy's been able to take advantage of is actually to raise investment via an angel network. And although this angel network was, you know, both male and female investors, obviously you've joined the Women Angel of the North Investor Syndicate. And just on the back of what Amy's explained and what Heather's talked about here, Sally, I'm just wondering if you could maybe just let us know, obviously talk to us about why it was that you decided to join that syndicate. Was it because of the female focus? Was it maybe because some of the problems that, you know, Amy's just outlined there to raise investment and Heather's highlighted as well as part of the Rose Review? Tell us a little bit about your journey and why you chose that route.
Yeah, so I guess it goes back to, you know, I mentioned that I've founded my own business over 12 months ago now. And as part of that, joined a women's network, which, you know, built up contacts. And some of those contacts were seeking investment. And it's not a world that I've been involved in previously, and I guess I had my eyes open to some of the statistics that Heather's mentioned, and I think you mentioned at the beginning, Jordan, about just, you know, 1% of VC money going to female-owned businesses, and it's when you hear that, you actually you can't believe that that's happening in the UK, you know, in a fairly advanced economy, that we're shutting off half of the population. So I guess it's through not necessarily my experience of wanting to raise investment, but more seeing how the challenges were for other female business owners and what they were going through. And for me, you know, I feel like we need to unlock the potential of what half the population have to offer. And if we don't do that by being supportive and providing organisations which are there solely for women, then we won't succeed. So that's really the reason why I guess I was attracted to Women Angels of the North, because, you know, I feel like women not need necessarily, but there's a great advantage in having that kind of network around you when you're a business owner and you're female. Heather mentioned, you know, the challenges of imposter syndrome, and I think if you've got people around you who are cheerleading you and who understand what you're going through, it actually makes that journey much easier. And I would hope that the Women Angels of the North syndicate gives the entrepreneurs who come into that syndicate to pitch a really great environment to be able to, you know, it's welcoming, it's friendly, and, you know, we're there to watch them succeed. You know, it's not an environment where someone comes in and they're fearful of what they're pitching. This is an environment where, you know, you're willing them on and you're hoping that they get their investment. It's not about saying no. It's looking for, you know, it's thinking yes from the start and not doubting the person who's pitching. So I think that's a bit of a long answer to your question about why I joined. And I think the timing for me was just worked really well as well, because, you know, I've had that experience of being an entrepreneur and then moving into looking at other people's businesses. I really, you know, I do get a lot of enjoyment and a real buzz out of hearing other people's stories, and just love seeing people succeed. And if it's a woman, then that's just even better. So
absolutely. Sally, obviously you mentioned that you founded your business obviously 12 months ago, and you stepped into this sort of women's network away from the Women Angel Syndicate. Were you surprised by the imbalance at all, you know, or was it something that you'd seen maybe not so much, you know, so you'd seen outside of the investment landscape? But were you surprised by how there was a true imbalance in the investment landscape, and that actually there was less women being supported and less diverse founders being supported as well?
Yeah, I think, you know, it's shocking really when you see the statistics and you take a while to sort of review some of those statistics and how difficult it is for women. But I guess when you sort of peel back the layers, you can see why. You know, a lot of the investment managers are male. It's a very male-dominated industry. So yeah, I guess I was shocked at first, but then, you know, you come to realize that actually it's not much of a surprise because of the way that the industry has been historically structured. I think the other thing, and I guess it's the Women Angels of the North syndicate, and that's the other imbalance is the sort of where the money goes to in the different regions of the country. And obviously I'm from the North, so I'm really passionate about supporting businesses from the North and kind of shifting some of the wealth from the South back up to our region. So I think, you know, those two different factors were a real strong pull for me for being involved with the female businesses that are coming through the syndicate.
Absolutely. And I think you're absolutely right in terms of that locational element as well. If you're a diverse or female entrepreneur trying to raise investment and you're based in the North, it is extremely tough. And organisations such as Frontier North, NatWest, you know, the private investors like yourself, Sally, coming together to try and change this and make a difference should only hopefully, you know, create elements of success and support for the likes of Amy and her business. Heather, coming back to yourself, obviously, and we've talked a bit about obviously that balance, that imbalance with regards to the supporting female founders. Obviously, the Rose Review. Tell us why it's important that, you know, we really advocate the need to want to support female entrepreneurs, but also create more pools of women investors as well. Why is it really, really important for us to do that?
Well, as I said earlier, Jordan, the balance between how many female investors there are, you know, only 1 in 3 is female at this moment in time. So we want more women to start and scale businesses. So we want that progression. I think if you look at the, if you look at debt funding, we look at investment funding, women are going for less money less often. So how do we change that? So if you look at the pipeline for investment, it's a lot less, less women going forward for investment. And there's such a lot of data. If you look at the Rose, you don't start quoting lots of numbers too, but it's all, data down there from the Investing Women Co. One of the great things about that, they can actually go to all those organisations signed up now and actually ask them for that data. So we've got 2 things. Women aren't going for the funds, and if they are going for funding, they're going for less money. And then actually on the flip side, if you go into the investment world, how many females are actually in the investment world? Then actually, if they're going in there, actually who are they pitching to? So are they actually meeting somebody who is going to invest in them as well? So I think there's 2 sides to that. But I do think we need it because we want more women to grow their businesses. You know, what we do see on the funding side of things, not on the investment side, but actually, women who take funds tend to take just about what they need, never a penny more. And actually, the delinquency, the rate that these businesses fail is lower. So actually, for us, because women are perceived to be risk averse, is not the word I like to use. I just think we're a little bit more aware when we're borrowing money that actually, we are very, very conscientious. So we just need to support more women to go on that journey. So whether it's a support early stage is looking at the funding landscape, which is the best way to go. Amy talks about the bootstrapping, the early stage rather than taking investment, which was very interesting on the previous conversation, the report that was just talked about. But also actually how do you get that warm hand off, which is recognise that actually really helps people go forward. How do you create these syndicates which have got women in them? So actually when women come forward, they've got somebody who they feel comfortable with pitching in front of. So I just think it's a whole journey from the early stage, the kind of, enticing more women, exciting more women to think about starting their own business, to go on that scaling journey. I just think we need more people engaged and involved at every stage of that journey to make sure we get more women coming through the end. Because Sally said we want this more as well, the investment, but actually in the north of England. We love that phrase, levelling up. It gets used an awful lot, but actually this is what we're trying to achieve here.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously with that levelling up agenda as well, I'm going to come over to yourself, Amy, if you don't mind, talking about how we level up and actually how we create that diverse agenda more fluently through the ecosystem. Tell us about obviously the approach that you took on your fundraising journey and what challenges you met along that way, and actually how you actually solve some of those challenges to obviously create the success element that you actually raised. You've obviously raised, is it 2 or 3 rounds of funding now that you've done, Amy?
Yeah, just at the kind of end of the 3rd round.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so many challenges 3 times over. And yeah, I think, it's an interesting point, because if I look back, which I think often entrepreneurs fail to do, speaking mostly to myself here, but we're often thinking, what's the next problem or the next thing we need to do? We don't necessarily take the time to go, but actually, what have we already done? And we have actually raised, in the last 2 years, just shy of £750,000 now. We had our first female angel investor come aboard this summer. Obviously, we're part of the GC Angels portfolio, so Jess has been an investor for over a year. But then, yeah, from an angel side, we had our kind of first female angel investor this summer. And that's not because, to be honest, we didn't have any other female angel investors in earlier rounds or earlier years in any rooms to go through due diligence and make a decision one way or the other. So it's not that we had a higher propensity of female angel investors thinking we were too risky or not, not getting on board with our kind of concept or anything like that. They just weren't necessarily there. So it's really good, obviously, that the sort of things that Sally and Funter North are doing to help bring people together and facilitate that. But yeah, I guess as a woman, I mean, I got quite strong opinions, probably on everything, as my friends and family will tell you. But I've experienced some quite a bit of challengement. I've had people directly ask me questions about whether or not I plan or intend to have a family, which I'm thinking, if this was just my male co-founder sat in this room, it wouldn't even be raised. I've had a lot more things, to be honest. I prefer that direct question because you can answer it directly. The more difficult challenges is the insidious undercurrent nuance questions, such as I had recently in this kind of round over the summer, someone asking whether I was fully 100% committed to this business. And this was after about 6 kind of sessions of due diligence, and I kind of paused and thought, I've spent about 3 years of my life on this and quit an executive position at a tech company, and I have a team of 14 and have like 90,000 users using my platform. What else do you think I'm going to be going and doing with my time? But yeah, that's fine. I'll reassure you again that I'm committed, and I'm not like, I don't know, a part-time entrepreneur. Like it's a concept that doesn't exist. I do have children. I have 3 children under 9, so I can still run a business is completely irrelevant. Obviously brings its own challenges and different things, but so I've had that through to other people asking me stuff outright. But what I take from that is that how do we level up? Well, everyone in the ecosystem has their role to play. So as a founder, it's very difficult to say this because you always feel like your runway is getting low, everyone's jobs relying on you, etc., etc. You feel like you have to take any money offered, but you really don't. So what I always try and tell myself before going into a room where I'm pitching is that my business and offering it to an investor to have the chance to invest in is 100%, especially with VC, 100% of their business model, but their money is only an option to me. So even a part of my business model, I've got options. I can bootstrap, I can raise VC money, I can raise debt, I can do lots of different things. But in order for their business to survive, they need me. And I think if we try and, as founders, if we try and shift that power in our minds, saying we're coming here and meeting as equals, where we've both got an opportunity that we'd all like to be involved in to the mutual benefit of everyone, rather than, please, sir, can I have some more? Then it just helps as you go in. So I feel strongly that my responsibility is any time I come across a misogynistic investor, which is far too often, that I don't give them the opportunity to invest in my business, because I don't think I should be creating wealth for that investor to continue to propagate that behavior. That's the only card I can play. If we come back to the cards metaphor, that's the only thing I can do, and ultimately the market will decide. Other investors will come forward and look at the actual economic evidence that Heather briefly touched on, and other investors, if they look at their portfolio by gender, will see that the return is greater across the board, across industries, on female founded or co-founded led businesses. So if we're talking economics, then the market will decide, and the investors that actively or subconsciously exclude diverse or female or whatever members of the population, will end up left with slim pickings. That's my responsibility to choose who I allow to invest in this company.
Honestly, I think just listening to you, Amy, obviously, I really take my hat off to you. And I think, you know, to have been approached by some of those questions, it really doesn't surprise me, to be honest. I think that, you know, that's sometimes how things can play out. And I guess, you know, how you've overcome that and actually your response to that and actually what you've achieved as a business so far. And as you said, you know, you've now raised over 750,000. You know, you've come an awful long way, and obviously that is down to you and down to how obviously you've drove that success. And this is why it's really important for us to have a panel discussion like today that really talks about some of these areas, you know, hiding no bearing, so to speak. It's very much, you know, we want to hear how these conversations are approached, what happens with them. But ultimately, there'll be many female entrepreneurs who are going through this at the moment, Amy, and want to know how other people have overcome it. So I think, you know, you will become a real role model for a lot of other women out there.
Well, I mean, it's so kind of you to say, Jordan. I think the other part in it is massively the due diligence that you should be doing on an investor. So I'm very fortunate to be part of a WhatsApp group of female founders in the North, which I can very easily, if I've got any qualms or any potential investor, whether I've got red flags or not, I can very easily and quickly say, has anyone come across these people? And there are, like, the founder community is small and people talk to each other. And there are some great platforms out there like landscape.vc, which is essentially like an anonymous rating system for VC, that has an absolutely brilliant anonymous founders Slack channel, which on both the positive and the negative side, people call out the experiences that they have. And because everyone's anonymous, obviously no one's sharing their gender or their ethnicity or anything, they're just sharing their experience as a founder. So if an investor approaches me, I will always ask in that community, in my WhatsApp community, to my current investors, I'll WhatsApp my current investors and say, have you heard of this person? Do you know anything about these people? And I'll do my due diligence on who that person is, because once they're on your cap table, they're on your cap table, and that means that they have influence over everything in one way or another. And most importantly, they have got therefore influence over how my team does or prospers or kind of progresses in the future. So it's a big responsibility should you do due diligence.
No, I think it's a really good point to make, to be fair, Amy, because it's all about building that relationship, isn't it, as well? And that's really important to how an investor can support your business as it grows. Sally, coming back to yourself, obviously, we've talked a lot there with Amy about, obviously, you know, it's really important the process that is taken when, you know, an investor is interacting with a business, and also actually how you form that relationship with the business as well. Tell us a little bit about sort of the approach that you take within the Women Angels Syndicate, and why it was probably important for you to maybe join a women's syndicate rather than, you know, a larger syndicate.
Yeah, so I guess going back to what Amy said, just a little story from a conversation I've had earlier in the year with a business who were a husband and wife partnership, and they were seeking investment, and in the majority of the times the wife was doing the pitching, and then occasionally the husband did the pitching, and the difference in the questions that they were being asked, I was having a conversation with him, but he was staggered by the kind of grilling that she was getting in the pitches, whereas he was getting off very lightly. And it's almost as if you need to, like you said, Amy, you know, it's someone asking if you're committed. Of course you're committed, it's your business, you know, it's like, what do you have to do to prove yourself that you are committed to this business? So I think it is highlighting those conversations. I think going back to your question, Jordan, about the environment of the syndicate, I would like to think that, you know, that would be a very welcoming environment for people to come and pitch in. It's not, you know, it's not something where you want to trip people up. You want to learn about their business, and, you know, you are there. It's almost you know, it's an honor to be part of someone else's business. It's their baby, and you should respect that they've spent a lot of hard work on that. So, you know, encouraging them and giving them that feedback even if you don't want to invest, you know, respect them for the people who they are and the hard work that they've put into their business. For me as well, it's important to be part of a syndicate because I'm an early, you know, I haven't done this before. You know, I've been in business all of my life, but I haven't been part of the investment community. So for me to be part of a syndicate where there are other women in there who, some of them are experienced investors, that's really valuable for me to be able to lean on them if I want to make a decision about whether I'm going to invest in something. And, you know, everyone's got their different specialities. And I think making the most of that in a syndicate is really beneficial. So I think it's sort of, you know, there's benefits on both sides. There's benefits for the entrepreneur, but there's benefits for us as investors as well to have that, you know, resource there to pull on if we need the support.
Yeah, no, that's a great answer, Sally. And I think that's, you know, that's what we want to create in the Women Angel Syndicate. We want to give people like yourself a landing place to come, but also be able to, we often find it at our pitching meetings that we all sit there as very supportive and advisory to the entrepreneur, as well as obviously looking at how we would form an investment. And you know, it's not just about us investing in the organization as well. It's very much about how we can support even, you know, as the company grows, as it scales, but also just be there as a bit of somebody to bounce off when something occurs like Amy you had to go through, you know, and also how we then start to look at how we put further capital into that business to help you on the scaling journey as well. I'm conscious of time because we had been running over, so it was late for us to start, and I know they're keen to get back on track. So I'm just going to finish with yourself, Heather, if you don't mind, before we finish the panel this afternoon. Obviously, we've you know, since 2019. You know, there's been so much which has been achieved, and it really has been fantastic. And you know, the work that's being done obviously through the Women in Investing Code, through the support given by the Rose Review and yourself, particularly Heather and NatWest as well. You know, there is still lots to do and lots to achieve, but obviously from an audience who's here today and listening to us, what's the key things that you really think we need to concentrate on to continue to make this difference, to give, you know, the likes of Amy the ability to go out and raise further finance, but also for the likes of Sally, who is new to investing as a women investor, wants to invest because she can bring so much to these businesses. How do we continue to build out this ecosystem?
Really interesting question, Jordan. And I think there's two parts to it. I think there's that transparency of the funding and who's out there, and it is the ecosystem and how we break down those barriers. I know everything's been digital for the last, 12, 18 months. I know we've got hybrid today, and it's great to see that there's some people face to face. And I think that's been a barrier. So the more we can do to break down those barriers. So the learning from each other, Amy as a fantastic role model of someone who's gone through and raised funds. Sally has her introduction to becoming an investor. I do think it is that knowledge piece. I always go information education. So that information, that transparency, to know where the support is, to know who's out there, who's doing this, and actually having one place you can go to find that information out. But then it's the other side, the education. How do you get to be Amy and go through 2-3 rounds of investment? How do we help people to go on that journey? And I know the investment world have got so much that they're doing, but actually there is the business support environment that goes around that as well, and the part that they can play. And it's actually, how do we all work together? So for me, that transparency of the information and the education, obviously you're with Tech North here today, so that's one place about how we all work together to make it easy for everybody.
Absolutely. And thank you so much, Heather, for those final remarks there in terms of how we can make it happen. And, you know, it's fundamental that we all come together and collaborate. And it's great to see such a brilliant event, specifically focusing on how we can support certain sectors across the North as well through the FinTech conference today. Thank you so much, Sally, for joining us, and thank you so much, Amy. I've had a great time, and I'm going to hand back over to the main stage now. Thank you so much.
Just trying to give you the room there while everyone was clapping, Jordan.
Thank you so much, Julie. And it's been really great to be able to see.
Thank you.
Actually who's in there.
Can't quite hear you. Thanks very much. Great panel. So we're getting towards the end of the day in some ways now, but actually we still have a whole load of speakers. So those of you that have been to our events before will know that we always like to finish with a FinTech showcase, where we try, and I guess this time of day at an event, you've got to try and get the energy back into the room, right? Because we've all been here a while and we're not used to this. So we've got 20 people or 21 people going to speak in the next hour, just over an hour and a half. They're each going to either come up on stage or be invited to speak virtually. They've got a maximum of 5 minutes each. So quite obviously a lot of you that are here are going to be doing one of these slots. The ideal is that you do it in about 4 minutes, leave us time to ask you a question. If you run to the full 5 minutes, we just have to move to the next speaker. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, as I announce each speaker, I'm going to say who's coming next as well, so that if you're next, then you know to get ready. Our first speaker is a virtual speaker. So after I introduce Graham, the next speaker is going to be Maz from London Stock Exchange Group, and then it's going to be Nicola from Haida. So if we can get Graham on screen from Accenture, hopefully Graham can kick us off. Are you there, Graham?
I'm here. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Right, you're coming through loud and clear. Graham, you've got a total of 5 minutes. The way that we do this is I introduce you, and then at the end of each slot, our chairman, Chris, will ask a question if you've left enough time. So your 5 minute slot starts now, Graham.
Fantastic. Challenge accepted. Thank you very much. It's great to be here. So I'm Graham. I'm the FinTech Lab sponsor at Accenture. It's a program we run every year. It runs across 3 parts of the globe. Really, we've got a lab in New York, we've got one in Hong Kong, and our UK lab's based in London. We're really keen to expand out of that kind of label of London and be much more geographic diverse, and hence being here today, it's fantastic to talk to you in the north. I'm from Leeds originally, so yeah, real passion for kind of spreading the growth of the FinTech ecosystem, as we're hearing about in the last panel. We do a lot of work on diversity, so again, it was great to hear kind of the real focus about helping people elevate. Our lab is very much about supporting our client partners who work with us at Accenture, but really driving that front of the ecosystem, the real sharp end of technology, the people who are putting their lives on the line, pushing out the latest products, the latest technology, and so on. We have a lab of mentors as well as the client partners, and we've got the strength of the Accenture teams in the background as well. And you can see some of the stats on the side there from how much the lab has really added into the ecosystem and helped the fintechs grow. We've got 100 and odd alumni just out of the Accenture lab in London, and we'll talk a little bit about those in a moment. It's been great to see some of our partners on the event today. So shout out to NatWest. We had some good successes with the likes of Kogo doing carbon tracking through at NatWest. They've been through the lab as well, and you can see a real spread here. We're very much looking to grow the lab out beyond just FS as well. So you can see some of the partners in here aren't just financial services firms, and that's really relevant to growing embedded finance, which is one of our themes for this year. We always try and push the lab on each year. So some of the top trends that we're seeing around cloud, it's not just about being in the cloud. Clearly everyone's already there, but it's actually how do you get the most out of it? So we saw Illuma really getting explainable AI out of the cloud and the technologies that they were doing last year. We've moved purpose onto sustainability and green finance for this year, and some great ideas from people like Vested Impact, who have redefined Millionaire to be about the amount of people who get impacted. So real social equality and a real drive to do things better that we've seen through that stream of fintechs. Then we've got data. We see people like Ulyss who've been pitching to join the lab this year. They're very much about platform banking, making the most of data, and really seeing a step change in how financial institutions are sharing their data. And then we have embedded, which I touched on a moment ago. And there's probably something in there as well, which we're really seeing. It's great to see in the industry that the big institutions are happy to partner and co-brand. So TSB and AppTap being the example there. We run across different verticals, as you can see, and we really run across a 3-month period, January to March. We're currently in our interview round, so our partner's going through the selection process at the moment. But then we have quite an intense structured process, like a FinTech finishing school, which ultimately results in a graduation at the end. We're really proud of the alumni, and we love to kind of retain the relationships with them. To call out just one off here, given the time, Untied, right in the middle at the center here, won an award with the variable recurring payments hackathon that was being run across industry for their digital tax just the other week. So they're doing some great stuff. I'm at 4 minutes, so I'll just point you to our socials at the top. If you want to see who's coming through for our 2022 cohort, you can check them out on Twitter and LinkedIn. We've been posting all week. Thank you.
Fantastic, Graham. Thank you. Oh, can we have the mic on, please, Jeff? We just got. You finished in time, so you get a question, Graham. Well done. Thank you.
Yeah, looking at that, if you like, matrix you had of capability versus subsector, where's the action happening right now? Which vertical and which horizontal capability? Yeah, that one.
Yeah, this one.
Where's the heat map of new technology and new company happening?
So probably no great surprise that sustainability has been our most popular interview day. So that one's running today. We have more attendees come along to that one than we've had in the others. But the vertical is absolutely this embedded finance stream. So financial institutions realizing that the customers and the opportunities are not just through the branches and through their own mobile apps, but they're out where the customers are, whether it's in the social channels or the retailers, etc. So really a lot of interest in how do we help customers access finances where they want it, when they want it, rather than just where they've typically been able to have it.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Yeah, thanks, Graham. That's really interesting, actually, about embedded finance, because I see that mentioned more and more as a topic, but I guess I've maybe not seen quite so much in terms of company activity. Okay, well, brilliant. Thank you, Graham, and obviously big thanks again to Accenture and Infinity Works for helping support us today. Next, we're going to introduce Maz from London Stock Exchange Group. Maz, are you here? Yep, good stuff. Come on up. You want the lectern or the handheld? Okay, great stuff. Welcome.
Hi there, good afternoon, everyone. I'll start by quickly introducing myself. So my name is Mazza Salim, you can call me Maz. I am very much from Manchester, and actually one of the last times I was in this room was when I graduated. And the only other times I've been in this room are when my siblings graduated. So quite an honor to be here and really, really thankful for the university to host us. In terms of what I do, so I work for the London Stock Exchange Group. And what you'll find actually, for some you'll be familiar with this already, but others maybe not, that the group is built up of a number of different businesses. Now, the business that I represent is where most of the data and analytics business is run for the London Stock Exchange. And it's a business called Refinitiv. For anyone that's not familiar with our business already, we have been around for not quite as long as the stock exchange, but you know, quite a fair bit of time nevertheless, going back to the 1800s. And these days, actually, we're one of the absolute leading providers when it comes to market data, data consolidation, normalization, and how customers can derive value from that data for, you know, all different parts of their business, including risk, trading, and so on. So we came together with the London Stock Exchange this year, which is incredibly exciting. We're seeing lots of synergy opportunities, and in the next slide I'll be able to talk to some of those. So this slide here I think's going to give us a really good idea as to what we're seeing in the market and where some of our growth opportunities coming. I'm actually going to start on the right hand side. Really everything that we're seeing is coming from demand, right? Demand from younger generations and expectation in terms of how engagement, how services should be delivered to them. You know, and in order to achieve that, automation, you know, sort of sustainable options and so on and so forth, all these things come together, and actually that's really what's driving our business. We're in particular seeing a really major uptick in requests from fintechs. It seems that it's just so much easier to take your idea and go and execute on that idea than it ever has been before. And you know, traditionally, and it's super exciting right now, because traditionally our biggest customers and our biggest growth comes out of, you know, your big investment banks, your asset managers and so on. But actually the amount of growth we're seeing out of you know, fintechs, service providers and these sorts of businesses is one of the reasons why we're here today. We're sponsoring the event as well, and that's why it's really exciting to hear some of the ideas that are in this room as well. Finishing up, giving you a high level understanding of how we do what we do. So this here gives you a slide going from left to right this time. We have our own intellectual property. So for example, when it comes to the FX space, we are one of the, well, we're very much market standard when it comes to contracts and so on and so forth. So that there are areas where we've got our own intellectual property, but outside of that, we've got, you know, data from literally thousands of external sources. You know, our job is to bring that data together, normalize it in a manner such that, you know, any of the businesses that might be in this room that would need to engage with one or many of those partners are able to do it much more, you know, just efficiently by pulling all of that through a single pipe. In terms of the way in which that can then be applied in businesses, I mean, I spoke to some of the people in this room yesterday, and you know, sometimes it's a partnership whereby the business that you're running requires some of this kind of data for you to go and fulfill the service that you need to your downstream customers. And so there's partnership opportunities. And sometimes, you know, maybe you're a recipient of because of the operation. So that's the last slide. Just wanted to give sort of a high level view as to what we do over at Refinitiv. Thank you.
Quick question for you. Big bubble there saying sustainability data.
Yes.
Currently, there is a war on amongst the data providers to make sure that data is good, and it's one that MSCI appears to be winning. Your data, how do you satisfy yourself that it is a valid, accurate, relevant? Because that seems to be the most important thing. Holdings level data relating to ESG and sustainability, that's the big battle going on at the moment.
Yeah, so when it comes to sustainability data, there are multiple levels of the data that's necessary, right? One level is a rating, and there are some providers that are becoming very much the market standard for rating. And by the way, that rating can be on multiple things. So, you know, you may have it on a company, you may have it on a fixed income instrument, you may have it on a government bond. And actually, when you look at London Stock Exchange Group as a whole, you know, one of the ways in which we find the engagement with us being quite interesting is because we've got different parts of the business that actually go into instrument level, fund level, and government level, which is quite a unique approach. But actually, the other thing we're seeing a lot of are fintechs in that space. So it's one thing if you want to use that data for yourself, but it's another thing if you need, let's say, more raw kind of data to go and build your own scores, to then go on and redistribute and build your own customer base. You know, we're seeing a big demand for that, and that's a business that we do engage with.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, okay. Thank you, and also thank you to London Stock Exchange Group Refinitiv for supporting us today. The order of next speakers, well done, Nicola, you're from Ready. It's going to be Michael from Simple Insight, then Holly and Laura from Financial, and then Shoaib from RD Vault. So that's the next few, so make sure that you're ready. But before that, we're going to hear from Nicola at Haida. Come and tell us about Haida. Do you want this one? Okay.
I'm only quite small. Hi, everyone. My name is Nicola Weedall, and I'm one of the co-founders of HIDA, a Manchester-based fintech. We founded this business to solve the most long-standing and the biggest problem that we think there are for SME businesses, which is getting paid. We live in a world where, as consumers, we want everything immediately, but as businesses, we're quite happy to wait. So the UK has an inherent problem when it comes to late payments and extended payment terms, often resulting in a barrier to grow, or even more catastrophic, that SMEs fail. 50% of those fail that do start, and most of that is due to late payments. And in 2020 alone, 62% of SMEs experienced an increase in late payments. Meaning that on average, business owners spend almost 2 days a month collecting overdue invoices, which is just not how it should be. So HIDA is the perfect solution to that problem. We have an integration with cloud accounting software that is seamless, meaning that our integration means that you can generate an invoice, we see that invoice upon generation, and we pay it within 24 hours of you creating that invoice. We pay 100% of the value of your invoices, so differing very much from the other lenders that you may be familiar with. Our collections process is amazing. We build great relationships with your customers, meaning that you no longer have to have those awkward conversations when it comes to chasing payments. We protect all of our funded invoices with our credit insurance policy, again, providing peace of mind to SMEs that the money that you are owed is going to be paid. And we also do that for a fixed fee that is apparent at the point in which you onboard with us. So you know exactly what you're going to pay for your invoices to be paid. So we're on a mission to change the way that SMEs get paid and ultimately resolve this problem that is inherent in the UK. It's really, really simple, and I don't just want you to take my word for it. So please take a look at our video and you can see exactly how easy it is to become a customer. It might take a minute. They did tell me this, so this is an awkward silence.
Welcome to HIDA's guided onboarding process. To start, enter your email address and create a password. Check your inbox to verify your email address. There are 4 simple stages to creating an account with HIDA. Identify your company as registered at Companies House. Now, tell us who you are. If you're a director, your name will automatically appear. If you're not a director, simply click I'm not a director and continue. We'll need your mobile number for an additional layer of security. So have it handy to input the 4-digit PIN. The next step is to link your company's Xero account to our platform. We'll take you to the Xero login page and you enter your Xero username and password as usual. Don't worry, we'll never ask you to share these details. You'll then be prompted to allow HIDA read-only access. Now that Xero is connected, we can analyse your current debtors. To select which of your debtors you would like us to consider funding, identify the registered entity, and after some algorithmic magic, voila, we'll let you know whether we can fund it and, crucially, our fixed fee. And remember, fixed means fixed. Once quoted, our fee never changes. You can select other debtors for us to check, or you can continue onboarding. Next, connect your company bank account. Rest assured, your account details are secure and we only require read-only access. We cannot make payments or withdrawals on your behalf, and open banking is regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority. Select your bank and you'll be directed to their login page. These remain secure and secret. We never see them. The final stage is for all directors to complete our online ID check and to sign the agreement. Make sure you have either your passport or driver's license handy. It's super simple to get your colleagues involved. Just enter their email and we'll take care of the rest. They won't need to set up an account or go through these steps. Our ID verification partner will ask you to take a photo of your passport or driver's license and upload a selfie. You can do this on your mobile or on your computer. Once that is done, simply sign our agreement, and that's it. Once all directors are finished, you're ready to switch on your first debtor and reduce those payment terms from up to 90 days to just 24 hours. HIDA. Payment, no terms.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to showcase. Am I out of time?
Yeah, I can ask a question. Okay, so when you generate the payment terms from your clients, as opposed to, say, my clients, that's based upon the credit rating or the perceived risk of the client that you're chasing the money from. Is that correct?
Kind of. We don't generate payment terms. So what we do is we take ownership of that invoice, and then you are paid today, and we will collect that when it's due. We don't then come back to you if we've not collected within the time frame that we expected to do. So therefore, it genuinely is you're paid and we forget.
So to clarify, is it you don't have to pay if you don't succeed in chasing the invoice, or do you pay up front?
We pay you.
You pay us, that's
upon
right.
the point in which you create an invoice.
And the amount of money that I pay you is dependent upon your perception of the credit rating of the counterparty.
Exactly, yeah. So it's typically how long you wait to be paid for your invoices.
Okay,
yeah.
perfect. Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you.
Great stuff. Okay, now we're going to hear from Michael, is the founder at Simple Insight. Michael, come on up. Would you like the lectern or the mic? Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello, my name's Michael Stewart. I'm the founder of Simple Insights. This short presentation is basically a shout out to the FinTech North community for collaboration opportunities. My company basically wants to ensure that FinTech startups start up in the right vein when they start up on their startup journey. So the main drivers as to why we're looking to create the cloud connected startups are that we want to support the Northern FinTech ecosystem. And actually support the northern part of the UK. As we've heard earlier today, we believe that there's a great potential in the region, and there's definitely talent that's been mentioned in the northwest. I think that the ecosystem has the potential to be as good as London. We want to support FinTech so that they scale up in a connected manner. So by that, we mean that their back office systems need to be as connected and technically advanced as their front office systems. So what we see is that FinTechs tending to spend a lot of money on the front end, but FinTech should, apologies. We want to create FinTechs that can make data-driven decisions. So what we mean by that is that we use cloud platforms Sorry.
Who'd you ideally like to be talking to after today? Who's your ideal audience?
My ideal audience is you guys, but it's really not easy at all. It's partly to do with who I am. You know, it's not easy running your business as an entrepreneur, especially as a Black person. So some of the difficulties, or all of the difficulties that the ladies basically mentioned in the Fund Here presentation, it's the same for Black people. And at the end of the day, I'm really disappointed in kind of my showing here and my inability to communicate my business offering to you, because it's an amazing business. It's been born out of a struggle that I've had when I've worked in FTSE 100 companies. You know, it's their inability to create a business that isn't connected in the cloud, and the cloud is basically the technology that we should be using. I've heard today in terms of instances where funders have been struggling to produce information for investors. That's something that we would look at and help an investor in terms of recommending a platform that could help. You know, HubSpot would be a platform that could help. We are Xero, QuickBooks and free agent partners. And what we do is we build an ecosystem around those accounting platforms to enable startups to actually move forward and move on. And it gives them the capability to actually conduct the business in the same manner that an SME or, you know, a larger company would do. You know, the cloud platforms are available.
I think you did it in the end anyway.
Wow, not in the way that I wanted to.
It's not an easy thing to stand up here and talk to a room full of people that you don't know, and no matter how well you know your subject. So we always try and help the early stage businesses right across the North. It's part of our DNA really at FinTech North. And so we'll find other opportunities to help Michael get his message across. But I think he did it in the end anyway, didn't he? Just needed to just feel a little bit comfortable up here. So, okay, and I've forgotten who I'm introducing next now. Sorry, let me. Okay, sorry, it's Holly and Laura from Financial. Is it just going to be you, Laura? Is that too much? Okay. You just use that.
Thank you so much.
So show him from RD Vault next, and then Sarah from Digital Oracles, who's virtual. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. So hi, I'm Laura, and I was pretty shit with money. I had a champagne lifestyle, but absolutely a Prosecco budget. I spent way beyond my means, expensive gym memberships, weekend brunches, designer handbags. I wanted to look and feel good, and I was certainly spending like it. And this left me overwhelmed. I was in consumer debt. I couldn't afford to buy a house for my daughter and I had no pension pot to speak of, and I had a good graduate salary. It turns out I was not alone. Financial will be the brand that females think of when they make a financial decision, and this is why. Women are behind in every area of personal finance. When you combine this with the marketing of women and the pressure to keep up with the Joneses that we all feel, is it any wonder? By the time a woman retires, she has £100,000 less in her pension pot than a man, even though she lives longer. A lot of the role models in the finance landscape are male. They all seem to like the same colour of suit as well. And products are built by men for men, but not intentionally. It's just the way that the banking system and financial service products were created. And then we've mentioned the marketing, and also Starling did a really good report on images and content and words that follow around women in the money space. Is about pennies and frugality and saving. And when it comes to the male counterparts, it's investing. And so we'd had enough. One day I just had enough, so we built the couch to 5K, but for money. We are helping women and men in our community ditch debt, buy their first homes, fund IVF babies, and importantly, invest and build wealth for the future. This sits on our app that is live now and contains education, tools, and community, and this combination of early stage nurture journey financial focus, not just getting someone to convert and buy a product, really get it, like being obsessed with the customer and being so customer centric means that we really work out what they need and they can personalize the plan to their personal situation. My co-founder, sister Holly, and I have strong commercial backgrounds managing large businesses, and now we've become reluctant entrepreneurs because we see no one else solving this problem. Together, we've built a 37,000 strong global community with one of the best advisor teams in FinTech who believe in our purpose-driven cause and the projections that follow behind it. The app's been live a month now. We've got 1,200 consumer users and heartwarming feedback actually that's really helped people take control of their finances. We're running at about a 15% conversion to premium, which is one of our monetization strategies, which is the heavier budgeting software. We launch our B2B offering in January to a huge consumer brand, which we're really excited about, and it'll be part of their employee value proposition to help their employees actually achieve their financial goals with their money rather than just giving them money off deals. And we've not even talked about the global opportunity because this is pre-advice stage. This isn't jurisdiction specific. This is basic money management. And we all agree that a lot of us could do with some help in that scenario. Yeah, no one's solving this problem, and there's never been a better time to take first mover advantage in the female focused space. And so that's Financial. Thank you.
think this is my question now. If I can ask you one, that's great. Fantastic. Really like it. How many people do you have on your platform at the moment?
So we've got 1,200 of free users. We've
Yeah.
got 15%, nearly 16% upgraded to premium, which is the money plan.
Okay.
And then we've got we were an established social platform first, to be fair. So
Okay. I was going to ask actually what your marketing plan was, but you've got the social platform and word of mouth and.
really good question. So community and referral driven first. That's what we're going to go for.
Yeah, no, that's the best way. I love it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Great stuff. Okay, thank you, Laura. Shoaib from RD, there you are. Welcome back. We were chatting last night. Okay, next it's Sarah from Digital Oracles, and then Matt from X Design. Okay. Of course, yeah.
Sorry, I've got used to walking and talking. Okay, so hands up. Who knows what R&D tax credits are? Great. There's someone watching you from our sort of company, and they'll be in touch with you to sell the product. No. Anyway, so RD Vault, we're a Manchester FinTech-based company, and we are trying to revolutionize the way companies make R&D tax credit claims. We are we've been awarded an Innovate UK grant, and we're working with the likes of the AI Foundry, a sort of collection of Manchester-based universities, and picked up some awards in the process. So what are R&D tax credits? Simply put, when a company spends money on research and development, be it vaccines, medical devices, the UK government gives a percentage of that back in the form of cash, irrespective of whether the company's paid any taxes in the past. That's our annual turnover. I'm joking. 150 billion. That's actually the amount of R&D tax credits the governments collectively throughout the world give out to SMEs and large companies. 9 billion pounds. HM Revenue and Customs gives out approximately 9 billion pounds in the form of R&D tax credits to startups, scale-ups, SMEs, etc. 1 billion pounds. That's the cumulative value of transactions analyzed on our platform. And it's helped businesses generate, or hundreds of businesses generate, over 40 million pounds of R&D tax credits successfully on the RD Vault platform. So why do people turn up to our doorstep at least? It's because since 2001, or since the inception of R&D tax credits, it's been a very slow and tedious process. You have to knock on the doors of accountants and bean accountants and tax advisors, and it's very expensive in the sense that you are locked into multi-year contracts and paying anything up to 30% of your check back from HMRC in the form of fees. So what we've done is we've developed the world's first automated software, integrating it with the likes of Xero, QuickBooks, and Sage. And with our automated tax engine, any company can actually make an R&D claim using historic data or predict the value of their claim based on historic spend. And obviously, we've made it super simple to use as well. So here's a pictorial of what we do. We use different data sources, and it spits out a HMRC compliant R&D tax report. Okay, so we've helped hundreds of companies, from startups, scale-ups, subsidiaries of listed companies, large conglomerates, Series A, B, and C round companies as of last week. And the reason we're successful is because by using technology, we've been able to drive the costs down. And they are quite simply an average of £2,000. That's the average invoice or a fee that a user would pay on our platform. So what's our ask today? Number one, you're probably part of a sort of partnership or connected to some sort of a science park. And if you are, and if you feel that the connection or an introduction to us would be of use, we'd love to hear from you. Number two, we're closing our Series A round, or sort of attempting to at least. So if we have investors in the room, or if you know of investors who'd be interested in using or investing in our product, that would be great. Number 3, and I wouldn't be an entrepreneur if I didn't say this, but if you're claiming R&D tax credits and you're having your pants pulled down, you should be speaking to us. And number 4, AI capabilities. We're looking at extending our AI capabilities, and we'd love to work with a Northwest-based company for obvious reasons. So if you know or are an AI-focused company, we'd love to hear from you. And here's my picture on Tinder.
I'm not sure about having my pants pulled down, but I do get spammed all the time by people offering me R&D tax credit options. I think last year we used CFO did it manually themselves. So I, for one, will be putting you in contact with my CFO because it'll make it easier and take some of their time back, that I can use them for more productive things like producing business plans for Series A. But yeah, you obviously are a startup yourself. And in fact, I think I saw you on was it one of the Tech Nation startup programs recently, or you applied for it?
On the Scaling Leaders program, yes.
Scaling Leaders program. Did you win that? Did you get through into one of the leaders? Were you one of the selected companies?
So that's a paid for program.
Okay.
And, so yeah.
All right. Okay. Fair enough. But anyway, look, no, I'm very impressed, and it looks very useful. So I will be putting you forward to my CFO.
Thank you. That's great.
No question, basically. Well done.
Thank you. Well done.
Okay, our next speaker is a virtual speaker. So hopefully, and I'm ashamed to say, I'm not sure if it's Sarah or Sarah, but are you there? I'm going to go for Sarah.
I am there.
Is it Sarah?
Yes, Sarah. Yeah. Hi.
Yes. Okay, great. Well, thanks, Sarah. Right, we can all hear you, and we can see your slides. So take it away.
Perfect. Thank you so much, everyone. I'm sorry I'm not there with you today, but I've just come back from a business trip to Milan, so you know the COVID regulations. So I'm here today to tell you more about digital oracles and the way, how we're going to revolutionize the early stage investment world, really. So let me see. Okay, cool. So we are basically creating a grow to earn platform, very new innovative business model. And we're gamifying the startups' growth and investment connections and opportunities. We are doing that in 3 ways. First of all is to connect before invest for early stage investors. For startups is to support them in their growth. So with a model that is called earn as you grow. And last but not least, circular economy. We know that the early stage investment world is extremely time consuming and inefficient. So we want to avoid waste and optimize resources, leading the investors to focus on the growth of the startups rather than success. And this is actually how the investor deal flow selection process works. Lots of different stages and steps, and very fragmented as well. Of course, I mean, there is a deal flow discovery activities, meetings, attending events like this one, vetting website inquiries and referrals. And very few startups know that over 90% of the investor deal flow comes from referral. And after that, of course, I mean, there is a segmentation and selection process of startups that is normally done by junior members of the team. And for the lucky 1% that get an investment, then, lucky for them, really. But we know that, over 99% of the value of this process is actually left on the table. And that's how we want to basically revolutionize this. We want to create value through micro actions that precede an investment. So now it's possible to do this through our platform for the investor to actually, start from their deal flow, streamlining and accelerating the startup's assessment process. They can monitor the progress of the startups in real time and their growth over time, and assess their potential based on progress and resilience rather than numbers, far-fetched numbers. That allows them to actually create value in the short term as well as in the long term. And of course, I mean, to earn, because what we are doing is to transform their deal flow in a living and liquid asset, which is the revolutionary thing about digital oracles. And we're doing that through the Dottis, which is our virtual currency that is native to the platform. So how do we do that? We're gamifying the early stage investment space. So investors can actually refer startups to the platform, or startups can register themselves. They can do weekly check-ins. There will be growth ranking. They have to complete specific stages of growth. When they do this, they complete these stages, they unlock rewards, and the investors can basically reward them by referring them to other investors, or fund co-investment opportunities, or hopefully finish, have an investment, finish this process with an investment outside of our platform. And we are doing this by leveraging our .is, but also NFTs, which are digital proof of ownership. And what we are doing here is to basically give the startups badges, such as proof of activity or proof of growth. The market is very big. We know that over $295 billion were invested in startups at a pre-seed to a pre-IPO worldwide. In the UK, the angel investment space is slightly smaller, of course, but for us, this is a blue ocean. So we are focusing actually on the 99 or 98% of deals that are overlooked every single day by investors. And we project to actually achieve around £21 million in revenue by year 5, just by focusing on overlooked opportunities. But the exciting market is the B2C retail investment market. We know that there are over 100 million retail investors worldwide and over 100 trillion pounds of asset under management. So 2.3 million of British people are crypto investors, and they spend on average £300 in this investment. And if we can get actually 1% of the market, we could achieve £7 million in year 3. Here, in terms of comparable landscape, we want to position ourselves as a tech provider for the early stage investment space. So we are working with investors, crowdfunding platform, accelerators and incubators, and giving them a platform where they can finally monitor the growth of startups over time and refer and introduce startups to investors in a more streamlined and accountable way. Our revenue model has got 3 pillars. Institutional investors, which are called the oracles because they refer and validate startups. They can buy and distribute .is. The engine, who are the startups, and they earn as they grow, and they can buy, receive, and earn .is. And of course, the retail investors, which is coming soon, and they are the market because they provide support and liquidity to this market, but also they provide signals to the oracles and other stakeholders on the platform. Our go-to-market, we know that in order to onboard all of these startups, we need strong partners, and we're going at the moment to accelerators, incubators, and member associations who have a very big deal flow, and we can basically help them, support them with the deal flow identification and segmentation, but also with the track and growth monitoring over time. In terms of achievements, we bootstrapped this product in the past 18 months. We got lots of support from the Greater Manchester community, from the Greater Manchester Cyber Foundry, AI Foundry, but also Block One and Polygon-Matic, who are 2 very big blockchain investors. And of course, some government grant. We're currently raising the seed round, which is oversubscribed, and we are so proud to tell you today that we just closed the biggest blockchain investor in the world, based in Hong Kong, and they are leading our round. In terms of the team, we have extensive experience working with startups and international corporate companies across a variety of sectors and specialized in the new emerging technologies. I'm Sara Simeone, CEO and co-founder, based in Manchester, originally from Italy, as you can you can hear from my accent. Russell Matcham, based in Saudi at the moment. Sebastiano Cataldo is our CTO, one of the leading blockchain developers in Europe. Deborah Cleary, based in in Cambridge, and Angela Petralia, based in Italy. And of course, I've got a member of my team there with you today. So if you want to reach out to him, his name is Harry. So he will probably just raise his hands at some point. Our ask from you today, if you're an institutional investor, accelerator, incubator, please register on our platform or book a call with our team or with myself. More than happy to show you the platform. For startups that are there and listening to us today, please register on the platform. We are going to give you some credits as well to join. And if you want to hear more about our fundraising efforts, please contact me directly. I'd be happy to schedule a call with you as well. So these are my contact details, and I'm extremely happy to be here with you today. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Sarah. Okay, I'm afraid you used your 5 minutes, Sarah, but thank you so much. That was brilliant to hear from you. And thank you for joining us online. Okay, so now we're going to hear from Matt from X Design. After this, it's going to be Jen from Leonard Cheshire, and then Layla from Text Passport, and then Benjamin from Ving.ai. Matt, welcome.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. I'm going to follow Charles' move and use the mic and walk around, stretch the legs a bit. My name is Matt. I work for X Design, which is a business I'm going to introduce to you now. I lead our business in North of England, and we're based in Bruntwood, so very, very close to the north side.
Start your time again.
Yeah, so I get my slides up first. There we go. I'll try again. Right. I'm Matt Ward. I lead the X Design business here in the north of England. We're based in one of the Bruntwood buildings, so we sit alongside and share many of the same traits as the businesses that we've been hearing from today and that are spending time in the room with us. So what do we actually offer? Well, we are a business which is really, really focused on driving value. So core part of everything that we do is releasing value quickly, and the focus of our business is about delivery. It's about creating value by putting things into market. It's also really important to us that we do that in the right way. So we would always consider ourselves to be customer champions, and working with and alongside our various clients, we focus much, much more on the outcomes that we drive for them and for their customers than we do on the number of features that we create or the number of pieces of design that we can fit into a particular experience. And finally, we bring a very deep and relevant experience from all sectors. We've worked on hundreds of different projects over the last 10 years across pretty much all sectors that you can think of. And entrepreneurialism, which is easy for me to say, is in the DNA of our business, and it's in the DNA of the way in which we conduct ourselves, which means that we work just as easily with really big companies like Tesco Bank, Rothschild & Co, Money Supermarket Group, and bring the ability to challenge and question the way of doing things for those businesses. But also we're just as comfortable working alongside businesses which are much earlier in that journey, because we understand the mindset and we share so many of the same sort of ambitions and experiences. Little bit about us sort of functionally. We are a UK business, which in software and engineering design is becoming relatively unusual, but people are becoming a bit more interested in businesses which are purely onshore here in the UK. We were founded in Edinburgh, so our sort of headquarters, if you like, is in Edinburgh, but we now have a presence in the north of England, and we're committed to growing our business across the UK. The pandemic, as we've heard from one or two people, has meant that actually accessing the right talent in the right place means that we have to accept an element of remote working. We have to accept that we can reach a wider audience as well because of that. But we still want a spiritual home. We want somewhere to call home. We want regions and places and cities that we can be connected to, where we can make a difference. We believe that the growth of our business will come directly from the amount of growth that we can create in the clients that we work with. And we are about 130 strong. Over 100 of those people are engineers and agile product leads. So we don't really have much of a hierarchy or management structure. We're very much founded and built around the people that do the doing for us. And we look at digital differently. We don't just put skills into businesses. We bring teams, formed teams that work brilliantly together with themselves and with clients to create value as quickly as possible. We have a challenge like, well, many businesses that are succeeding at the moment are facing the challenge of how do you grow carefully and successfully and not lose the qualities that have made your business powerful in the first instance. We've created for ourselves a clear mission and a set of values for us to focus our business around, but also focus our acquisition of talent around, and focus the way in which we can articulate ourselves consistently. Now, the interesting thing about this mission and the values is that they were created this year. So we were 10 years old when we created these. We didn't have them because we felt we needed them to tick a box or to put in pitch decks. We put them together because we wanted to make sure that we were authentic and that we could keep the integrity of the business as we begin to grow. But in essence, our mission is to build the best products, the best processes, and the best teams that we possibly can, and build those and do those together with our clients so that we share a purpose and an outcome in everything that we do. Our values are around challenging, so behaving with integrity, but challenging our clients to go further, challenging about what is acceptable and what is good and what we can achieve. We care very deeply. We care about the craft of what we do and the software that we develop, but we also care about the relationships that we create with people. And collaboration is absolutely critical for us. Because of the nature of the way in which we offer our services into businesses, we're offering teams that operate alongside their teams and become part of theirs. So collaboration is fundamental to that. And finally, how does that translate then into the offer that we make for our client? Well, as I said, there's a huge talent gap. We all know that. We're all in this room because we've got some connections to this particular problem. There are a lot of good people out there, but actually it's harder and harder to get your hands on those people. We're in a really great position at the moment. We have grown threefold in the last sort of 9 to 12 months. We've done that because of the way in which we behave towards our people and the way in which we work with our clients. We are accredited great place to work, and we focus very much around the people within our business to help us grow. So where other people are really struggling to get talent, we are still recruiting talent successfully and effectively. We therefore can help clients who are struggling, people who are bringing in more junior talent because they can't attract the better talent. We are retaining, I think our retention rate is, our sort of loss rate is about 2%. So we're retaining that talent once we've brought them into the business. We can share that with clients. We can help you to grow your businesses by giving you access to that. We can help businesses scale at pace. So organizations quite often, well, generally, no matter their size, find it hard to grow quickly and safely. But we can help by accelerating roadmaps, by bringing an injection of adrenaline, by bringing some momentum and pace into teams for businesses, which can drive up the value and quality of what comes out, allowing businesses to scale more quickly. And we can also take end-to-end responsibility of helping businesses to deliver. So we can go from that first idea or that set of challenge questions or those bullet points that need addressing, we can turn those into a formed approach to delivery, and then we'll have the confidence to actually take that to market. So we don't leave behind a PowerPoint deck saying this is how you should take this out. We'll actually help you build it, because we will have the belief and confidence in the process that we bring to those challenges in order to make it happen. So I'm quite sure I've overrun. I don't think I've ever failed to overrun in my life before, but that's X Design. Thank you.
Yeah, you were pretty nailed on to run over, Matt. That's great to hear from you there. Okay, so now we're going to hear from Jen and Emma as well from Leonard Cheshire. That's correct, isn't it? Yeah, welcome.
So now for something completely different. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you to FinTech for inviting us to showcase Leonard Cheshire today. My name's Emma Pierce, and this is Jen Sweeney. Over the next 4 minutes, we're going to tell you about Leonard Cheshire, and hopefully it's going to click why we're here. So Leonard Cheshire has, for over 70 years, been advancing the rights and choices of people with disability. We are experts in supporting disabled people into work, and we're also experts in supporting organisations to be disability confident, disability inclusive. We've been working in the finance sector. We know that the FCA, the PRA, and the Bank of England are working hard. They're accelerating the pace of meaningful change around diversity and inclusion. Today, we've heard about financial inclusion in FinTech.
We also know that professional services are the top growing industries in the north of England. And we also know that yet recruiting talented employees is becoming increasingly challenging. So we want you today, in the next few minutes, to consider that people with disabilities have to be created to adapt in the world around them. As such, they develop strengths such as problem solving, agility, persistence, and a willingness to experiment, all of which are essential for innovation. And yet a recent Leonard Cheshire employment report revealed that 1 in 5 employees are less likely to employ somebody with a disability. So let's highlight why we're here today and what we can do to support change. There are 14.1 million people with a disability in the UK. Mental health is considered a disability if it has a long-term effect on your day-to-day activity. So it's not surprising that it's the fastest growing minority group. Consider the 14.1 million again, and remember that disabled consumers' spending power is valued at 249 billion. We call this the purple pound. If you are going to tap into the purple pound, then you need to think about product design being inclusive from the outset. And I'm just going to tell you a very quick story, and you'll think, why is this relevant? But Amazon contacted our assistant director of technology many years ago. They asked him to create a voice recognition product for the blind. Fast forward, and Alexa was born. This is a mainstream inclusive product. So think about your design and think about being inclusive going forward, and think about also having an inclusive workforce. D&I boards and panels focus on gender equity and ethnic minority, but we find disability is so often forgotten in the conversation. And I think today, I don't know that it's been mentioned. 1 in 5 of us having a disability in our lifetime. So we're going to tell you a little bit now about what you can do to change your workforce and tap into an untapped talent pool.
So I'm going to tell you a little bit about one of the very nice things that Leonard Cheshire do, and it's a program called Change 100. It's an award-winning graduate internship program, and it runs every summer for 3 months. We've been running this program now for around 8 years. Started off initially with just 13 participants. Pre-pandemic, we'd got to 170 participants. And then, of course, the pandemic hit. We were really fortunate because we had lots of partners that worked with us, and we were still able to put our interns through the program remotely. Not quite as high numbers, but still, we ran the program and we ran it really successfully. And what we found, so we had people taking part remotely back in the pandemic year, and then earlier on in the summer of this year, we had a mix. So we had people taking part virtually and also taking part in the office, and quite often in a blended delivery. And we found that remote working actually broke down accessibility barriers. An example of that would be, we had a young lady who was based in Newcastle, and she was actually working for an organisation in London. So pre-pandemic, would that have happened? Probably not, but this did, and it works, and it works really well. So just to sort of give you an update, in 2021, we had over 700 applicants with Change 100, and we placed 140 students. I think the key thing there is great, really great that we did that. But the very sad thing is there were so many of those individuals that were so talented. And I, for one, are one of the people within the organisation that attends the assessment centres. And I can't tell you just how impressive the students are. So what I'm asking today, and what I'm really wanting to be able to do, is to place more young disabled people into workforces so that they can get some experience. And what I'd really, really love to think that we'd move from the 140 students this year to 200 this year. So I'd like to give you a moment just to have a look at some of the, I'm going to do this, you can't hear me, but I'd like you to have a look at some of the employee benefits, or employer benefits, should I say, that we offer within the scheme. And I'm just hoping that people will be interested and want to sign up for the summer of next year. And just to say on that, if they are interested and they want to make contact, if they actually book onto the programme before the end of this year, they'll be able to join us on some of the assessment centres that we run. And it gives you a really good insight into how we run assessment centres for a very diverse range of disabilities. So it's a great sort of thing to get involved in. Joe's going to follow up, in his follow-up email, my contact details will be there. And it'll also give you a couple of links to some of the key parts of the site that you'd need to look at. And that's it. Thank you for listening. Did we run out of time?
You did, but I think because we're actually, thank you so much, and we're really happy to be supporting you today and after today as well. A really important session there, and a great food for thought for all of us. Yeah, because we're running a little bit, we're about 10 minutes behind where we should be at the moment, and we don't really want to keep you all here over time. So we'll just stop having the questions. So the option for questions is gone. So try and nail your slots between 4 and 5 minutes, and everyone will be able to have a drink. So the next speaker is going to be Layla from Tech Passport. We've had Layla speak recently at an event that we hosted in Bristol with FinTech West, and it's great to have you here today, Layla. Just to give a bit of advance warning of who's coming next. Benjamin from Ving.ai, then Simon from Data on Demand, and then it's going to be Lee from Tassica. Layla, great to have you here. Welcome.
Thank you for having me. I will try and do this really quickly. So I'm Layla. I'm the founder of Tech Passport. I set the company up 2 years ago, and then COVID happened, which was wonderful for everybody, especially in your early stages. So Tech Passport is an innovation platform. And I built it having worked in banks for a long time and saw how difficult it was for the banks to engage with startups and innovative technology providers such as yourselves. And at the time, I could see the challenge from the banks that they wanted to innovate faster, they wanted to access technology providers, the processes don't work. Actually, to coin a phrase from one of our advisors who works at Morgan Stanley, it's shit. The process does not work. Sorry for my language, but what we found is that it's not just the likes of HSBC or Morgan Stanley, it's across the board. All these banks are finding it challenging to access innovative technology providers because the processes are slow. So I left my comfortable job, set up a platform to try and bring these two worlds together. And actually what I've realized is that it's really challenging for startups. We're a startup. We know how difficult it is, from making sure you've got money in the bank to pay your employees, to scale, to finding the right person within a bank to engage with, to putting a trial in place, and then going through that whole negotiation piece. So we've got a marketplace. We bring on suppliers and banks. Suppliers can join for free. It's like a free shop front for you guys. And banks can connect with you. And what we enable is the contract negotiation of an NDA and a trial agreement really quickly. So JP Morgan, Lloyd's, for example, take 12 weeks to put these contracts in place, and we can do it within a couple of days. So we're really trying to speed up that route to market, and also enable suppliers to get in front of the right buyers. We're raising money, unashamedly sort of post about this. So we're starting to scale into next year. We've got our first client, which is Morgan Stanley. We've got 5 other major clients on the books. We've got a major partnership deal into the Middle East to introduce us to 300 banks across the region. So it's a really good opportunity for us to help front British technology providers. So not just London, but British technology providers, give them a platform onto a global arena, and help them to scale, help them to find the right buyers for their products. And we're really starting to position ourselves to be able to be a voice to both banks and suppliers, so that they understand the challenges on both parts, because delays for suppliers are really, really impactful. But also banks want to be able to engage faster, but there are lots of different intricacies in terms of why it's so slow, why the governance is so challenging. So we want to try and bring these two worlds together. So that's me. Sorry for the swearing. I realise I probably should hold back on that. The nerves kicking in. That's it. It's Tech Passport. Am I on time?
We don't mind. We don't mind a bit of colourful language at FinTech North. That's okay. Thanks, Layla. FinTech North partnering with Tech Passport, and we're going to do our bit to make sure that the organisations that we think would benefit from it across the North get to hear about it. So thank you. So next up is Benjamin from Ving.ai. Benjamin, come on up. Good to meet you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Benjamin Ndubuisi, and I co-founded Ving.ai. To give you a quick background, I moved to England in 2015 to do a master's degree, and I immediately was introduced to a problem I had never had to deal with before, which was currency exchange. So my initial attempt to solve this problem involved using my foreign debit card to make withdrawals from cash points or payment at the POS. But as you can imagine, that quickly became quite expensive. So I obviously had to get very creative. And that creativity basically became a simple exchange, which was I would pay my supply of local currency into my sister's account. So I have a sister who lives and works in the UK. And basically she would send money home to my mom or whatever have you in Nigeria. So I'll say, look, how about I send the local currency that I have to you, and then you send the equivalent amounts to my account here in the UK. So that way the exchange happens without currencies ever crossing borders, right? And Vingai is basically that transaction times 1,000 times a day across different places. So in summary, what Vingai aims to become is the largest currency exchange platform for Africans living abroad. And we aim to achieve that using a secure escrow engine. And what that does is, instead of now, obviously when it's my sister and I trust her, so we can exchange currency kind of directly. But when it's a stranger who you don't know, we'll serve as a third party that sits in between those two people to ensure, no funny business. In terms of the market size, it's quite a massive market. There's about $100 billion that goes in and out of Africa every year. And we're aiming to capture about 1.3% of that within the first 5 years. And from achieving that, we should be hitting net profit of about $10 million in that time. And how we make money is we charge a nominal 1% fee. Now, just to put it in context, Africa, especially sub-Saharan Africa, has the highest remittance fees for payments from the UK, the US into Africa, about 8-9%, sometimes up to 12%. And we're going to be charging 1% for each transaction. In terms of traction so far, we received an Innovate UK grant as well. This year, I received the Young Innovators Award. We've also been part of some work with the IOD and Tech Manchester. But in terms of our growth strategy, our primary sort of approach is around viral marketing and referral marketing, because we feel that because it's quite a sensitive space in terms of people's money and exchanging, the best way to drive growth is when people bring people. There's a few players in the market, and I guess this really answered the question of, why can't TransferWise or any other part, existing player do this? To answer it simply, there's what you call remittance, which is from, let's say, the UK to Nigeria, and there's what you call reverse remittance, which is from Nigeria into the UK. There's a few players, for example, TransferWise, the list goes on there, who do remittance at very poor rates, high fees, etc. But there's pretty much nobody who does reverse remittance. So by solving one problem, we become more competitive on the other end of the market. I could go into more detail, but I'm keeping it quite brief. So the team is 4 of us. 2 of us are more business focused. Myself and Kingsley, who is an MBA from Oxford, quite accomplished. David, who is more of an AI expert, and Ife, who is a full stack developer. We have Catherine and Ashley on our advisory who help us with making some of the tough decisions that we have to make on this journey. And unashamedly, we are raising our pre-seed round. So if anyone finds this interesting and wants to be part of our journey, please do speak to me at some point. And really the emphasis is around building that actual product to go to market with, because we believe from the traction we've had so far, we've done absolutely no marketing. We have transacted about £400,000 worth of value with no marketing whatsoever in the last couple of years. So we think with just people referring people, if we can do that, how much more if we actually go aggressive with marketing. So we think it's a really promising business, and we're happy to speak to anyone who wants to speak to us. So once again, it's been Benjamin and Ving.ai. Thank you.
Brilliant, thank you, Benjamin. And an area of the market that those of you that are familiar with it will know that it's going through quite a lot of change at the moment, and a lot of it's about reducing the costs. So very on the money. Okay, we're going to hear from Simon now. When Simon's not drinking the finest whiskies that Scotland can produce, then he's a director at Data on Demand. All right, welcome.
Afternoon, everybody, and thank you to the FinTech North guys. Joe, thanks for organising. Julian, thanks for the intro. Yeah, I'm Simon Gregory. I'm the sales director for a small Leeds-based company called Data on Demand. Before I start, and given what a fantastic venue we're in, and the fact that my LinkedIn content is struggling, what I will do is just see if we can get some audience participation and see how awake everybody is. So can we get a little quick selfie, and it'd be 1, 2, 3, FinTech. Are we ready? 1, 2, 3, FinTech. Thank you. So that's my LinkedIn content sorted. Yeah, quick show of hands then again to keep the audience participation going. I'm pretty confident there's not going to be a huge amount of people who've heard of Data on Demand before. Can I have a show of hands, anybody who's heard of the company name? Yeah, okay, smattering. So to give you a bit more of a flavour, going along the same lines, can I have a show of hands for anybody who's heard of Experian before? Okay, so broadly, to get everybody's heads in the right area, we're a similar kind of challenger business to what Experian are doing. So the company Data on Demand are a challenger in the data space. We provide alternative and compliant UK consumer data. We provide that to a whole host of different sectors. Effectively, our mission is to support anybody who has an end relationship with a consumer by providing them with insights and data on their customer base. We're set up by a team of ex-credit reference agency professionals, so myself included, and the rest of our exec and investors are all ex-credit reference agency. As I said, we deal with a huge number of different sectors with any company that tends to have an end relationship with the consumer. But in the main, our data tends to be used at the moment for identity verification and fraud prevention. It's also used for risk assessment. It's used for vulnerability assessment. It's used for customer management. And it's also used at the back end in the collections process to help companies re-engage with debtors and consumers they're trying to contact. Given the short amount of time today, what I would say is anybody, any companies who have either a direct relationship with consumers or process consumer data as part of their own offering, we're open to partnerships, and we're obviously open to relationships with end clients. The big thing I wanted to call out while I've got everybody's attention is a huge topic at the moment in a number of different sectors. Most notably within financial services, which is vulnerability assessment. So particularly with the after effects of the pandemic, which are still very, very real at the moment, and with the change in a number of government-backed support packages to help consumers get over the impact of the pandemic, vulnerability is a massive topic at the moment, no matter what sector you're in. And about halfway through the pandemic, we decided we were going to create a product from our data which helps companies to identify the potential for vulnerability in their customer base. So we have a product called ID View. What it looks at is, from the various different data sources we have, it looks at changes in customer circumstances, financial but also non-financial indicators of potential vulnerability. And we're able to flag up those factors to end clients who are using our data. So our data focuses on potential vulnerability. We use things like high cost credit applications and other data sources to do that. but we've also partnered with another business called the Vulnerability Registration Service. And for those who don't know those guys, they are a database of self-declared vulnerability. So if I, as a consumer, would like to be registered on that database and think I have some kind of vulnerability, I can self-declare myself on that database. If we look at the joint offering between what they provide and what we provide on the predictive vulnerability side, you've got a great offering for any company who's trying to make sure they kind of deal with vulnerable customers and identify the vulnerable customers as best they can. But yeah, any company who's interested in consumer data of any kind, give us a shout. I think my extensive slide displays have our contact details on. So hello at Data on Demand, but I'll also be staying around for a little bit at the end and appreciate any conversations. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. So next we're going to hear from Lee at Tassica, but just to give a bit of advance warning to who's coming next after that, we've got Guillaume from Rupi, who's come from Brazil to speak to us today. We've got Winston from Goldman Sachs, and then Sarah from GC Angels. Hi, Lee. Good. There we go.
So green is forward. That's good. Great. So hi, everybody. Thanks to everybody here, and thanks especially to Joe for organising the table for us over there today. I'm Lee. I'm from Tassica. So we're a Cardiff and Liverpool-based organisation, and we're here today to talk to you about our product Comply Radar. We do have a stand over there where we can give you some more information about Comply Radar. And I'm going to just run through a couple of slides here today to give you a bit of an oversight of what Comply Radar can do. So our background is working in, sorry, I keep walking around, I should have took the mic, shouldn't I? Our background at Tassica is predominantly in business transformation and process change. And one of the things that we've seen over the many years of working with banks and insurance companies is the cost of compliance and the amount of human effort that goes into making sure that organizations stay compliant with regulations. So when we were approached to have a strategic partnership with Comply Radar and bring that to the fore and bring it into the UK, it was a no-brainer for us. So what Comply Radar can do, it's a transaction monitoring system that also allows you to bring a single view of the customer and have a single dashboard that encapsulates all of the data that you bring into your organization into one place. So all of your KYC data, all of your transaction monitoring data, all your onboarding data can all be pulled into a single view within the Comply Radar platform. What that allows us to have is a much more streamlined process for your transaction monitoring capabilities. It improves the team collaboration across various different platforms. So your fraud teams, your AML teams, and other compliance functions within the business can all have a single view and all see the same thing, and allow you to move business around, move cases around the organization quite simply. One of the things that we know the product is very, very strong at, and you'll hear this from a lot of providers, is the reduction of false positives. So you can see a big number on there that we can commit to a 93% reduction in false positives, but also one of the most important messages we find is that we can increase the true positive rate. So being able to identify true cases of fraud and AML, the ones that slip through the net historically. So a little bit about some of the key features of the product. So I've already mentioned a little bit around the dashboards and reports. So being able to have a single view of the customer with built-in features to monitor and measure your teams. So being able to have dashboards that see not only your individual caseload, but managers can also see all of their own employees' work. We can plug in to any of your existing capabilities. So if you have other KYC functionality, we can plug into whatever you've already got. And what we can also do is automate all of your regulatory filing. So if you have suspicious activity reporting that needs to be addressed, then we can do that automatically through the tool. One of the things that we pride ourselves on is the ability to be able to configure the tool and to make the tool tailored to your needs. So the tool is completely adaptable and also enables you to have complete customer segmentation. So if you have different customers with different risk appetites and different countries if you have VIP customers or low-income customers that you want to apply different RAG ratings to, you can do that. And that will allow us to do is then put all of that into the AI engine, and the AI engine will then give you a risk rating based on your own risk appetite. So in terms of the monitoring that we were able to do through this with this tool, we're able to give you some next generation contextual analysis. And what that means is the ability to not just flag a transaction, but also understand all of the surrounding information that exists around that transaction. So you might, as an organization, traditionally flag a transaction that is above £10,000 or $10,000 or $5,000, depending on your appetite to risk. What we can do with our engine is be able to say, well, not just is it a financial threshold limit, but also what we're able to do is say, this is a financial transaction that happened by a person that's had historical flag transactions. They might have had 10 or 15. They might be in a specific geography, and that whole context around the transaction itself gives you a RAG rating associated with that transaction. So that's me at Tassica and Comply Radar. Just one thing that we do have as part of our support for FinTech North is we have an offer for any kind of banks and PSPs and startups within the community that want to have a look at our product, and want to have a play with it, that we can give a free 3-month license for Comply Radar that will allow you to download it onto your systems and upload your own data and have a play with the tool. So please do come over and have a chat with us if that's of interest to anybody today. Thank you.
Brilliant, thanks, Lee. Okay, now we've got a special guest all the way from Brazil. He's actually going to walk down the middle with the microphone. So, Jeff, we need the other mic on, not the one I've got here. You've done it already. Okay, it's Guillaume from Rupee. Great to have you with us. Come and join us on stage.
Yeah, thank you. It's freezing here. Hello, everyone. Hello. I came all the way from Brazil to hear from you, to feel the energy. Hello, I'm not hearing. Hello, people. Thank you very much. I came all the way from Brazil to present to you Rupee. It's a Brazilian company that we decided to cross the ocean and based our branch, worldwide branch here in Manchester. My name is Guilherme Balmorcel. Guilherme is the same thing of William, but in Portuguese, okay? I am an accountant. I used to work at PwC, at Deloitte. If anyone wants my information, you can pick up on the phone in the end, also that has the QR code. With Rupee, we won several awards in Brazil. I'm a teacher at IBMEC. It's also a university, an MBA, but I'm not here to talk about me. I'm here, but before anything else, I am very fan and inspired by Simon Sinek. I don't know if you ever heard about him. This is the golden circle. And everyone wants to know what we do and how we do. But he codified and understand a new way to act, to communicate that inside out, from why, beginning from the why, and then go from how and what. And I like this idea because it's also from inside out, okay? So our why is to change the culture of financial back office. If you pick up these images here from assembly line from 100 years ago and change everything, but continue in the same line and put computers, the accounting department of a huge corporation, it looks like the same. They continue the financial back office from accounting firms, from big corporation, they continue to use assembly line. So that is the idea that we want to change. Do you ever been in a huge corporation, an open office? You can imagine this picture here with computers. Exactly the same. One person calculates the tax, then this person sent by email to the other one. After that, the person goes home and doesn't know what is going to happen after and after and after. This is the modern times that we continue to live. But now, instead of assembly line with one single thing, we are in our computers. If you see, this is a new office. No one cares that he's throwing the something. And how will we change that? We want to improve the communication. We want to avoid debt and fines, because if people don't collaborate, they will not deliver the tax, the payroll in the same date, and it must be multi-entity control. Okay, because even big corporations, they have a lot of branches, a lot of companies for tax purposes or for different types of activities. And what is our differentials? We are the first to market to use agile methodology from financial service. We had a fast growth. We use AI. We are user-friendly, and we have a zero implementation experience. And since the beginning, we created the software thinking worldwide. So the system is in Portuguese and in English since the very first beginning, because we knew it that today would happen. Nowadays we have 4 solutions, but here in UK, we are going to start the same journey, the same path that we made in Brazil, with the very first solution, that is the Smart Kanban. Then we are going to open the other projects once at a time. This is the Smart Kanban. And the most interesting part of that is because when you are filling the profile, the system is recognizing your answers, and the system will give you all the tasks that your profile is necessary. So if I have a service company based in Manchester with no employees, and Joe already made a Kanban for him with the same profile, the system will say to me, okay, there are other people that is using this Kanban. Do you want to start from here, or do you want to start from 0? And you can start it. And every time with AI and machine learning, the system will increase and better Kanban. And what are our main competitors? It's the spreadsheet. The spreadsheet maintain Excel, maintain everyone in an assembly line. Everyone here knows Asana, everyone here knows Trello, Jira, these other agile methodology systems. Ask for your accountant if he knows about these systems. He will not know. And why? Because this system, the agile methodologies, they were created by Toyota, to build cars with a beginning, a middle, and an end. And then, with these systems, they were improved to projects to create a new future to your software, or anything like that has a beginning, a middle, and an end. And a back office life, if you don't know, is not a project. There isn't a beginning, a middle, and an end. It's a recurrence, it's periodical, it's a routine job. So we are the very first one that is completely fit to financial departments because we improved the Kanban methodology with recurrence, periodicity, and routine. You don't need to create the cards every single time. If you are using Trello, you need to pick up the card all over again and move again every single month or every single day, every single to the column to do column and something like that. You don't need to do that at Ruby. This is our main strategy. First, we offer to accountants, then we go to big corporations. We don't compete with QuickBooks, Xero, or anything else. We are on top of that. We made the API with them. And we deliver more companies in good standing to the government. Our strategy right now is to acquire more companies in Brazil because it's cheap and the coronavirus, and expand globally. That is here, Manchester. And we already have users from Rupee that are all over the world. And we decided to go global again here in Manchester. This is a few of our big corporation clients. We have Shell, that you may know, Chevron, Baker Hughes, SBM, Hydro, Sodexo, Essilor, and more than 7,000 clients from accounting firms in Brazil also. These are all of our clients in Brazil, and they are using across their branches across the globe. That's why we are positioned like that. But we need a place, a city, to welcome us to establish and go worldwide. Brazil is not the best place. So, and here today, I realized that I made the right decision. Manchester, being here in the north of UK, is the right decision. So I like to end with a quote from Martin Luther King. If you can fly, then run. If you can't run, then walk. If you can walk, then crawl. But by all means, keep moving. It's all about what I'm doing. And I came flying to Manchester yesterday to be here. Thank you a lot. This is my QR code. If you know someone accountant that wants to use the system, the very first one, we are giving lifetime free deal, okay? If you know accounting firms that wants to use Rupee, here in Manchester or in the North Leeds, other cities, they will receive free lifetime deal for our software, okay? If you know, please refer to me. Thank you a lot.
That's great, brilliant, and brilliant to have a speaker from that's come from so far. And Guillaume and Martin are both here today from Rupee, so do seek them out and have a chat. And obviously, if you do know someone that wants lifetime access to the system, then point them in the right direction. Okay, so now we're going to hear from Winston, who's at Goldman Sachs. Come on up, Winston. Welcome back. Say welcome back. You've done virtual FinTech North, haven't you? You've done the virtual. You want to use the mic? All right. Yeah.
Does this work? Yeah. Hey everyone. I don't have any slides because I like to be center of attention. Not come as far as Guillaume. I came from Stockport, but still made the effort, so it all counts. So I'm here on behalf of Goldman Sachs Transaction Bank. You're probably thinking, well, why the hell are you here then? The reason being is I actually bumped into Joe for the first time in a couple of years while we were at Open Banking Expo down in London, and I said, there's barely any North of England representation, and Joe was like, yeah, that's exactly why we do what we do, Winston. So I came here to be able to consume all of the information, meet new people and old friends, and really to be part of the northern ecosystem once more. A quick background of Goldman Sachs Transaction Bank. We're pretty new. We launched 6 months ago in the UK, launched 18 months ago in the US. And whilst we're a transaction bank, we're not trying to compete with, Barclays or NatWest. We're really positioned. One, yes, we've got transaction banking to serve our large customers who we've had for hundreds of years or decades. But the other side is to be an embedded finance provider. So where I think on the slides right at the very beginning with Marcos, then one of the things that we saw was that move from banking to be broken up into pieces and then to re-establish itself, reinvent itself. At Goldman Sachs Transaction Bank, that's what we did, but that's where we were born. So there was no breaking up necessary. We just built APIs. But why am I saying this? Well, that means that when we service our customers, we service them with their core banking. But one of the things that we're not looking to do is build new products where existing products already are in the market. So one of the big parts of my job is to work with fintechs, to identify fintechs, primarily in the open banking space, but also beyond, and identify their value propositions and how we can bring those value propositions, those fintechs, and put them in front of our customers. Because you guys, I think that the key thing here is that you've got great products and great value propositions, and we want to connect you with our customers, because by bringing the two together, we know that our customers will trust us more, they'll see us as more innovative, and also by helping the ecosystem grow, it also helps us because it means our customers get bigger, you prosper, and therefore we prosper. So really, if you have anything B2B in the B2B space, even the B2C space, our customers also have customers like you and I, right? So reach out to me, share your products, share your value propositions, and we'll love to find out more. But that's me, short and sweet. Thank you.
Okay, just a quick run through of who's still to come, and then I'll introduce our next speaker. So it's going to be Sarah from GC Angels, Leon from Pollenpay, Paul from Spondular, Sudesh from Sportfin, and then Jonathan from Tizer Tech. Okay, and then we're going to crack the drinks open. So Sarah from GC Angels, welcome to FinTech North.
I think everyone heard you said crack the drinks open, so I'll make this quick. Hi, so I'm Sarah. I'm the Partnerships Manager for GC Angels, and I'm here to kind of introduce us for those who don't know about us. And yeah. So I'm the Strategic Partnerships Manager. I work with universities, innovation sites, and professional services to support our businesses within our ecosystem, providing more investment pathways for them and making sure they have all the resources they need to be successful. And this is the next. Cool, thank you. So GC Angels is a part of the Growth Company. The Growth Company supports businesses and, oh, wow, this is really nerve-wracking. Sorry. GC Angels is a part of the Growth Company. The Growth Company supports businesses and individuals with education, skills, employment, and business support. We are based within the Growth Company Business Finance Department, and we support the businesses with investment. We co-invest in early stage startups across the Greater Manchester region, sectors being creative, digital tech, advanced materials, and life sciences. We work with our partners to make sure that the business has everything they need. We have a portfolio of about, next slide. We have a portfolio of about 60 companies that we've supported. Not only are we able to co-invest in businesses based in Greater Manchester, but we're able to open up our networks to businesses a little bit further out in the reach, based in the north, however. Looking at the stats we've got at the moment, we've got 38% of our businesses that we've funded are female founded versus 10% nationally. We're also a founding member of FundHer. We are also a founding member of FundHer North, the syndicate that we saw from earlier. 53% of the deals that we are working with are based in Manchester, with 47 based across in other local authority regions within the GM. that was where my role comes in. So as the partnerships manager, I've been brought on by the CA to support businesses, not only in Manchester and Salford, where we've got a lot of businesses having success, but to look at the more underrepresented regions, making sure that there are facilities in place, partnerships like Host, Bruntwood, in place for them for when they need it. So looking at some examples of fintech businesses that we've supported. So today we had Amy from Collective speaking at the panel. Collective is one of our businesses where we invested £100,000 in them. They recently were awarded the Barclays Entrepreneurship Award for 2021. They're also based at one of our partner sites in the Bonded Warehouse at Enterprise City. Another business that we've supported is UK Advisor. UK Advisor is a business in a box type thing. Wow, that was not supposed to come out like that. UK Advisor is a business in the box platform franchising. One second, sorry. I can see why you were nervous earlier. The lights don't help either. So UK Advisor provides business in a box solution, providing independent financial advisors via a franchise model. Okay, so that's who we are. And I'm very sorry, it is really nerve-wracking. And this is my first time speaking to a group this big. So I'm just glad I didn't faint. Thank you.
Well done, Sarah. Until you said you were nervous, we wouldn't have known, you know. No, great to hear from you. And yeah, some of the actually businesses like UK Advisor who've spoken at our events before just shows there's quite a few people that we've not heard from today. There's a really big fintech community in this region in particular. Okay, next we're going to hear from Leon at PollenPay. Leon, where are you? There you are. Great. Come on up.
Hi, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank, on behalf of everyone at Team PollenPay, FinTech North and all its sponsors for hosting the event. And because I'm not a public speaker, I'd definitely like to thank the earlier speakers and definitely the compliance, legal and regulation departments to clear out the room so it's not as nerve-wracking. Yeah, I was going to play some videos, but I'm cautious of time, so I'll keep it short and sweet. Unlike the panel before, I didn't know what I was going to say. Obviously, we've got some slides, but I've definitely got to say my piece. With the lynch mob one-sided, buy now, pay later sort of vigilante mob that was here before. I'm not here to get your kids in debt and make you spend money that you've not got. That is not our intention. Obviously, leading into our true vision. So our vision was always to create a payment ecosystem that emphasizes fairness for every person, regardless of their social economic stance. I say this as a young kid right here from Manchester, partially successful, looking to give something back to the community where I'm originally from in a fair manner. So PollenPay, why did we create it? Again, to improve the financial well-being of consumers by educating and encouraging responsible spending and giving people an alternative option for the way that we make payments. We're all adults in the room. I'm not here to tell you how and what you should spend your money on. We're here to give you an alternative method, whether that's at an online checkout or in your local corner shop. This isn't rocket science. So yeah, essentially how we do that, we let consumers split their purchases into 4 and soon to be more installments, again, emphasizing the flexibility and the options that you have at checkout. It's more of a cash management tool than a law to trap you in financial hardship. Again, I'll skip the videos. Again, just focusing purely on flexibility. And this is a short video, just giving you a bit of a insight to how the app works. Again, there's a flexibar. We call it a flexibar within the app. This again, it's a tool. It's like having a spare tire in your car. It's an option to help you better manage your cash flow. We allow access to merchants, whether this is online or offline. Obviously, we're working with some of the big players here in Manchester, so the likes of Boohoo, Pretty Little Things, Nike, Gucci. Obviously, I know they're not Manchester brands, but... And yeah, we give you the ability to shop online or in store. Currently working with the likes of MasterCard and Apple to obviously allow this to be an offline as well as an online product. And things that you should look out for in the future, of course, yes, we are going to integrate with the big e-com players and be available on multiple platforms, whether that's Shopify, Magento, or WooCommerce. So we are going to be another alternative at checkout. Again, it's your option if you want to use our facilities. What we're bringing out in the future, we'll integrate into a reward system. So the people that use credit cards in the room, frequent flyers and all that kind of stuff, don't worry, we're going to cater for you guys too. Subscription and tier packages and retailer platforms. Again, definitely not a public speaker, but there's been a bit of a buzz generated around Pollen Pay and what we're currently doing here in Manchester. Obviously, we're looking to eventually travel down south, but looking further afield, we've got plans for next year to expand into North America, across to the Middle East, and then where I've currently been living for the last 14 years, where I call home now in Australia. So yeah, thank you for everyone. Apologies for the nerves, but yeah, Pollen Pay, watch out for us. We're set to go live in about 2 weeks' time, so just before Christmas. So please, responsible spending. And yeah, look out for social media. I suppose my ask from you guys today, just to help with a few metrics, jump on our landing page, input your details, and keep up to date with our social media. Yeah, I reckon Pollen Pay is going to be definitely something to help Manchester get back into what this event is all about. And this is technology and innovation, not about compliance, regulation, and sorting out the educational problems of the school. So yeah, Manchester, I do love you. And yeah, let's start talking about innovation. Thank you.
Very good, cheers, Leon. Okay, Paul from Spondula. There you are, Paul. Good. You've smartened up for today as well. Excellent, excellent. Welcome to FinTech North. Great to have you here. Good chatting to you yesterday as well. Okay,
thank you. Hi, good afternoon, gents and ladies. It's emptying out really quickly, so yeah, I'll be as fast as I possibly can do. Introduced to Spondula. Spondula is another app bank, but it isn't really. It's more payments led. So we're all about making payments faster, easier and simpler. Our claim is banking is big, old and broken. And our claim also is that not only the legacy banks, but also the new neobanks really haven't developed anything new. They're using the old ways of making payments, particularly international payments. So basically what we are, as I've just explained, we're a payments first challenger bank, delivering fast, reliable and exclusive banking to retail and corporate clients internationally. So we're not only just looking at the UK market, we're also looking internationally. That's a quick look at our future. We're looking for about 20 million revenue in year one. About 10% of that will come from card sales. We'll be breaking even year one, and we're looking for around about 200,000 customers. Why we're different? We're borderless banking. So to give you a very, very, very quick example, normally if you want to send money to Australia at the moment, you would send it, you would go down, or you would go online banking, fill in all the details, you would send the money, you would be charged £20 for the transfer, and it would arrive in 2 days' time. With Spondula, you would go on the app, you would fill in the details where the recipient bank was, for instance, in Australia. It would arrive in real time, and it will cost you a third of the cost it would come from a normal bank. We're a full stack development, so that our entire IPs are fully stacked. So we're developing everything from back end right to front end. So it's all been developed in-house. We offer multi-currency accounts in 64 currencies, and we can service straight from launch 180 countries. So we can basically do live instant transfers globally to 180 countries from launch. We've got two solutions. One is for consumer, one is for business. I'm not going to go too much deep into what it is. Our revenue streams will be from a subscription service, but we'll also offer a free service. We do payments on FX spread, and obviously we'll charge for transfers, but again, at a fraction of what you would normally pay from a retail bank or any of the current fintechs out there. That's where our competition, where we position ourselves in competition. As you can see, we think we're really good. We hope we are going to be very good, but yeah, we think we're going to beat the market quite considerably in the next 12 months. That's just to be regarded as being full stack. So we're not reliant on any third parties, and it also including our payment rails. There's a few third parties we entail, but most of it is all in-house. Again, open banking. We're open open banking. We've also got an in-house payment gateway, so people can use us also for a payment gateway. So for receiving credit card, and we'll also have a payment gateway. So also our business and retail customers can use it to receive payments from third parties also. Licensing, we're licensed in Singapore already. We're waiting for our UK license. We're waiting for the Lithuanian license, and over the next 12 months, we've got quite a few licenses running through. Applications on most of them are already in process. I'll go to market. We probably might crowdfund at some point, only for market reach. We're looking for marketing, B2C, B2B, promotional rates and partnerships. Very, very briefly over that. So basically, we're going to be the first global challenger bank rather than local. 64 currencies at launch, as I said, 180 transactable countries, 100% full stack, 110% built, we're at the moment, and we see our mix between 50-50 retail and business. That's just our budget spend. You're not really interested in that unless I give you the figures. Our timeline, we started in January 2020 on this project. We're expecting to do beta launch in February 2022. In April, we're going to do a full product launch by April 2022. May, we're going to start a QR payments launch. Again, I won't go into details on that. And then in June 2022, we intend to do a blockchain gold launch. But again, I won't go into details of that today. It's probably, I can spend a half an hour talking about it on its own. That's us, that's Spondula, that's where we're coming from. Hopefully, some of you become our customers, some of you maybe, because we're going to be having an open IP on our developed. So if you've got products that you think you could sell through Spondula or use Spondula for your own development, by all means, talk to us. That's us. Thank you very much.
That's great to see. Thanks, Paul. And a deck there that's certainly worthy of a good 15-20 minute presentation at least. So we'll have to hear that one in full at another time, I think. Okay, just two more speakers to go. And next up is going to be Sudesh from SportFin. And Sudesh has come down from Newcastle to join us today. So we're drawing speakers from right across the north. We've had Leeds already and plenty of out of region speakers as well. Hi, Sudesh.
The lights are very bright. Right, so my name is Sudesh, and I'm the founder of SportFin. Our mission is to help preserve and grow community sport by helping sport clubs fundraise better. So why community sport? Quick show of hands. How many of you here have ever engaged in grassroots sports or used to? That's great. That's great. For me personally, grassroots sport has shaped my life. It's not only helped me keep healthy, both physically and mentally. It's helped me build confidence. It's helped me build a social support structure around me, which has picked me up from the lowest points of my life. There we go. Now you can hear me. Yeah, so it's helped me build a social support structure, which has picked me up from the lowest points of my life. And it generates a lot of value for individuals and communities across the globe. Just in this country, sport clubs are estimated to generate over 71 billion a year in social value to the health, education, and societal development impacts they generate for us. However, since the COVID-19 pandemic, a lot of these clubs are struggling financially, and most of these clubs are not profit making, and they generally struggle with accessing finance. So what we are aiming to do is bridge that gap between investors and funders and these local grassroots community clubs. So in an age of cryptocurrencies where a dog meme can raise tens of billions in a few days, I thought maybe I should build something that values the intrinsic value organizations generate and help them fundraise based on that. So what we do is use our data analytics model to quantify the social impact sport clubs generate. We collect data about who's participating in what activities by digitizing sport activities, and then provide real-time social impact reporting to investors and funders, which then simplifies the public or charity fundraising processes for sport clubs. We also found that crowdfunders would be 50% more likely to fund a sport club if they could track the impacts that they help generate and be willing to put in 3 times as much money. This automation of social impact reporting can have other applications as well, helping streamline and simplify new social investment solutions. One such example is social impact bonds, which would effectively help sport clubs access zero interest finance by raising funds from a pool of investors who would buy these impact bonds, and who the investors in turn would be paid impact-based rewards from a governing body, which currently funds 100% of that particular social project. The benefit for the government here would be that they would be only funding the rewards and not the entire cost of the project. There's other solutions that can be implemented and deployed by automating social impact reporting. So this is one of the solutions we are ideating, where sport clubs can issue a digital token, which is valued based on the impacts that they generate as it's quantified by our analytics model. And so when individual investors buy a token from a sport club, they're expecting that investment is going to go into increasing sport activity and increasing impact on communities. And in turn, it would increase the value of that token, which can then be traded for a profit with other individuals on the platform. So we're currently at our MVP stage. We're almost finished developing our MVP, and we're going to launch soon. We got 30 clubs signed up. So our focus in the MVP stage is to build a proof of concept for this real-time impact reporting and our data collection logistics. The next thing we want to build is funding to impact reporting. So it's not just a single impact report for each club. It's amalgamated funding to impact report for every funder who's funded different sport clubs. And then link it to a sport fundraising platform, which streamlines that whole fundraising process for sport clubs. Then next, we want to build the investment platform, which then deploys social impact bonds and social impact shares to sport clubs, and include the investment community into funding sport and impacts through sport into communities. Finally, whilst we are doing all that, we'll also be collecting data to develop our AI, which will then help us answer questions, predictive questions such as, okay, I'm planning this sport project. What is the impact of the sport project going to be on the community? Or diagnostic questions for funders such as, okay, I have this pot of funding. How best do I deploy it within different sport projects and sport clubs? So that's Sportfin. Thank you for listening to me. And it is very, very nerve-wracking, and my first time as well. So thank you for your patience. And if you have any questions, just catch me when we have a drink. So yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Sudesh. Okay, so we arrived at our final speaker, and it's a real pleasure to have Jonathan from Tyzertech here. Tyzertech, as you may well have read through our marketing and our website recently, is a partner to FinTech North. They've come up with a very interesting proposition for the FinTech community, and Jonathan's going to talk us through that. After we hear from Jonathan, we've got drinks and there's going to be some canapes as well. So the reward for staying is that there's more canapes to split between us all. So Jonathan, come and tell us about Tyzertech and what you guys are doing. Great.
Excellent. Thanks for the introduction there, Julian. I'm Jonathan Plowman, Business Development Manager at Tizer Tech. So just as a bit of background in regards to us, Tizer Tech is part of Tizer, the Investing and Saving Alliance, which is a membership organisation of around 250 pan-financial services firms who work collaboratively to actually improve the financial well-being of UK customers throughout collective engagement. The Disruption House is Tizer Tech's strategic partner, a platform created to reduce the challenges of new technology adoption across the financial services industry. Our vision. All financial firms look to offer the best, most customer-centric solutions and stay ahead of the competition. With an increasing need to streamline business processes, generate new revenue opportunities, and consistently meet ever-evolving demands from the regulator, Tizer Tech has been designed to facilitate the accelerated adoption of fintechs and help the industry discover, assess, engage, and adopt these innovative technology solutions. So, how are we doing this? Through the platform. The Tizer Tech platform, powered by the Disruption House, is an essential platform for fintechs seeking to build their profile and reach their target market. It catalyzes corporate and fintech engagement. It builds a technology-focused community and accelerates innovation through structured programs. We currently have a database of around 3,600 global fintechs covering all industry segments mapped to members' business needs. It allows fintechs to showcase their business proposition, their technology, their ES credentials to potential new clients in the investment community. Our data-driven platform de-risks and accelerates new tech adoption from the journey via a proven, scalable, and systematic approach to selecting the right innovation partners. Through the platform, we produce scorecards, and the scorecard analysis is based on extensive research into early-stage technology-focused companies, performance allowing user firms to make informed decisions, enabling them to procure new technology more effectively and faster than before. Our ecosystem. So Tizer Tech, whilst there is the platform, it also is here to support fintech community on their journey. We organize seminars and have teach-ins where Tizer Tech community can educate and communicate with the industry. Through our acceleration panel, Nova, we assist fintechs in terms of investments, law, banking, and other aspects of growing their organization. Through our development panel, which is Nebula, fintechs can obtain access to development tools and environments from which they can build their propositions. Some of our service suppliers actually offer free and discounted services. And part of these are Salesforce, MasterCard, Amazon Web Services, and Oracle, just to name a few, and that is also growing. Our assessments. So regulated financial institutions need to measure and report on counterparty risk for fintechs in their supply chain to comply with regulation. Our enterprise readiness and ESG assessments help financial institutions understand the fintech's ability to partner with them and grow. Assessments map to BSI standards and global ESG frameworks and guide the institutions to how to improve collaborations when working with the fintechs. The assessments will actually identify the strengths, the weaknesses across 12 core business attributes, and our ESG pathway model enables startups to demonstrate their transparency and early stage commitment to sustainable responsibility and mentors them to the next level of their business cycles. If you we're a financial institution and would like to understand sort of how Tizer Tech can assist in assessing the supply chain, or if you're a fintech and would like to understand more of the benefits of joining the community, please feel free to catch up with me afterwards. I'll be much appreciated to catch up and have a drink with you. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you. Brilliant. Well, that concludes the showcase. We've heard from 20 speakers, and I hope you guys have all enjoyed listening through that. Thanks to everyone who's stayed online to listen through to the showcase. I'm going to hand back to Chris as chairman to kind of formally close the event out. I just want to make a point of saying a really big thank you to Jeff and Andy and all their team. The online side of things today has been fantastic. Every time I've looked, the pictures have been great, and the feedback's been really good from people that have been watching online. So thank you guys. Thanks very much to the university for hosting us, and to all our sponsors. But Chris, come and say a few words.
Is my lapel mic on? Great. So I'm not going to take any time here. I think we've had a very long day after the first full day conference. Coming back has been a bit of a stretch. Showcase, great. It just tells us everything we need to know about the enthusiasm in the north of England. But that's not what I want to close on. What I want to close on is this. I have my own startup. I've got 34 people, and we did our values workshop the other day. I had no part of it. I'm the CEO. I want people to develop their own values. And the first value that people came up with was human. They wanted people to be human, humane. How do you define that? That is kindness. It is empathy. So today, I want to say that Julian, of all the people here, has demonstrated more humanity and kindness than I've seen for a very long time. When one of our speakers was struggling, Julian was up out of his seat like a shot and up onto the stage and offered him all the support that he needed to get through his speech. So Julian, well done to you. And there's a little bit of social science research that Michael Porter did a few years ago. If you've done an MBA, you'll know who Michael Porter is, that looked at evidence of kindness specifically around the UK. And not surprisingly, the north of England scored higher than anywhere else in the UK. So well done to all of you too. Thank you very much indeed. Please stay for some drinks.